Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life, one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 501 465 Physical Transcendence Through Nuclear Explosion Technique. Whose brave idea was this? _2. Many disgruntled merchants formed a clandestine group in secret, plotting this vengeful act, such as sabotaging the railways or even defecting to the empire. But before their plan could begin, most of the grain merchants were already scared off. In their eyes, the empire was probably already struggling to preserve itself. Who could stop this electromagnetic cannon that fires at thousands of kilometers per second? Who could withstand such a terrifying attack? It wouldn't take long for the wizards to take control of the entire continent, and then no matter where they fled, they would be captured and brought back. Lin's figure slowly descended from the skies above Fire Oil City, and Raphael and others immediately surrounded him, endless compliments filling the air. When Hera first heard that Lin had improved the nuclear explosion technique, increasing its power by 8-fold, he was somewhat skeptical. Now, it seemed like it was not just 8-fold. The power had obviously increased by more than a dozen times. If they hadn't laid down an energy-binding array in the land of death ahead of time, slightly blocking the force, the entire Fire Oil City would probably have turned into ruins by now. Lin simply smiled and offered no further explanation. What he meant was that the mass loss ratio caused by the hydrogen bomb explosion was about 8 times higher than that of an atomic bomb, not just the maximum power. After all, in theory, the power of a hydrogen bomb had no upper limit. If one wished, creating a hydrogen bomb with a yield of hundreds of millions of tons was not impossible, whereas the maximum yield of an atomic bomb was a mere 500,000 tons. Lin gazed towards the devastated area in the distance, taking a few councilmen and a host of senior wizards with him. They flew towards the core of the explosion. The land of death had been plowed through by the nuclear energy wave twice in succession, and the destruction was thorough. The outskirts had previously shown scorched trees and half-melted armor and iron swords, but this time everything was smashed into oblivion. The terrain of the entire region also changed from high to low. The closer to the center, the deeper the depression became, and what ultimately appeared before everyone was a bottomless abyss with a diameter of 3 kilometers. The river flowing from the west was continuously pouring into it, following the terrain. Due to the heat from the nuclear explosion not having fully dissipated, the alternation of heat caused billowing steam to surge up, gradually enveloping the area. Alade, the senior wizard, said with a click of his tongue. It was hard to imagine. One strike changed the terrain and landscape. This star of magic was indeed one of their ranks of senior wizards. Lin stroked his chin and named this future Fire Oil City landmark. In fact, using hydrogen bombs to create lakes was not particularly novel in his previous world. People had enjoyed doing this long ago, but in this other world, it was still quite a trendy thing. Besides, Lin had already come up with a name for this hydrogen explosion magic: sky vaulting. Previously, using the principles of atomic bomb detonation, he had created the big nuclear explosion technique, and now he had developed a hydrogen bomb. So he couldn't just call it big hydrogen explosion technique, right? This would be a bit too revealing, which although the fusion reaction used the hydrogen isotopes deuterium and tritium, it was still better to be cautious. Check it out. Let's see what the current radiation content in the air is. Lin turned his head towards Raphael and reminded. Only then did Raphael remember the serious matter at hand, hurriedly taking out a disc-shaped alchemical instrument. Due to limited technical levels, they could only detect nuclear radiation by using the property of fluorescent substances glowing after absorbing high-energy rays and could not obtain too accurate values, but it was sufficient for their needs. About a minute later, Raphael solemnly stated that the radiation levels had returned to normal. Lin was very satisfied. It looked like the cleanup was thorough, and so the work of oil extraction could also be put on the schedule. The hydrogen bomb test explosion experiment was a complete success. Wait a moment. What is that over there? Just as Lin and his company were preparing to return to Fire Oil City, Aurora, with her keen eyes, seemed to have discovered something and suddenly stopped everyone before flying towards the other side of Starfall Lake. About 5 minutes later, Aurora stopped on a glass wasteland, and in front of her was a silver condensed stream, which everyone only realized wasn't a river, but a massive amount of melted and then solidified iron upon getting closer. Lin also couldn't help but frown, murmuring to himself with rising doubts. Could someone really be that unlucky? After all, the Land of Death's reputation had spread early on in both the kingdom and the empire, and the rumors were as horrific as can be. Normally, no one would approach here. Could they be a group of death-defying smugglers, attempting to transport their goods secretly? In Lin's mind, only merchants blinded by the lure of profit would do such a foolish thing. Curious, the group followed the direction from which the stream of iron had flowed, and soon found a multitude of weapons, not yet completely destroyed, and half-melted armor, which evidently belonged to owners who had turned to ashes in the terrifying heat. Lin took a quick glance, and judged from the debris that the victims under the hydrogen explosion numbered over 10,000. And such an abundance of weapons and armor could not possibly belong to a mere merchant caravan. Raphael picked up a scorching, half-melted badge from the ground, where one could faintly make out the holy light emblem engraved on it. Herav and the others could think of no explanation. Had these people gone mad, planning to invade from the Land of Death? Whose brave idea was this? For a moment, Lin found himself between tears and laughter. He seemed to have unwittingly wiped out an Imperial Border Legion without even understanding why. As Lin and the others were checking their battle results, the impact of the hydrogen explosion was sweeping across the Empire at an astonishing speed. The tremendous destructive force was even slightly felt in the Holy City, over 300 kilometers away. Pope Alvis stood atop the Sky Dome Tower, gazing at the sudden burst of aurora far in the distance, his unease accumulating to an extreme. After hesitating for a moment, he took out the communication crystal ball, preparing to contact Monroe in Fire Oil City once again. Though it had been less than half a day since the last communication, and the device hadn't fully recharged, it was still capable of making urgent contacts. However, Alvis stood in place, waiting for a full 3 minutes, yet no response came from the other end. The faint glow of the crystal ball plunged his thoughts into the abyss. Alvis, struggling to suppress his restlessness, calmly said, "The wizards, the minions of demons have used doomsday magic again. Just half an hour ago, many people saw another sun rise in the sky," the Archbishop said in terror. Moreover, dozens of cities along the Empire's western frontier felt the ground violently shake simultaneously. The Archbishop carefully responded, "It appears." Chapter 5:02466. You are undermining the foundation of the kingdom. In the Land of Death, Alvis's brain went blank for a moment, nearly losing his balance and bumping into the divine altar behind him. The Archbishop cried out in horror. But the Archbishop stuttered. In fact, when they received the message, they immediately used the communication divine skill, but got no response. The entire force was almost certainly annihilated under the assault of doomsday magic. Alvis clearly understood this as well, his face turning extremely ugly. Alvis growled, then suddenly realized the church spy appointed by himself and selected by Gustav must have already betrayed them. What food wars, volcanic eruptions? All bullshit. These were clearly conspiracies plotted by the wizards. He had actually been foolish enough to believe it. Even believed it twice. A strong sense of humiliation surged into Alvis's mind. Before, Monroe was merely a minor officer of the Divine Punishment Army. His appointment to this important task proved Alvis's trust and favor in him. The man had not only betrayed this trust, but also dared to mock him again and again. Alvis's chest heaved with undulating rage, his eyes filled with anger and murderous intent. If it weren't for the fact that the man was now in Fire Oil City, under the protection of wizards, Alvis would dearly love to flay him alive, extract his soul, and cast it into the eternal purgatory. St. Randall suddenly proposed a hypothesis. According to Gustav's advice, Monroe was a warrior with firm beliefs and an exceedingly devout believer. It should not be possible for him to have been turned in just 2 months. It's also possible that their spies were captured by those wizards, and the images they saw before could have been faked. The disguising abilities of those shaping wizards were not weak. It wasn't impossible for them to use shaping magic to take on Monroe's appearance from hundreds of miles away and deceive their senses. Yet Alvis just scoffed. His spies in Fire Oil City were numerous, and they reported back to him every week on the internal situation. For these past 2 months, Monroe had stayed comfortably in the Wizard College, with a very regular routine, not at all like someone who was coerced or captured. It could only be said that he had been wrong about him. Fortunately, Alvis had foreseen the possibility of traitors within the ranks. Hence, he arranged the kingdom's spies in various independent systems that wouldn't affect each other. Even if one part encountered problems, it wouldn't lead to the doom of everyone involved. However, that 20,000 of the Empire's elite troops had been sent to heaven due to his gullibility. At this thought, Alvis felt painfully tormented. Most importantly, the wizards' use of doomsday magic once again had invalidated all their previous conjectures, hanging like a sword over everyone's heart. As Alvis was pondering countermeasures, he suddenly seemed to sense something, and his expression immediately became serious. Randall beside him was no exception. It was God's oracle descending upon them. The impact of the hydrogen explosion lasted for a full 3 days before it could be completely settled, just like Lynn had anticipated. The kingdom's opposition, who had emerged because of the previous grain wars, seemed to have been silenced in an instant. Even public order in the towns had improved notably. No one dared to provoke the ire of the council at this time. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the Wizard Council once again announced major news: that a grand examination would be held in all the cities of the kingdom. Anyone who could recognize 200 words of the common language and could read was eligible to partake. The council would select administrators for each city from among them. Lynn had to thank the church's centuries-long rule over the continent for this, as despite the different language systems in various regions, the script had been largely unified, saving them a lot of trouble. Such explosive news naturally caused an uproar within the kingdom. The idea of selecting local officials through an exam was unheard of in the Empire's hundreds of years of history. Furthermore, the council did not restrict the social background of the exam candidates, having only 2 basic requirements: literacy and the ability to speak the common language. This meant that even a child from a poor family could leap to nobility by passing the exam and becoming the local lord, which in the territories of the wizards was called mayor. Despite not being hereditary and having defined terms of office, with removal from position if one performed poorly, it still enticed many. After all, having control over an entire city was akin to being a nobleman of old, wasn't it? Susan, looking at the large announcement posted on the wall, also began to entertain fantasies in her mind. Her 2 children were in the commoner's school, reputed to be doing quite well. In the past, Susan had only hoped that after graduating from the commoner's school, her children would enter the research workshops of the wizards, becoming their assistants, which would be far more relaxed than her and her husband's work in the glass and firearms workshops. But now, she saw a new path emerging. Chapter 503-466. You are undermining the foundation of the kingdom. _2. Susan dared not even think about becoming a mayor, but becoming a village head or a town head was still a faint possibility. An earl of the kingdom, looking at the white-on-black text on the bulletin board, almost couldn't catch his breath and exclaimed in despair. He understood that henceforth, the noble lords bound by blood ties had become a thing of the past. There were no few nobles in the kingdom who felt threatened like him, but those less astute nobles had mostly been cleansed during this food war, leaving mostly the fast-choosing, adaptable new nobility. It's just an exam, and their knowledge and management experience far surpassed that of the ordinary poor, and if they couldn't win this, they might as well go blow glass in the workshops. Many even saw it as a quick path to family revival and reaching the pinnacle of power. Less than half a day after the announcement was made, the number of registrants surged past 10,000, and even many wizards were somewhat tempted, preferring the intoxicating wine of power over the tedium of learning magic. Monroe, who had been in decline for several days, also saw a glimmer of hope, thinking that if he could pass this so-called assessment and become the manager of a kingdom's territory, maybe he could redeem his faults from within. Or else why bother? Ivina hesitated to speak, sometimes unable to grasp the thoughts of her colleague, even more unclear about whose side he was really on. But under Monroe's insistence, the two still signed up, and although Ivina held no hope, she started to become somewhat interested. The exam was set for September 1st, the same time the nuclear fusion reactor was completed, and Lynn planned to use the exam as a cover to draw everyone's attention away, as this was the most dangerous time to start the machinery, where a moment's neglect could send the whole city sky high. Of course, the importance of this election exam was self-evident concerning the transition between old and new orders, and Lynn had to take some time to select some suitable public exam questions from the brain for the assessment content. The days quickly passed, and a wave of study fever erupted within the kingdom, with all printed introductory books being sold out and even street vendors and porters flipping through a few pages in their spare time. However, even last-minute cramming could not change the prevalent illiteracy among the kingdom's citizens. Merely the ability to write 200 common words and to recite a public document without a single mistake eliminated 99% of the people, leaving just under 2,000 in Fire Oil City eligible for the exam. Naturally, Monroe was among them. Before joining the Divine Punishment Army, he had been a baron in the Empire, and such a basic test posed no challenge to him. After receiving the official examination paper, Monroe scanned it nervously a few times, then his expression relaxed. It seems not so difficult after all. The entire exam was divided into two sections. The front part mostly tested basic operations and understanding of official documents, while the back part was filled with more practical questions. Like this one, Dechun is a devout follower of the false god, refusing to cooperate in thought reform and showing strong resistance. What else but to arrest him? Monroe sneered, understanding that the wizards were definitely testing his obedience to the council, and for these loyal believers, he had to show as much disgust as possible. Monroe pondered for a moment, then decided to use the methods he had in the northern territories of the Empire to catch wizards and followers of the evil god, making an example of them and punishing them publicly, using harsh penalties to curb this trend. Not only that, but they were to encourage mutual denunciation locally, offering substantial rewards to capture everyone who disobeyed the council's orders. Monroe finished writing with a satisfied nod, then sighed at the wizard's brutal rule, though he had to pretend to devise strategies for them. Ivina was also looking at the exam question in front of her, but it was a different one concerning grain and poverty. Peter is a poor farmer whose family has been tilling wheat in the field generation after generation, unwilling to try anything new. Ivina pondered for a long time and soon started to write her answer on the exam paper. Given his stubborn nature, persuasion alone would definitely not be enough. It might start with his neighbors. If these people entered the workshop and visibly improved their living standards and then constructed new houses, the contrast and disparity alone would make him change his ways without her needing to say much. If that didn't work, she could start with his family members and gradually change his way of thinking. Ivina believed that as long as this poor farmer saw tangible benefits, change was inevitable sooner or later. Similar incidents had occurred numerous times in the kingdom, and Ivina, in her leisure time, had chatted with many laborers and naturally knew some strategies commonly used by the council. The other questions were also very intriguing. There were ones about resolving neighborhood disputes, others on how to improve the living standards of the constituents, and some that promoted social stability. On the back, there were a total of 12 questions, each unique, with the last one particularly surprising Ivina. It was about a conflict between wizards and peasants, where, as a civil servant, she needed to decide whether to punish the wizards according to the law or let the peasants silently endure the conflict to dissipate tensions? Ivina carefully weighed down each answer, gradually understanding the purpose of the exam in selecting local officials. Those who could come up with these questions and provide satisfactory answers would also excel in handling official duties. The exam lasted 3 hours, with every minute and second being precious. These tricky questions, even for seasoned nobles with extensive management experience, were difficult to answer perfectly. Most importantly, they had to figure out the basis on which the council formed the questions and what kind of answers they wanted. Announced Wizard Alade, who was acting as the temporary examiner, as he glanced at the magic hourglass and spoke indifferently. As the sound of his voice faded, the field quietly activated, and everyone's exam paper spontaneously flew over to him. Immediately, the examination hall filled with a chorus of groans. 3 hours was simply too short. The basic questions at the beginning were manageable since they required only literacy and numeracy, but the practical questions later on were not so easy. Many spent nearly half an hour on just one question, and writing down their conclusions also took several minutes. Seeing the hall filled with groans, Monroe felt even more confident, grateful for his quick handwriting as he had finished everything a minute earlier. "Quiet down, everyone," Alade declared, gathering up all the papers with a wave of his hand and pausing his gaze on Ivina and the others before speaking again. "All formal wizards, come with me." Upon hearing this, the 10 or so wizards present stood up, their faces bearing smug expressions, hardly surprised. Given their status as wizards, how could they be tested on the same material as these peasants and minor nobles? Some special treatment was only to be expected. The other peasants, already accustomed to such inequalities, hardly reacted. Although a few nobles were slightly disgruntled, they dared not voice their complaints openly. It was, after all, a wizard's kingdom now. "Master Alade, what is our test about?" asked a male wizard, seeking to curry favor as they exited. He speculated that the council might assign positions based on their wizard levels. He had heard no grand wizards were participating in this examination in Fire Oil City, suggesting that he, a third-tier wizard, could quite possibly qualify for a lordship. Alade glanced at him and, without responding, led the group into a room and casually took out 5 exquisitely crafted rings from his sleeve. "These are your exam papers. Put them on." Alade randomly pointed at a few people, including Monroe and Ivina. Chapter 504467. This is not just the life of a poor man, but also the dignity of the law. Looking at the ring in Alade's hand, the wizards present found it somewhat peculiar, but still took it as instructed. Ivina, following Alade's instruction, fastened the ring to her ring finger and, after infusing a small amount of magic power to activate it, her consciousness seemed to sink into the endless depths of the sea. In a daze, Ivina felt as if she had forgotten something, and then a series of calls began to ring in her ears. Ivina suddenly opened her eyes to see 7 or 8 plainly dressed peasants looking at her with surprise and delight, said an old farmer who spoke up. Ivina hesitated for a moment, her mind still foggy, but quickly remembered that she had been selected by the council and had become an officer in charge of a territory in the eastern part of the kingdom. Today was her first day on duty, and she had been inspecting the territory with the villagers when she volunteered to help with the farming. It seemed she had passed out from overexertion. Strange, with her physical condition, this shouldn't have been possible. Ivina frowned, but before she could give it more thought, any doubts she were dispelled by the villagers' enthusiasm, and she quickly gathered her emotions to begin her life as an officer. In the first week, Ivina didn't rashly do anything, but instead spent most of her time interacting with the villagers to understand the current situation of the village. Like other reclaimed territories of the kingdom, everything here was steeped in a sense of conservatism and decay. The local lord, who often oppressed the poor, had been hanged on a crooked-necked tree atop the city walls a week ago, leaving behind nothing but a group of illiterate peasants who knew only how to farm and hunt, in stark contrast to the vibrant and ever-changing Fire Oil City. Moreover, a significant number of locals were devout believers in Ella, and years of church propaganda had instilled a strong wariness of wizards. Even after the musketeers had come, performed acts of grievance, criticism, land distribution, and fought against local tyrants. Her task was to dissolve these peasants' faith and extricate them from their old life of hunger and scant clothing. Ivina felt the great weight of her responsibility and, as her first act, stopped all villagers from planting wheat. After all, the price of grain had reached an all-time low with the advent of magic bread, and it could be anticipated that for quite some time, the kingdom's wheat prices would be hard to recover to previous levels. In fact, if it weren't for the council's current purchasing of grain at the price of a copper, the wheat would have been worthless by now. Change was necessary. After making inquiries, Ivina quickly learned that the recently hanged viscount had owned a vineyard specialized in brewing a unique blue fruit wheat beer, which had always sold well among the nobility. Considering this, Ivina immediately summoned several brewers from the vineyard to carefully inquire whether the blue fruit could be cultivated on a large scale and what the yield might be. Satisfied with the answers, she began her first step in the village transformation plan, to replace the usual wheat with blue fruit in the coming autumn sowing season and to build more vineyards. Ivina believed that kingdom's villagers, now earning higher wages in workshops, would not be satisfied with just a few pieces of bread. The distinct flavor of the blue fruit wheat beer could not be found elsewhere. This was their advantage, and with the current low prices of wheat, they could use this to their advantage, acquiring enough raw material for brewing without spending much. While Ivina's ideas were excellent, they faced spontaneous resistance from many villagers who were unsure if such a large-scale planting of blue fruits could sell and whether the expected revenue would be achieved. What if it failed? Wouldn't that mean everyone would starve? The generations of farmers were reluctant to make experimental changes. Getting their lands back from the nobles had already satisfied them. Regardless of the low grain prices, at least wheat ensured food on their tables. Instead of spending too much time persuading each household, Ivina rented all the fields outright, generously promising, "Everyone does as I say. If we make money, I want 70% of the profits." Only with the promise of hard cash and Ivina's assurances did the strategy of crop replacement reluctantly proceed. To ensure success, Ivina even specially invited an elemental wizard skilled in agriculture to fertilize the land, control pests, and increase yields with magic. Ivina's bold and aggressive strategy undoubtedly yielded impressive results, transforming a poor village into a blue fruit wheat beer production base. The entire village became involved, responsible for every process from planting to brewing and selling. Ivina also passed the assessment and became the local village mayor. However, she soon found that becoming mayor didn't reduce her problems. On the contrary, troubles only increased, and she found herself busier than ever, faced with making decisions on a variety of bizarre and curious matters every day. Chapter 505, 467, This is not just the life of a poor man. It is the dignity of the law. _2. Today, it was a farmer's camel beast that had been stolen. Tomorrow, it will be 2 villages coming to blows over a water source. These all counted as minor problems, but what troubled Ivina the most was that a formal wizard had an altercation with someone in the tavern and used magic to kill a townsman. According to the law of the council, depending on the severity of the act, the murderer was to be condemned to death or sentenced to over 20 years of penal servitude. The particularity of this case lay in the fact that the murderer was a wizard and belonged to a major wizard school. Both the newly recruited officials and the village head were advising her that it was just the death of a poor man, and there was no need to judge a wizard over such a trivial matter and upset a school possessing a great wizard. It would be sufficient to have the party compensate with some money and let it go. Wizards are the masters of this kingdom, just like the nobles of the past, and they also wield great magic power, whose value and status are far beyond that of a poor man. No, that's not right. A wrongful trial will gradually erode the trust the council has painstakingly built among the common people and will lead more wizards to become reckless. Ivina said firmly, This was not only a question of whose life was worth more or whose existence was more important between a poor man and a wizard. It also represented whether the authority of the kingdom's legal system would be compromised. In light of this, Ivina personally took action to arrest the person, and trouble followed. Numerous wizard schools came out to reproach and curse her for making such a fuss over a poor man's life and death concerning a wizard, and even some counselors proposed to strip her of her mayoral position. To cope with these criticisms, Ivina was exhausted mentally, but she still withstood the pressure and was eventually recognized by the council. The trial held in the royal capital sentenced the wizard to 15 years of compulsory labor and ordered him to pay a large amount of compensation. Although Ivina felt the punishment was somewhat too lenient, she understood that it was unlikely for the opposing party to pay with their life, and at least enough compensation could save a family. With these achievements, Ivina was promptly promoted to mayor of Steel City, and then her incapable and long-lost brother knocked on her door, begging her to ease the way for him, to manipulate the examination for the appointment of officials this year so that he could be successfully elected. Ivina looked at the familiar yet strange face and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Where did she have a brother from? At this moment, outside the examination venue, all the answer sheets had already been delivered to the conference room to be evaluated and corrected by 8 major wizards. The basic questions in front were fine, with standard answers requiring only consideration of right and wrong, but the applied questions that followed were different. With no fixed answers, they had to assess whether the candidates' decisions were effective, with extreme subjectivity, and discussions about various strategies were endless. For instance, one great wizard had a high opinion of Monroe's answer sheet. His decisive and ruthless approach was not quite suitable for an official, but was very good for an investigator. The issue that sparked the most debate was naturally the punishment for a wizard who killed a poor man, where the 8 major wizards were almost sharply divided. Training a formal wizard was not a small investment in resources. They must be chosen from among the people for their magic talent, and then after years of studying and consuming the magic source, they would have a less than 40% chance of advancing. Not to mention, by relying on magic, a wizard alone was equivalent to dozens of laborers and warriors, in every aspect far more important than a poor man, and certainly not worth losing their life over. The kingdom is a kingdom of wizards, so how could we judge a wizard because of a poor man? In my opinion, according to the standards of wizard land, a fine of 20 would suffice, the Grand Wizard Sanchez said thoughtfully. He believed that as an official of the kingdom, one must understand this, and those who gave harsh penalties to wizards in their answers needed to carefully consider their abilities. Raphael, with no intention of further argument, directly handed over an examination paper. Sanchez pursed his lips and took it. However valuable a wizard might have been, it was far beyond the worth of a poor man, but after casually glancing over it for a few moments, he couldn't help but frown. This answer sheet did not judge whose life was more valuable. Instead, it approached the matter from the angle of upholding the authority of the council's laws, arguing that if this matter wasn't handled fairly, letting off this wizard lightly would cause considerable negative impact, undermine the trust the council had just started to build among the common folk, and might even lead to a frequent recurrence of similar incidents. Sanchez asked after pondering for a long time. It belongs to a witch named Ivina, Raphael replied succinctly. After reviewing the answer sheet, several grand wizards also nodded in agreement. Ivina had provided relatively reasonable solutions to most of the practical questions, and her style was very much in keeping with the council's previous decisions. Or perhaps it was that she had deliberately researched the various strategies they had implemented in the kingdom to come up with similar answers. The last question, which she thought about from the perspective of maintaining the law, was also a cut above the rest. Even Sanchez, who advocated for leniency, couldn't find any objections. While Raphael and the others were engaged in a heated discussion about each exam paper, Lynn was observing how the official wizards that had been pulled into the magic domain were going to handle the various questions they had just answered. How many were insincere, and how many would stick to their principles? Doing some things is far more difficult than just talking about them. Lynn smiled and did not reply. After all, this was the council's first selection exam and naturally had to be given due importance. Not to mention that the kingdom's interior was filled with numerous spies from the church, and there were also many internal opposition parties. The selection of senior administrators had to be extremely cautious. The principle of this magic is similar to dreaming. Those affected in the magic domain will find themselves in a state of muddled memory. It currently has no effect on grand wizards, and official wizards also need to use a ring of secret spells as a medium. As for the rest of the poor, there's no need to put in that much effort, as the spiritual wizards can handle it with a simple dream-guiding spell. Compared to taking an exam in a lucid state, this method produces answers that are clearly more reliable. Each person will truly face their own choices in the dream, effectively eliminating the possibility of lying. Of course, this isn't a one-time solution. After all, people change. Perhaps someone can maintain their original intentions for 3 or 5 years, but over a longer period, faced with the temptations brought by power, there will always be people who can't resist. By then, a relatively perfect supervision and reporting system will need to be established. No matter what, Lynn had done his best in this election exam and had even secretly added a little something extra, expanding the intelligence network's computing power. Then he made an unexpected discovery. Among the 17 wizards taking the exam, there was one who was exceptionally special. Monroe. The smart system couldn't decode his spiritual fluctuations, which astonished Lynn. Even Herav and Vittorio couldn't resist the smart system's spiritual power decryption. And yet Monroe was merely an official wizard. Did he possess some kind of unusual treasure? Or was someone providing him with some kind of protection? Lynn's mind was suddenly filled with information about Monroe. The man belonged to the Pigeon School, which had been destroyed by the church. He arrived at Fire Oil City with Ivina, following the Witch Mutual Aid Society. He was mediocre in the Wizard College, even somewhat poor, whereas Ivina's performance had always been quite good. The smart system had no problem decoding the girl's spiritual power. It was only because of the shortage of time that it couldn't probe her memories. Lynn pondered for a while. It seemed necessary to keep a closer watch. Chapter 506468, Nuclear Fusion Reactor, Ignite. In the afternoon, within the Wizard College, on the temporary examination grounds, as the magic was dispelled, Ivina and the others appeared bewildered as they broke free from the magic domain. What happened to me? Because everything built within the magic domain felt so real, many were still immersed in the scenes they had constructed and couldn't extricate themselves even after the magic vanished. It took gradual memory restoration for them to come to their senses. The expressions of the 5 present varied, but they quickly realized that everything they had just experienced was a part of the test, and they had addressed these scenarios on their exam papers. However, compared to sitting in place and devising various strategies like a paper general, practice was obviously much harder. Some were halted at the very initial small town, their rudimentary management skills leading to widespread public grievances in the entire territory. Others advanced ambitiously, obtaining high positions, yet unable to resist the pleas of relatives, frequently showing nepotism and abusing power, until they ended up behind bars. Managing a territory is really troublesome. A wizard sighed, clearly knowing his own outcome. The faces of the others did not look good either. Ladies and gentlemen, your test is over. Go back and wait for the news, the great Wizard Alade said as he waved his hand and brought the next group of people over to put on the rings. When Monroe stepped out of the examination grounds, a cold sweat broke out on his back. He hadn't expected these wizards to possess methods that could make one lose consciousness without realizing it. Fortunately, it was just a test. The others had not taken advantage of the magic to interrogate him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Ivina followed Monroe out of the examination grounds, her mind still replaying the various experiences within the magic domain. Don't worry too much, Ivina. This test wasn't easy. There probably isn't a single person who passed it perfectly. Monroe spoke reassuringly. Monroe also had to admit that the wizard's examination design was quite impressive. Achieving comprehensiveness was not easy, and the traps within were countless. An incautious step could lead to a pitfall. Luckily, after years of experience in the Northern Territories, managing a mere village was a steady affair for Monroe. He had successfully rooted out every dissenter hidden among the townspeople and quelled numerous uprisings of the poor. Such performance should be considered top-notch, right? The kingdom-wide selection examination, just as Lin had anticipated, drew everyone's attention. Whether it was wizards, commoners, nobles, or traveling merchants, all discussed how many would pass the council's assessment and who would become the new lord of Fire Oil City. Meanwhile, Lin and several counselors had quietly moved to the underground of the Duke's estate. After nearly 3 months of expansion and repair, the estate's underground had been completely hollowed out, forming an approximate 100-acre square. Hundreds of robust columns stood tall around the perimeter, supporting the vast subterranean space, with a central altar-like area enveloped by rings of mithril, extending outward, each ring inscribed with dense alchemy runes. Vittorio spoke proudly to Lin about the operational principles of the magic reactor. The blueprints previously provided were filled with numerous precise and complex instruments that the council's alchemists couldn't produce. However, they had managed to replicate the effects of these instruments using magic and alchemy. Vittorio said solemnly. Lin nodded. As Vittorio was so confident, it was best to proceed sooner rather than later. Herav and Aurora were also quite expectant. Perhaps they would complete the legendary promotion ceremony tonight. The group walked together to the outskirts of the colossal altar, where Tick and others who had been tirelessly constructing the fusion reactor all night gathered around. Tick asked curiously, to create this underground space, the council had used a countlessly vast amount of manpower and resources. They had even drained most of a lake to extract 2 new elements from the water, an operation unprecedented in history. Lin said with a smile, "Create a." Tick was momentarily stunned, wondering if the Star of Magic was joking with him. In the kingdom, there were rumors that someone's new magic pulled down the fervent sun from the sky, but any wizard with a bit of astronomical knowledge knew that was impossible. The sun overhead was millions of times larger than the land beneath their feet. If they pulled that down, everyone would be finished. Tick immediately thought of this possibility. Chapter 507468, Nuclear Fusion Reactor, Ignite, _2. It could be said that Lin nodded non-committally and then began to explain again. It contains extremely powerful energy, but lacks guidance and can't be used effectively. It can only crudely release this energy. In fact, the reason a star can continue to shine is the same principle. So what we need to do is replicate the operating principles of the sun. This is really... Tick was so shocked he didn't know what to say. He hadn't expected the kingdom's rumors to be true. Although this wizard star couldn't bring down a celestial star, he had indeed caused a small sun to explode on the ground. No wonder it had such terrifying destructive power. Now, they were even preparing to create a magical sun underground. The wizards present also wore expressions of horror. They had all witnessed the power of sky vaulting, which had destroyed an area of several kilometers in an instant. Controlling and utilizing such enormous energy. Could this really be done? They were even more worried that if the experiment failed, the unleashed power could destroy the entire city. Lin was naturally aware of the dangers, but the council had been preparing for nearly 3 months, making all preparations possible. How could they possibly stop now because of some potential risks? Even if he was willing to stop, Vittorio and others would not want to. After all, the fusion reactor was crucial for the legendary ascension rites. Lin took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Tick and others, both worried and excited, returned to their stations. Vittorio had already assigned them their tasks. The ignition of nuclear fusion required the assistance of a large number of wizards. Of course, once ignited successfully, the device would operate on its own. Vittorio stretched out his hand, and a multitude of runes situated at the bottom of the reactor and within the mithril circle began to light up one by one. All elements within a roughly 300-meter diameter area were completely stripped away, creating a vacuum zone. Then, under the control of the mage's hand cast by hundreds of wizards, massive amounts of deuterium and tritium fuel were introduced. A portion was in liquid form, forming a small orb suspended at the center of the reactor, while other parts of the deuterium and tritium were in gaseous form, dispersed inside the mithril circle. Suddenly, everyone's gaze turned to Lin. It was now the most crucial moment. Lin spoke slowly. Intense and blinding laser beams immediately shot out from the circle, targeting the liquid heavy water suspended at the center of the reactor. These were lasers operating at the maximum power of the 5th energy level. The many magic stones powering them crumbled one after another as the area where the lasers converged rapidly heated up. 10,000 degrees, 50,000 degrees, 100,000 degrees, 1 million degrees, 10 million degrees. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the internal temperature had already exceeded the threshold. The deuterium and tritium elements, under such terrifyingly high temperatures, had long since turned into fierce plasma states and were then tightly confined by a strong magnetic field to an even smaller area. High temperature and high pressure are the most important factors in causing fusion. Very quickly, perhaps in an instant, a light brighter than the laser beams flashed at the center of the reactor, instantly illuminating the entire underground space. Even though Lin and the others had already set up protective magic and prepared to face the bright light, they still couldn't help but squint. The temperature in the entire underground space was also rising sharply, quickly reaching a level intolerable to ordinary people, and that was just the minor energy leakage under the strong magnetic confinement. Endless firelight instantly broke through the powerful magnetic field's confinement, gushing out from the core of the reactor. There was no oxygen in the vacuum domain, yet the flames continued to burn, for this was plasma state fire, energy transformed from matter. The mithril rings surrounding the area melted within a tenth of a second, and the entire space seemed to be boiling. "We're gonna die, we're gonna die, we're gonna die." Tick was suddenly overwhelmed by a ghostly terror, the biological instinct of death warning occupying his entire mind, his face full of horror, and in this underground space, they had no chance to escape. Just as the flames roared and were about to exceed the reactor's limit, they suddenly entered a vortex-like flow, continuously spinning and spiraling upwards, eventually forming a giant fire tornado several hundred meters in diameter, spectacularly magnificent. It was only then that Tick noticed the mithril rings had melted, but the alchemy runes on them still floated in the void, forming a unique protective circle, directing the movement of the flames. All the alchemist's hands and feet were trembling slightly, their backs drenched in sweat. Lin turned to Vittorio, noticing some clues. "Right, it's good we had a double safety measure, but I didn't expect the power released in a moment of fusion to break my magnetic field," Vittorio said, his heart also racing. If this thing were to burst, they had no assurance they could stop it. While speaking, Vittorio changed several hand seals and increased the power of the magnetic field confinement. The huge fire tornado slowly disappeared, revealing an even more spectacular sight before the crowd. The interior of the reactor was a constantly surging, spinning plasma sphere, emitting vast light and heat at all times. It was like a sun-constrained. One of the alchemists also said excitedly. Harov stared at the constantly shining fusion pile in front of him, as if it were a star, and suddenly thought of something. No wonder when he was in the cosmos within, meeting with those legends from the secret magic society, he felt like he was facing a constant star. It turns out they had already revealed to him the path to becoming a legend. Only today did he fully realize it. Among all present, Vittorio was the most excited, having exhausted much effort and several sleepless months sustained by energy potions alone for the construction of this magical fusion reactor. This masterpiece was completed in less than 3 months. Of course, Aurora and Harov also contributed significantly. For example, The laser beams emitted from the rings were Aurora's handiwork, and the safeguarding force field magic was Hera's masterpiece. This nuclear fusion reactor could truly be said to be built with everyone's collective intelligence and power. Lin also slightly curved his lips upwards. The establishment of a nuclear fusion reactor also meant that they had initially mastered the power of a galaxy level, the power of constant stars. Though the energy contained within it was as minute as a speck of dust compared to a real star, the principles behind their existence were undoubtedly the same. As for how to use the energy from the reactor, generally, it's done by using it to boil water, converting water into steam, and then using the steam to generate electricity. However, with the convenience of magic, such tedious methods were not necessary. It could directly utilize the photoelectric effect for conversion or magnetohydrodynamic generation, or even directly use the plasma itself as an energy source. Over the past few months, Lin had also spent his time magifying some of that technology. Chapter 508469, Magic Power and Energy Body, the Ritual of Ascension to Legend. The so-called nuclear fusion refers to the process in which two lighter nuclei combine to form a heavier nucleus, a reaction that is the opposite of fission. For example, the magic fusion reactor they were building this time was created by generating a high-temperature, high-pressure environment that allows the isotopes of hydrogen, deuterium, and tritium to combine and fuse into helium. Theoretically, as long as there is a sufficiently powerful high-temperature and high-pressure environment, fusion can continue down the periodic table of elements. However, even the high temperatures and pressures at the core of the Sun can only support fusion up to iron. Other elements, which are heavier and more massive, are usually formed in cosmic spectacles such as supernova explosions and binary star mergings. The intense laser beams surrounding the reactor gradually extinguished, as they were no longer needed to heat up the process once fusion had begun. The heat generated by the reaction itself was enough to sustain the fusion. An endless stream of energy emerged from the core, and under the effect of the conversion and guiding arrays, it was absorbed by the energy storage runes that filled the entire underground space. Vittorio, unable to suppress the excitement in his heart, spoke with a voice that trembled slightly. Lin nodded and then looked at Vittorio, whose dark circles under his eyes were very apparent, and spoke with consideration. "Are you sure you don't want to rest a bit, Speaker Vittorio?" Vittorio said excitedly without a moment of hesitation. He had been waiting for this day for more than 200 years, and now that the moment had matured, he did not want to wait any longer. Vittorio stepped forward with the determination of a man prepared to face death, walking onto a platform roughly 300 meters from the reactor. Then he pulled out bottle after bottle of legendary magic potion and drank them down, all to increase even the slightest chance of advancing. Tick was completely confused and had yet to understand the situation. Herav glanced at him and explained solemnly. "Oh yes." Tick first nodded, then suddenly froze. "Ascending to legend? But aren't the council members already legendary wizards? Why do they need to ascend again?" The other alchemists were likewise baffled. Herav did not give a long-winded explanation, feeling only that Tick and the others were fortunate to witness an ascension to legend and to come into contact with the most fundamental power of magic. About 10 minutes later, the effect of the magic potion had reached its peak, and when Vittorio opened his eyes again, he had returned to his most perfect condition. Lin could even sense a vibrant youthfulness emanating from Vittorio's aged physique. Vittorio took a deep breath. After instructing everyone to retreat to a safe distance, he activated the spell. The next moment, numerous phantom pillars constructed of magic power suddenly rose, instantly isolating the inside from the outside world. Then, all the alchemy runes used for accumulating energy lit up one by one, channeling all the magic power into the platform where Vittorio stood. An immense amount of energy manifested itself like lightning, with flashing arcs traveling along the runes and finally flowing into Vittorio's body together. Whirling arcs, thick as a thumb, surrounded Vittorio, commencing their destruction at the cellular level. Although a legendary wizard's physique was far from comparable to an ordinary person's, and each cell had been thoroughly imbued with magic power, to the extent that describing them as humanoid beasts was no exaggeration. Under such a colossal surge of energy, his body was still rapidly disintegrating. The pain was unbearable for an ordinary person. Veins bulged on Vittorio's forehead as his body shook uncontrollably. The terrifying lightning scoured every inch of his skin, every drop of his blood, and even penetrated deep into his tissue cells. The disintegration of the body soon began. The outer layer of skin started to peel off in flakes, followed by the electrolysis of muscle and blood vessels. But after all, he had lived for hundreds of years, and the path to advancement was right in front of him. Vittorio steadfastly endured the pain of bodily dissolution, not attempting to cast any magic to stop it, nor did he cry out in agony. Instead, he silently experienced these subtle changes from life to death. Under the shocked gazes of Tick and the others, Vittorio's body, enveloped in fierce electrical arcs, was stripped layer by layer, and the flying tissues turned to ashes before even hitting the ground. In just 30 seconds, Vittorio had completely disappeared from their sight. He was dead. From a biological standpoint, it was indeed so, but the soul of a great wizard, even separated from the body, could continue to exist for a short time. Amidst the incessant, flickering lightning, a cobalt blue shadow could be seen, barely discernible. Finally, Vittorio spoke after his body was entirely destroyed. A huge amount of magic power was suddenly withdrawn. To complete the ceremony, he had prepared a total of 100,000 magic stones, the entirety of the council's savings. On the entire platform, the concentration of magic power rapidly escalated. Under Vittorio's computing power, which far surpassed that of a six-ring wizard, the massive amount of magic power quickly poured into the soul body, swiftly and orderly transforming into various human body elements. Constructing a mimicry of a magic body was no simple feat. Chapter 509-469, Magic Power and Energy Body, The Ritual of Ascension to Legend. _2. The human body is composed of elements, with dozens of them being significant, among which oxygen, carbon, hydrogen, and nitrogen are the most crucial, constituting 99% of the body tissue, with about 9 essential minerals, besides many other trace elements. Fortunately, Vittorio had already recorded all the body's data in advance and developed a technique named shaping shell reconstruction. So nearly within just a few seconds, flesh, bones, and internal organs were quietly formed. Aurora whispered to herself, keeping an eye on the ascension ceremony. However, in the next moment, the newly formed body was overwhelmed, torn apart, and destroyed by the violent force of the lightning. The body, constructed from magic power, was as frail as paper under the powerful energy impact. Vittorio clearly had no intention of giving up as he continued to increase the mobilization of magic power, with regeneration and destruction occurring almost simultaneously in a continual loop. This terrifying scene made Tick and the others shudder, as they acutely sensed that the spiritual body of the chairman was becoming increasingly dim. The soul is inherently fragile. Even at the level of a grand wizard, it cannot permanently exist apart from the body, especially when placed in the midst of violent energy impacts. Aurora said worriedly, suggesting waiting until Vittorio had fully constructed the magic body. Lin shook his head. Lightning and water are indeed the basis of life's creation. The input power was meticulously calculated by them, and any lower than this level wouldn't fill the elemental construction internally with energy. Haro couldn't help but sigh. As the saying goes, the one involved is confused while the bystanders see clearly. Haro could naturally spot some issues, as Vittorio wanted to build the body all at once, and then infuse it with energy. But now it seemed obviously unfeasible. Rather, it should be done step by step from the inside out. This was indeed the drawback of being the first to ascend. All the challenges encountered throughout the process were unknown, and any misstep could wastefully consume a great deal of precious energy and time. And Vittorio had less than 5 minutes left. This was the duration a sixth ring grand wizard's spiritual body could endure under high-intensity energy shock. Beyond this limit, it could be severely damaged or even completely annihilated. In fact, the situation was a bit worse than they had anticipated, as Vittorio had deployed a substantial amount of computing power when constructing the magic body. The state of his spiritual body was visibly deteriorating. Fortunately, Vittorio quickly realized that with his own abilities, he could not directly construct a body under the energy shock. A heart slowly emerged at the center of the spiritual body, throbbing rapidly and rhythmically, except it was pulsating with energy instead of blood. Shortly thereafter, blood vessels connecting to the heart and bones in front of the chest appeared, and intense electricity ran directly through the spiritual body, as if aiming to destroy it once more. Only this time the growth and repair speed far exceeded the dispersal. Just as Anthony initially relied on his physical body to endure the baptism of electricity to enhance his sensitivity to electric currents, after the electricity passed through the spiritual body, it would be weakened somewhat, with the remaining current tinted by soul power, which was the suitable energy for integration into the magic body. Lin said thoughtfully, to increase it further. The alchemists present were terrified, some even harboring thoughts that Master Lin might be trying to harm the chairman. Haro, however, nodded, pointed to the fusion reactor, and the plasma state flames soared violently as if pulled by some force. A huge, swirling fire dragon reappeared, rotating upward into the sky, absorbed by the transformation and energy storage runes at the top, and continuously delivered to the platform above. The heart and bones that had just been constructed were dispersed by the suddenly enhanced lightning, only to be repaired differently from before, seemingly a bit more solid than previously. Yet, the more powerful energy impact also shortened the duration Vittorio's spiritual body could endure. This 1 minute was the decisive moment for life or death, and victory or defeat. Lin's gaze was fixed intensely on the ascension platform. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 50 seconds. A minute passed in the blink of an eye, and Vittorio's figure had been completely engulfed in the thunderous light with no movement for a long time. Even Harov couldn't help it anymore. The time had exceeded the limit, and Vittorio's spiritual body might have been damaged. Lin hesitated for a moment and then agreed. It seemed that the legendary ascension might have already failed, and stopping the energy input now might still leave a glimmer of hope. Disappointed, the three were about to terminate the entire ascension ritual when they were surprised to find that the frequency of energy extraction had been further intensified. Lin, Harov, and Aurora looked at each other in astonishment. After realizing that this was not the doing of any of them, a slight expression of joy appeared on their faces. Since it wasn't their doing, it could only be Vittorio, who was undergoing electrotherapy, because only the four of them had the authority to control the fusion reactor. Once they understood this, Lin and the others breathed a sigh of relief, since he was still able to extract computing power to control the formation. This indicated that Vittorio was still all right, without serious issues. The legendary ascension had previously only existed in theory and calculations. Nobody knew what obstacles would be encountered during the process, and besides waiting, they could do nothing else. 100,000 magic stones had already been consumed by half in an instant, and the output of the fusion reactor was barely keeping up with the extraction of energy. Just as Lin began to worry whether the energy reserves were sufficient, the thunderous light over the platform finally dissipated. No, to describe it as dissipated wasn't quite right. More precisely, it had all been absorbed. A blue figure soon appeared in front of everyone, its presence particularly formidable. Vittorio stepped out slowly, with each step his energy body becoming a bit more solid, and by the time he completely left the platform, he had fully restored his usual flesh and blood body, and his aura had become very restrained, indistinguishable from that of a normal person. Lin congratulated him. The corners of Vittorio's mouth curled slightly, Then the smile grew wider until he broke out into an uncontrollable laugh. Ha! Vittorio's face was full of unrestrainable excitement. Since he had become a sixth-ring wizard more than 200 years ago, his lifespan had already reached its end, relying entirely on magic potions to sustain his existence. His body profoundly aged and corroded, and his inner spiritual body, like carrying a heavy burden, tightly chained down. But having changed into an energy body, it was as if a long-imprisoned person had finally broken free from the cage, a feeling of relief too wonderful to describe. Aurora and Herav were also overjoyed. Vittorio's success proved that Lin's theory was correct, and they had finally found a valid path to ascend to legendary status. Your spiritual body hasn't suffered any damage, has it, Chairman Vittorio? We feared you were about to give in, Lin asked again. Although this ritual had narrowly succeeded, there were many variables beyond their expectations that needed improvement. Vittorio slightly moderated the joyful expression on his face and began to explain. In the ritual, just now, his soul body had indeed suffered some damage, but the benefits brought by the ascension were greater. According to Vittorio's estimate, his soul body could completely recover within a week under the nourishment of energy, and the upper limit of his computing power that had always constrained him was also broken, instantly enhancing the range and precision of his elemental control by several levels. Chapter 510-470. From now on, the wizard level system must be rewritten. In order to break through the realm, Vittorio felt as though he had walked between life and death, and to this day, his heart still flutters with trepidation. Having his body completely annihilated with his soul body wrapped in thunder was no pleasant affair. Even though he had lost the organs that perceive pain, his spiritual energy perception had become incredibly sharp. It was as though his very self had been thrust into a furnace. His will was being eroded. It was a sensation far more terrifying than death itself. With a trembling heart, Vittorio recounted all of the many problems he had encountered during the promotion ceremony. First of all, the frequency of the energy input and output needed to be adjusted again. The values they had previously calculated were completely wrong, not taking into account the loss when the current passed through the spiritual body. Vittorio said pensively, building an energy body was a delicate task. Originally, he had developed the spell, shaping, shell reconstruction, aiming to complete it in one step, but simply could not withstand the impact of the powerful energy tide, and in the end he had to endure the agony of his soul body being eroded, relying solely on computing power to build parts of his body bit by bit. The entire process could only be described as mentally exhausting. If it had lasted even 10 seconds longer, his soul body would have completely collapsed. In the last few seconds, he managed to survive purely by clinging to his obsession with promotion. "It's good that you were the first one to be promoted," Herav said, still somewhat frightened. Previously, Herav had wanted to contend for the qualification to be the first to reach legend. After all, he had also waited a long time for this day, and his urgency was no less intense than Vittorio's. But now it seemed that this ceremony was far from perfected, and the risks were even greater than anticipated. Keep in mind that Vittorio was the longest lived among them, nearly knowledgeable in all fields, and had the highest computing power. Even so, he nearly failed, indicating the difficulty involved. Herav estimated that he wouldn't necessarily think to use soul power to coat the current to improve its adaptability to magic power, nor would he probably be able to spare the computing power to control the array like Vittorio did, adjusting the efficiency of energy transfer. Lin pondered for a while, realizing that he might also have the potential to break through to become a legend. Energy could be supplied by the storage of magic stones and fusion reactors. As for will, Lin did not feel he was inferior to others. As for computing power, although he was currently only a 5th-level great wizard, nowhere near reaching the limit of this vast realm, with the support of the Brain Magic Network, his computing power alone could even surpass that of an ordinary 6th-level wizard. However, Lin quickly dismissed this idea, as the strength of his soul body was also a major factor and it was better not to risk it recklessly. Amid this harmonious mood, Tick, who had been holding back for a while, finally couldn't help but ask, "Lord Vittorio, what exactly is going on?" The group of alchemists present were also baffled. The surprises and shocks provided to them tonight were too much. Whether it was the little sun suspended in the underground space or Vittorio's journey from life to death and his strange method of reconstituting his body, it was all far beyond everyone's comprehension. Of course, it's an existence that transcends a great wizard, one of the alchemists said without hesitation. According to the Council's classification of wizard levels, it roughly can be divided into apprentices, official wizards, great wizards, legendary wizards, these four major realms. And legend represents the pinnacle of wizards. Vittorio shook his head and sighed. Tick frowned in confusion. Herav nodded and took over the explanation. Herav eloquently talked about the belief war from hundreds of years ago and briefly went over the intelligence involving evil gods and spiritual energy. This secret history had always been taboo in the Council, being tightly sealed, especially since before this, the Council hadn't found a reliable path to promotion. If this information were spread, it could likely cause great chaos. Those old wizards stuck in the realm of great wizards and unable to find a breakthrough might turn to evil methods, as the secret art of consuming spiritual energy was a real shortcut to promotion. Although this shortcut leads to an endless swamp that can silently engulf a person. For those who have lost their way forward and can only wait for death, it is worth a try regardless. The chaos caused by evil Mage Merc back then is the best example. An entire school of spiritual energy and tens of thousands of innocent poor were killed, all for the ambition of Merc to become a god. Now that the path to legend has been cleared, there is naturally no need for secrecy anymore. Because the premise of embracing belief is to become a 6th-level great wizard. Not just anyone can become an evil god, let alone the risk of losing oneself and becoming a puppet of the belief. Chapter 511-470. From now on, the wizard level system must be rewritten. _2. Tick spoke subconsciously, but he quickly realized that this way of addressing them seemed somewhat impolite, even more so inappropriate, because the legendary tier itself was a defined classification. Herav wasn't angry. Instead, he casually nodded his head. From now on, the classification system for wizard levels needed to be redefined, and only a wizard who had completed the promotion ceremony and crafted an energy body could be called a legend. That is, a 7th ring wizard. All the others would be classified as 6th ring wizards or pseudo-legends. Even he and Aurora were no exceptions. Of course, this was only temporary. In no time at all, they too would be able to reach this realm and become genuine legendary wizards like Vittorio. Herav had no doubt about this, since they were the elite among the great 6th ring wizards, standing at the pinnacle of countless wizards. If even they could not complete the promotion, then others would stand even less of a chance. If I'm not mistaken, that pseudo-god Ira should also be at this level, Vittorio suddenly said from the side. Lin looked over with interest, as Vittorio, who had already completed his promotion, naturally had more authority to speak on the matter. In fact, the concept of constructing an energy body was based on the study of the flesh of Judgment Chief Joshua. So, can you do the same things that pseudo-god did now? Herav asked with obvious curiosity. They had come into contact with Ira twice, once with a true body and on another occasion through an avatar's descent, both times leaving a profound impression on him. The true body goes without saying. They were nearly wiped out just by coming face-to-face with it. Even with an avatar, they could barely contain it with the combined strength of the four of them. And it was only by resorting to the big nuclear explosion technique that they narrowly turned the tables. That is the power of a legend. There is a qualitative gap between each major realm. Body reshaping is not a problem, Vittorio mused aloud. The core component was the magic power furnace located in his heart, which could autonomously absorb ambient magic power and energy from the environment to replenish itself, sustaining the day-to-day consumption. However, this was not a big weakness. Even if the magic power furnace was destroyed, it would only temporarily lose the ability to automatically absorb energy for endurance, and it could be rebuilt without it being fatal. Tick spoke in astonishment. No matter what kind of injury was sustained, it could quickly heal. Even decapitation or severing of the body could not be fatal. Such an opponent could only be described as terrifying. Herav and Aurora also furrowed their brows, pondering strategies for dealing with this. Vittorio shook his head, hesitated for a moment, thinking about the upcoming confrontation with that pseudo-god, and then expanded his domain to encompass Lynn and the others, isolating the inner and outer worlds. Only then he carefully said, "I can think of two methods right now. The first is soul-level attacks that target the origin. If the soul body was completely destroyed, it made no difference how quickly the flesh healed. The ability to destroy Ira's avatar with a nuclear explosion was because its power could obliterate the opponent's physical body thousands of times in an instant, giving no chance for repair." Lynn nodded. This matched his prior thoughts. As for divine words, freezing time and space, and the descent of the divine kingdom, I already have some guesses, but it will take some time to verify them, Vittorio said with a tinge of embarrassment. For them, the legendary realm was all unknown. He had only just broken through today and hadn't even fully understood his own state. It would take some intensive study before he could develop corresponding magic. However, the increase in strength brought by his promotion made Vittorio even more wary of the false god of the church. A few months ago, the battle with the other's avatar led him to an unsettling conjecture. Aurora's state seemed different from what they had hypothesized. Perhaps she had already freed herself from the troubles of faith poisoning and embarked on a different path. With centuries of accumulation, she was certainly not just a seventh circle legend. It was very likely she had already stepped into the eighth or even the ninth circle. As for the specific gap between them, Vittorio was unable to assess it at the moment, unless he could once again come into contact with her true form. No matter, Herav said without hesitation. Once they all completed their legendary ascension, it would be 3 against 1. If that wouldn't suffice, there were also several six-circle wizards within the council. Although it was not guaranteed that they all could successfully ascend, it would significantly narrow the disparity in strength between the two sides. Even if Aurora was strong, as long as she hadn't surpassed the legendary limit, a group beating was always effective. Lynn and others were pondering and discussing the methods of deicide within their domain, while Tick and others in the outside world could only see the participants' mouths move slightly, unable to hear any sound. After a full half hour, the domain was finally lifted and the discussion had already ended. Under Vittorio's direction, all the wizards present began the wrap-up work, checking whether the alchemy array had been damaged during the ritual. With the collective efforts of hundreds of alchemists, all the data was quickly summarized. Since Lynn had anticipated various emergencies when creating the array, the damaged runes did not affect the whole and could continue being used after some repairs. What truly pained the Judgment Chiefs was that 60% of the 100,000 magic stones they had prepared had been consumed. This was all that was left in the Council's reserves. Fortunately, they had recently discovered a new magic stone mine. Otherwise, they'd be worried over how to obtain magic power now. Aurora mused out loud, barely containing her excitement. Herav immediately grasped her point. The ritual had used up 60,000 magic stones, but that was because it was Vittorio's first ascension, during which he took many detours that wasted a lot of magic power unnecessarily. Lynn shook his head. The fusion fuel had been consumed by about 80%, and the little sun inside the reactor was much smaller compared to before. Lynn faintly noticed that the core's color was slightly darker than the rest. That must be helium in a plasma state, formed from the fusion of deuterium and tritium elements. It was unclear whether it could undergo a second fusion. Herav and Aurora were also aware that obtaining fusion fuel was not something that could be done in a short amount of time, so they temporarily set aside the thought of rapid ascension. After all, the method was already there, becoming a legend was just a matter of time. This was perfect, as there were plenty of things they needed to do during this time, such as further repairing the damaged alchemy runes, improving the ascension ritual, and seeing if they could adjust the energy input frequency to be more optimal. Even if they could increase the odds of ascension by just a bit, it would be worth it. Chapter 512, 471. The Long-Lost Holy Maiden, Anomaly in Fire Oil City. Evening, Fire Oil City, inside the Wizard College. Philip was speaking passionately at the podium, explaining to the apprentices and official wizards about the seventh element on the periodic table, nitrogen. As the most abundant element in the atmosphere, and one of the first elements that apprentices come into contact with, it had not been much valued by wizards in the past. After all, it was difficult for it to react magically with other common elements, and many schools even considered it a useless element. However, this was clearly just a reflection of some people not studying nitrogen deeply enough. For instance, in Master Lin's research and analysis on plant photosynthesis, it is mentioned that nitrogen is one of the essential nutrients for plant growth. Rumors have it that the archbishops of the church hold a special divine art, natural rain, that can significantly increase the yield of crops, mostly by utilizing nitrogen as a fertilizer. The effect is over 60% higher than the yield-increasing magic developed by some elemental schools. This was enough to show that the church's understanding and application of nitrogen had surpassed many others, and it was now time to vigorously catch up. But, Professor Philip, didn't Master Lin develop a way to magically create bread? A student curiously asked. Magic bread is indeed real, but we can't always eat bread, can we? Philip replied with a smile. The yield-increasing magic that used nitrogen was not only effective for wheat, but theoretically applicable to any plant, and effective for some magic potion ingredients as well. Moreover, the fact that nitrogen does not easily react with other elements could also be used in reverse, using it as a protective filler element, like in a magic light scattered throughout Fire Oil City, lighting up the night sky, which contained a lot of nitrogen. During Philip's continuous lecture, the melodious magic bell quietly rang. All right, let's finish today's chemistry lesson here. The characteristics and applications of nitrogen are topics well worth researching. Next week, each of you needs to submit a paper describing your understanding of this element. Professor Phillips said, still seeming enthusiastic. The wizards below were indeed very excited. Credits were a new system within the Wizard College, evaluated based on class performance, paper quality, and magic exams, and concerned their future job placements after leaving the Magic Academy. If one could earn over 1,000 credits within an academic year, they would receive the professor's recommendations, graduate and join the Magic Research Institute, or even gain the appreciation of the Grand Wizards and become a core member of the council. Developing new magic or proposing novel magic theories was naturally the quickest way to earn credits. For example, Lean, the most dazzling magic genius in the Wizard College, had earned over 600 credits in just over 2 months with 3 papers discussing celestial motion. These 3 papers had reportedly shocked several council members, and joining the Magic Research Institute was already a done deal. This naturally made the other wizards particularly envious, knowing that the members of the Magic Research Institute specialized in the most cutting-edge magic theories, a paradise for all scholarly wizards. Philip, who taught elemental studies, had mentioned to them that the periodic tables distributed by the college were incomplete, listing only about 50 elements, while the real periodic table had twice as many. Besides metals and nonmetals, there was also a new type of element named by Master Lin, known only to the council members and elemental wizards within the Magic Research Institute. The students talked among themselves as they left the classroom. The universally recognized magic genius, Lean, receiving much adulation, as everyone could see his boundless future potential, perhaps becoming the next magic star. A tall, thin wizard asked with a bit of a headache. This element wasn't really suitable for magic application. And if one were to work on the plant yield aspect as Philip had mentioned, standing out and gaining high marks was nearly impossible. After all, people had already tried it, possessing relatively complete magical theories, and in the short span of a week, it was very difficult for their research to exceed this framework. No wizard would be content to see their hard research simply vanish into the crowd. If anyone had the ability to forge a new path, it would naturally be Lean, who was a magic genius. Facing everyone's expectant gazes, Lean smiled. The wizards present were astounded. They were still considering which direction to start their research from. Yet Lean had already begun developing new magic. Actually, the direction has already been pointed out by the magic star, and I am merely expanding on the research basis set by Master Lin, Lean said rather modestly, but his face was filled with satisfaction. Truly impressive. At this rate, you could leave this academy in no more than 2 months and join the Magic Research Institute, the envious wizard remarked. Chapter 513-471. The long-awaited Holy Maiden, the anomaly in Fire Oil City _2. The rest of the wizards were unceasing in their compliments, as well as indirectly probing about the new magic that Lean was planning to develop. Facing the bootlicking and praises, the smile never left Lean's face. However, he had no intention of revealing anything. After reaching the students' quarters, he apologetically said, "The entourage, having failed to uncover any clues, could only leave in disappointment, planning to revisit the paper on plant photosynthesis several times after returning, perhaps to discover some new ideas." As for Lean's whereabouts, many were well aware that this magical genius had recently fallen for an exceptionally beautiful witch, even to the point of obsession. But this was a natural human sentiment, and naturally, no one intended to spoil the magic genius's interest by intruding. After parting ways with his group of admirers, Lean straightened his robe and entered the faction's quarters with a smile, knocking gently at the door of a certain house. About 3 seconds later, the door opened on its own, and a clear voice called out. Lean's smile grew wider, stepping inside with a touch of excitement, somewhat taken aback by everything he saw. The place looked less like the beautiful setting he had envisioned and more like a large magic laboratory. All around were various strange alchemical instruments. The most conspicuous was the iron sphere hanging in the center of the living room, swinging in a continuous loop. Just as he entered, a wooden plaque marked with scales was knocked to the floor, making a light clack sound. In addition, Lean immediately noticed on the experiment table a mirror and a torsion balance, as well as several spheres of different sizes revolving under the drive of magic power. Is this Master Lin's pendulum and the reflective mirror experiment? The items placed in the room were all very famous magical experiments to allow new students to witness the greatness of magical science and for the convenience of daily teaching. Every wizard college in the kingdom had complete experimental models in their exhibition rooms. Every wizard who entered the exhibition room for the first time would invariably marvel at the ingenuity of the Star of Magic's designs, to have thought of such simple methods to demonstrate the extremely complex issues of gravity and celestial bodies. So, if one wanted to research related theoretical experiments, visiting the exhibition room was unquestionably the best choice, where one could also listen to professors explain the detailed processes of the experiments. A girl named Cynthia said casually. She didn't even turn to look at Lean as he entered, but kept her focus on the experiment table in front of her, her slender fingers fiddling with a cube-like contraption. Besides, you missed today's lesson on elements, which is a pity. Knowing that the girl before him was very interested in magical science, Lean went on to relay in detail what Philip had talked about in class that day, especially mentioning that this professor of elemental studies would award 100 credits to any student who developed a new magical technique. Lean said proudly, like a thunderbird showing off its feathers in a courtship display. Cynthia finally stopped what she was doing and turned to look at Lean with interest, her violet eyes appearing to tug at one's heartstrings. Lean had wanted to keep her in suspense, but under the expectant gaze of the girl, he couldn't help but say, "I believe that since nitrogen does not react easily with other elements, it could be used in the preservation of food and weapons." Lean spoke confidently about his idea, which he had previously read about in a paper on the application of the vacuum domain to preserve food or tools for an extended period. A purple fruit could be kept inside it for months without rotting. But maintaining a vacuum domain required a large amount of magic power, and was something only a grand wizard could do. Lean believed nitrogen could be used as a substitute for the vacuum's effect. The effects weren't as good, but they could greatly reduce the consumption. Any formal wizard could easily do it, Cynthia said, nodding with a smile. Although it was just a simple compliment, it made Lean feel a rush of enthusiasm swelling from his feet to his heart. His mind reeled, and he blurted out, "When I've finished this paper, you can submit it." No sooner had he spoken than Lean regretted it. It was an idea he had come upon with great difficulty. Fortunately, the next moment he heard the girl say, softly. Lean's lifted heart settled back down, and then he chided himself for thinking Cynthia was the kind of shameless person who would steal someone else's achievements. After Cynthia refused, she said nonchalantly again, "It was only luck. If it hadn't been for your reminder, which sparked my inspiration, I might not have been able to finish those 3 papers on celestial motion so smoothly." Lean replied modestly, trying to bridge the gap between them. "If you want to show your gratitude, now is a good opportunity," Cynthia said softly. Her voice was very pleasant, with a lazy tone but imbued with an endless allure. Lean quickly assured, patting his chest, "I need the assistance of a grand wizard for a study of mine, and I was hoping you could introduce me to one," Cynthia said casually. Lean agreed without hesitation. The master was very fond of him, so he would likely not refuse such a small request. Lean also had a little idea in his heart, which was to join the Great One School with Cynthia. Then they would have more opportunities to interact. "Then I thank you, Lean," Cynthia said, laughing softly. Then she shifted her tone. Lean's imagination surged with anticipation of what form this thanks might take. Being very gentlemanly, he didn't press further and left the room in a daze. The door closed automatically, and Cynthia continued to focus on the cube on the experimental table, scratching alchemy runes on one side of it with an etching tool. The room was very quiet, with only the sound of the wind when the pendulum swung. She had forgotten the last time she was so seriously engaged in research and creation of alchemical artifacts in the laboratory. It was probably a very long time ago. A look of reminiscence appeared on Cynthia's face, but in the next moment, as if sensing something, she suddenly turned to look out the window and whispered softly. It seemed that the Wizard Council had come up with some novel weapon. As Cynthia thought this, she waved the etching tool in her hand, carving the final rune. The cube in her hand immediately began to levitate, with the alchemy runes engraved on it seeming alive, constantly rotating and shifting. It seemed her skills hadn't grown rusty after all. Cynthia nodded in satisfaction. Then it was time to make a move. Chapter 514. 514-472, The Moving Nuclear Arsenal to Power. Chapter 514. Chapter 472, The Moving Nuclear Arsenal, The Power of Legend. Chapter 514. Chapter 472, The Moving Nuclear Arsenal, The Power of Legend. Outside the Fire Oil City, within the land of death that had been flattened by 2 nuclear explosions, a fierce battle was unfolding. Terrifying beams of laser shot across hundreds of meters in an instant, targeting Vittorio at the center position. However, these laser beams missed their mark, as Vittorio's flesh turned into an energy form at the moment the light was about to hit him, incredibly passing through the beam with no dead angle. His movements, of course, couldn't be faster than light, but he only needed to be a tad faster than the casting speed of several people. The mist beams streaked across the ground, leaving behind deep trenches, while Vittorio's figure arrived before Aurora, who almost had no ability to resist due to the suppression of his domain and was pierced through the chest. Crack! A sudden sound of shattering mirror echoed. The body of the Aurora that had been pierced didn't bleed. Instead, it shattered like a mirrored surface. Clearly, this was the pseudo-legendary magic True Mirror. "Not bad. You actually managed to fool my eyes," Vittorio said appreciatively. His perception had improved several-fold after breaking through to legendary status. Just as his words ended, a strong premonition of danger suddenly arose in Vittorio's mind. A fierce blaze erupted from the ground, enveloping Vittorio in an instant. While this fire wasn't as hot as a nuclear explosion, it was equally dangerous, seemingly capable of devouring everything. This was indeed the undying flame, chlorotrifluoride. With an unchanged expression, Vittorio slowly spoke, and the domain surrounding him began to rapidly expand, slowing the surging flames from an extremely fast to a sluggish pace. Within the magic domain, all elements were aligned in an almost prohibitive manner. At temperatures nearing absolute zero, even chlorotrifluoride, which could snatch electrons, couldn't maintain its form, and the fierce flames rapidly weakened to just a few sparks. Vittorio spoke again, and a powerful tidal wave of energy burst forth, completely suppressing the faint flames. The glassified surface of the ground shattered and cracked layer by layer, and large amounts of glass debris shot out in every direction at speeds invisible to the naked eye, raising a series of shrill sonic booms. Lin and the others were forced to retreat repeatedly, but didn't dare let Vittorio get any closer. Hera's blade of time and space was ready to strike. Aurora's laser technique had been fully gathered, and Lin shouted loudly. A cerulean beast shadow, like a rabid dog, charged rapidly towards Vittorio. Vittorio chuckled, aware of the giant beast's ability to devour energy and counterattack. He refrained from using any spells and instead kicked it away with greater speed. Even the intangible blade of time and space and the sweeping laser beams were easily dodged by Vittorio. Even the slightest spatial fluctuations were conspicuously apparent to him now. "Let's end this," Vittorio said, having adapted to his strength. He increased the expansion speed of his domain, while at the same time, alchemy runes rose from the ground, tightly binding Lin and the others. Lin, Herav, and Aurora made no further futile resistance, and the battle came to a close, lasting no more than about 15 minutes in total. Indeed, it's still not enough. The gap is just so vast. Herav sighed and shook his head. Given the difficulty of bringing down a legendary wizard, they'd held nothing back when they began their attack, yet they still fell after mere 15 minutes. And that was because Vittorio had intentionally held back, wanting to test the limits of his own strength. Vittorio said with a smile, "For wizards, the disparity between each major realm was naturally immense. Even several third-ring wizards combined couldn't hope to defeat a grand wizard." Roar as Vittorio was speaking, a proud beast's roar suddenly sounded, as Mutuo, who had been kicked away, flew back. Being the only shield capable of directly withstanding legendary spells and still bounce around lively, Mutuo had taken quite the beating during the fight, looking to have shrunk a size. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Lin seemed to hear a tinge of grievance in that mighty roar. "All right, you've worked hard," Lin said with a chuckle, extending his hand as a condensed tritium crystal appeared in his palm, then tossed it out. Mutuo, like a hunting dog that sees a bone after starving to near delirium, shot into the air with a whoosh and gulped down the tritium crystal like it was munching on candy. "Come on, do another spin," Lin unconsciously added, flipping his hand to produce another tritium crystal. Although Mutuo couldn't understand common speech, after spending so many days in Fire Oil City, it could barely comprehend human language. If this had been a week ago, Mutuo wouldn't have paid any attention to these bipedal creatures' commands, but after being beaten up repeatedly during recent sparring sessions, its pride had been largely eroded. A few days earlier, someone's terrifying hydrogen explosion had made an unforgettable impression on Mutuo. Tempted by the promise of energy replenishment, Mutuo finally acquiesced, reluctantly moved its body a few times as if it were spinning around. Chapter 515, 515-472, The Moving Nuclear Arsenal to Power. Lin, not insisting Mutuo be too precise, tossed the tritium crystal out again like a frisbee. After all, training should be taken step by step. You see, when Mutuo first arrived at Fire Oil City, he was incredibly arrogant, acting like a lord, leisurely lying in his manner every day, waiting for the wizards to bring food, and burning quite a lot of bricks and vegetation. The wizards in charge of guarding could only seethe in silence. Only the occasionally passing, hot-tempered great wizard Feral thought about teaching this guy a lesson to make him recognize his status as a wizard's pet. The result, as you can imagine, even the great wizard Feral got a beating, so no one else dared to provoke him. It was precisely because Mutuo became more lawless and uncontrollable that Lin took him out during a hydrogen explosion experiment and made him watch from the most suitable vantage point. Just as Lin predicted, after getting a scare, Mutuo suddenly became much more docile. Indeed, a stick followed by a carrot is the best way to train a beast. After several days of sparring, he could even understand some commands. Truly a cause for celebration. However, Lin looked at Mutuo, who was lying on the ground digesting, and shook his head with a sigh. He had always held high expectations for Mutuo. This creature was an energy being, a natural legend, but its combat power was particularly disappointing. Against great wizards, it could take advantage of its incredible speed and energy body, but facing enemies like Vittorio, who had stepped into the realm of legend, it just wasn't enough. Lin felt it was very likely that the creature lacked knowledge, only knowing how to engage in close combat and use one energy breath, unable to fully utilize its power. It seems critical to catch up on subjects like math, physics, chemistry, and the like. Just as Mutuo had comfortably lain down, sensing some malice, it abruptly jumped up and shivered, its large eyes looking around in confusion. Seeing no other enemies, it lay back down, little aware that its nightmare was about to begin. Vittorio, standing nearby, glanced at it, pondering if he too could quickly replenish his energy by absorbing radioactive elements, but felt too embarrassed to try in front of everyone. After all, just now someone made tritium crystals seem like dog treats, throwing them as if they were snacks. If he were to ask for one, wouldn't that be just like Mutuo? Lin suddenly spoke, interrupting Vittorio's thoughts, and then inquired about the method he used during their fight to extinguish chlorotrifluoride, asking if it involved absolute zero. Vittorio nodded. After his promotion, his dominion had expanded more than tenfold, and he could control the mimic elements within with nearly exacting precision. For example, he could reduce the spontaneous movement speed of the mimic elements to 1/10,000th of its original rate, which was barely perceptible to the senses. Of course, even then, he had not crossed that line. 15 degrees, but they are entirely different concepts. Luckily, it was enough to counter Lin's undying flame. As for Lin, it was quite an irony. He had developed chlorotrifluoride, named it the undying flame, and within less than a year, it had been extinguished time and again in recent battles. But Lin soon adjusted his mood. The chlorotrifluoride still had some use in legendary-level battles, causing opponents to fear it, which was quite good. It was also one of the few threats he could muster against legends with his own power, capable of countering the energy body to a certain extent. Vittorio also didn't have the courage to take the hit directly, and could only defend himself by manipulating magnetic fields or mimicking the ultra-low temperatures of absolute zero. What about radioactive elements? Herav asked another crucial question. Lin and Aurora looked over curiously. Vittorio said with a light smile, spreading his hands, and a uranium pebble the size of a thumb appeared before everyone as magic. Power surged. A surprised expression emerged on Herav's face. Initially, their conception of the big nuclear explosion technique was to construct a complete spell slot, like other spells, to use it directly instead of laboriously collecting nuclear fuel to serve as the core for casting the spell. This gave Herav a feeling of being back to his apprentice days, because usually only apprentices need to use spell-casting materials when casting spells. I can, but it's not as easy as you think, Vittorio pondered for a moment, then soon began to explain. One type is an element simply mimicked by magic power within one's own domain, while the other type is real material elements comprised of large amounts of energy filling the body's interior. The former can only mimic some chemical reactions between elements, but only the latter possesses the capability for fission and fusion, releasing large amounts of energy. In this process, magic power only serves as a medium for materializing the transformation between matter and energy. Hearing this, Lin nodded. Nothing comes from nothing. Energy cannot spontaneously generate or disappear. When they previously released spells, they were simply utilizing and consuming magic power, a very sophisticated source of energy. It seemed that even magic power could not completely bear such a terrifying consumption. After all, fusion and fission already involved the most core power of the elements. With my current magic power and energy reserves, I could probably release the big nuclear explosion technique twice with a mass equivalent to the critical point, Vittorio added seriously. The uranium element stands at the 92nd position on the periodic table. As the atomic number of the mimic elements increases, the consumption of magic power will dramatically grow, and the special property of radioactive elements is that their internal structure is not stable, necessitating even more energy to maintain this state. As for fusion, it is more difficult than fission, and he is still pondering how to completely realize the process with magic. Vittorio shared all his research and understanding of the legendary realm from these days. It would probably take him months or even years of effort to slowly research and develop corresponding spells alone. So pooling wisdom was undoubtedly a better approach, especially with Lin, the star of magic, who always has some ingenious ideas. The concept of absolute zero was his proposal, used to simulate the divine arts similar to temporal stasis as performed by the original entity, Hira. Vittorio stated with some pride. This speed already far surpasses airships. Only fighter jets can slightly exceed it at their fastest cruising speeds. Only 300 kilometers? Lin said, quite surprised. That's slow? Herav and Aurora couldn't help but look at Lin incredulously. They thought it was already fast enough, as one could fly from Fire Oil City straight to the Holy City in just over an hour. Lin couldn't help shaking his head. 300 kilometers per hour is a hard-to-reach speed for a creature, but compared to the rate of energy transmission, it could only be described as a snail's crawl. For example, the speed of lightning traveling through the atmosphere can reach hundreds of kilometers per second, and the speed of light is even more obvious, circling the planet 7.5 times per second. Thinking about it that way, using a snail to describe it is already a compliment. Chapter 516. 473, The Mystery of Faith in the Northern. After hearing Lin's idea, Vittorio couldn't help but laugh and cry simultaneously, wondering if a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second was truly achievable by a human. Lin retorted, within a planet's atmosphere, due to air resistance and biological structural limitations, it was even difficult to break the speed of 100 kilometers per hour with a mere flesh and blood body. However, the body of a legendary wizard was not made of fragile flesh. In an energized state, the impact of wind resistance and planetary gravity was minimal, theoretically allowing for terrifying speeds. Lin suspected that perhaps the initial acceleration was not sufficient. Vittorio's flight still relied on the help of force field magic to escape the planet's gravitational pull, naturally making it difficult to fly swiftly. Or perhaps something else was preventing them from reaching the ultimate speed, such as the soul body or magic power. Or possibly an inner fear. Herav and others were familiar with the concept of the speed of sound and had long recognized this limit. When an object's speed surpasses 300 meters per second, it generates a strong sonic boom, and the air resistance becomes immense, which was particularly evident when they were experimenting with electromagnetic cannons. Translated, that was approximately 1,200 kilometers per hour. This meant they could travel from the easternmost to the westernmost part of the kingdom in less than an hour. Vittorio couldn't fathom flying that fast. While they were contemplating this, the airship descending slowly from the sky interrupted their eager discussions. Lin and the others were well aware that no one would dare to interrupt them at this time without significant reason. The airship soon halted in front of them, and out came Raphael, who was on duty for council affairs this week. Herav inquired. Raphael wasted no time in idleness and handed a translated cipher directly to Herav. The latter took it, glanced over it for a few moments, and then his brows furrowed. Aurora asked, puzzled. It's about our kingdom north border. Herav handed the cipher to others. This was a secretive report personally penned by Ryder. According to it, the newly recaptured kingdom north border had suddenly erupted into chaos under the influence of the evil god, leading to the massacre of an entire city and causing tens of thousands of casualties. With the limited manpower they had in the kingdom north border, they were utterly incapable of stopping this disaster from spreading. The famine and plague reminded her of the food war previously incited by the kingdom's nobles. Although under the council's control strategy, it hadn't impacted the eastern, central, and southern parts of the kingdom controlled by them. Signs of famine were indeed spreading under the rule of the nobility in the western and northern territories. Could it be possible that the high grain prices were just a ruse, and the real purpose was to revive this evil god through the Great Famine? Lin said gravely. When Lin conveniently dealt with King Hattar, he gleaned from the memories of the backer behind the nobility's treason, the church's high-ranking member, legendary clergyman Gustav. Since then, Gustav had seemingly vanished, appearing nowhere for a long time, and with the vast territory of the kingdom and the council's severe lack of manpower, it was impossible to perform a comprehensive search everywhere. They could only wait passively for Gustav to reveal himself. It seems the church is intent on creating chaos in various places. Vittorio suddenly recalled an intelligence report they had received a while ago. There have been several outbreaks of the evil god within the empire's territory, each quickly suppressed by the church, leading him to suspect that perhaps all these manifestations of the evil god were deliberately released by the church. This was not impossible. Initially, the statues of the evil god, used by evil mage Merc to cause chaos in Wizardland, had been brought over by a saint, indicating that the church indeed had sealed some of the evil gods who had been defeated in the Faith Wars, keeping them in reserve. Aurora asked, slightly puzzled. She could understand this chaos in the north border and the previous disaster in Wizardland, treating the evil god as a special weapon thrown into enemy territories to create disaster. But it was strange for them to let the evil gods cause havoc inside the Empire's boundaries. Lin speculated, his eyes flashing. Faith has been a constant throughout human history, and its mechanisms had long been dissected by various psychological analysts. Chapter 517. 473, The Mystery of Faith and the Northern. Chapter 517. Chapter 473. The Mystery of Faith and the Northern Chaos _2 Chapter 517. Chapter 473. The Mystery of Faith and the Northern Chaos _2 in general. The more chaotic and impoverished a place is, the easier it is for religious sects to expand. After all, the lowly poor have nothing, often suffer bullying and injustice, and sometimes even physical illness, leaving them with no choice but to place all their hopes in the divine. The fastest way to catalyze faith is to create a major disaster, calm the chaos in the name of the gods when everyone is in despair, and it would be best to perform a few miracles, which naturally can harvest a large number of devout believers. Therefore, doomsday prophecies are also a common tactic used in various religious promotions. It is precisely because of impending doom that one needs to have even more devout faith in the gods to avoid the catastrophe. However, now is obviously not the time to ponder why the church would release a large number of evil gods. The chaos in the kingdom's north border must be dealt with as quickly as possible. The sooner, the better. Each renowned evil god possesses legendary strength, and if allowed to perform mass blood sacrifices to fully regain past power, it would become extremely difficult to handle. Vittorio said eagerly. Ever since his breakthrough, Vittorio had been frustrated by the lack of opportunities to exert himself fully, as he had to fight against Lin and the others with restraint, making him quite annoyed. Now, at last, he had found a target to test his strength without any reservations. Not to mention, with the church and the empire coveting intensely, the turmoil in the north border could very well be a strategy to lure them into dividing their forces. Therefore, the best solution would be for him to go alone to the north border and cooperate directly with Ryder and others to settle the disturbance. With my speed, it will take only an hour and a half to rush from Fire Oil City to the kingdom north border, Vittorio said casually. Harov cautioned seriously. Heading to the north border would mean facing not just the evil god upheaval, but also Gustav lurking in the shadows, which is to say, possibly confronting two legendary-level opponents. It doesn't matter, just an evil god who is not fully awakened, and a pseudo-legendary at that, Vittorio scoffed. The souls of 10,000 people are not enough to restore an evil god to its peak state, and besides, an enemy with a confused consciousness shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. Based on their previous experiences, Gustav was likely only capable of manifesting legendary-level power when using the Divine Kingdom's descent, aided by holy words. In a sense, he was nothing more than a pseudo-legendary. Facing such adversaries, even if another awakened evil god were added, Vittorio still had full confidence in defeating them. Although Lin and the others felt Vittorio might be a bit overconfident, they also understood that this truly was the best plan. Thus, Fire Oil City could preserve most of its strength to deter the Empire and the Church. Most crucially, Vittorio's solo mission would be very covert, quick to go and quick to return, and the Church might not even react in time before the matter was already settled. In any case, you'd better be careful, lest you fall into a trap and we have to come save you, Aurora teased in warning. Vittorio laughed loudly, and without further delay, his energy-formed body transformed into a streak of light and flew into the sky. Lin shook his head, remembering that Vittorio had always been quite cautious, but after breaking through to legendary status, he seemed to become somewhat impatient. Could it be the influence of human hormones? No longer aging, perhaps his mentality had also returned to that of his youth. Lin thought to himself, but he wasn't too worried. With their mastery of electromagnetic communication technology, even separated by hundreds of kilometers, they could still quickly contact each other, and nothing too great should go amiss. With Vittorio supporting the north border, Harov and Aurora were somewhat relieved. They turned to Lin, asking, "Is the array for the legendary ascension ceremony repaired?" After practicing with Vittorio for several days, both of them increasingly felt the power of the legendary realm, and their desire to advance naturally grew stronger as well. The repair is basically complete now. Vittorio, the council member, also made some improvements to the array. Now, the only thing we're missing is the nuclear fusion fuel, Lin explained hesitantly. Nuclear fusion claims to provide an endless supply of clean energy, but at the end of the day, it still consumes fuel. It's just that this fuel is abundant enough to be extracted from seawater, which for Earth in the past, without considering the energy consumption of space travel in the future, could sustain all of humanity for hundreds of millions of years. However, the content of deuterium and tritium in seawater is really limited. Hundreds of wizards from the council specializing in thunder magic have nearly drained an entire lake and still haven't been able to extract a second portion of the advancement nuclear fuel. Now, they're considering whether to build a deuterium and tritium extraction station on the sea to supply the wizards' needs for upcoming advancements, said Harov with regret, knowing that the Thunder Mages had already done their best and could not be asked to go any faster. After ending their practice session, Lin and the others chatted casually on the way back to Fire Oil City, where the city's bustling and lively scenes gradually dissolved their worries about the affairs of the Kingdom North Border. Raphael looked at the neatly arranged concrete houses, the stylish and beautiful train platforms, and the smiling faces on the wide and smooth roads, and a smile appeared on his face. A few months ago, under the control of the church, this area was a slum that could only be described as filthy and chaotic, with the destitute unable to satisfy their hunger or cover their bodies with clothes. Now, it has become the brightest spot of the entire city. With the full support of the council, the development of Fire Oil City was so rapid that the word vigorous would not suffice to describe it. It has been heard that recently, quite a few citizens of the bordering empire have secretly crossed the borders, fleeing from all parts of the forests and seeking shelter within the kingdom, choosing to make a living here. Raphael, having personally witnessed the changes, was filled with pride. This is the power of magic. Lin, with his exceptionally keen hearing, was listening to the gossip and discussions of the townspeople during their leisure time, the hottest topic naturally being the civil service exam that took place a few days ago. In the city, a total of 2,000 people participated, and they needed to select more than 200 grassroots administrators from them. With a 1 in 10 chance, it was not low. Even if someone did not perform very well in the exam, there was still a possibility of being selected. What surprised Lin a bit was that quite a number of people were discussing the disaster of the evil god that had erupted in the kingdom north border. The news from the north border reached Fire Oil City so soon. Lin couldn't help but frown. After all, this information was passed directly through electromagnetic wave communication. They should have been the fastest to receive the news. Was it the communication wizard who leaked the message? Or was someone deliberately spreading it? Lin mused for a while before giving the instruction. Night, Fire Oil City. A lavishly decorated alchemical car slowly stopped at the entrance of the Wizard College, drawing surprised and envious glances. Lin invited, opening the door of the car, quite gentlemanly. For tonight's private meeting, Lin had specifically changed out of the standard robe distributed by the college and had bought a new set of clothes, a coat, undershirt, trousers, plus a pair of high boots. This was the new fashion amongst the kingdom's wizards lately. Of course, it would have been perfect if the alchemical car in front of him was bought and not rented. It's nothing. I usually go out like this. Lin laughed heartily, though his heart was bleeding on the inside. To rent this latest model alchemical car, he had spent a total of 60 magic gold coins, renting it for 3 days to practice his driving skills, and now he was nearly bankrupt. But he believed it was all worth it. Chapter 518, 474 Monroe. This must be the Great Lord. Chapter 518. Chapter 474 Monroe. This must be the Great Lord calling us. Chapter 518. Chapter 474 Monroe. This must be the Great Lord calling us. On the broad streets of the city, an ornately decorated alchemy car sped by, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Lin was seated in the driver's seat, slightly unfamiliar with the controls. Although he had only practiced for 3 days, it was enough for a formal wizard to become familiar with driving. By his side, Cynthia gazed intently at the cityscape through the car window. Night had already fallen, but before darkness engulfed the city, street lamps suddenly lit up, their bright fluorescence shining like stars in the sky. Cynthia couldn't help but express her admiration. Lin also spoke with evident pride. As a wizard who had fled from the Empire to the kingdom only a few months ago, Lin's impression of the changes in the Magic City was particularly strong, and he increasingly felt the profoundness and grandeur of magical studies. Initially, he had joined the Wizards' Mutual Aid Society merely for self-preservation, to collectively resist the church's witch-hunting operations. He hadn't held much hope for going to see the king. After all, the power of the empire and the church was spread across the entire continent, and opposing such a colossal entity was nothing short of a fool's dream. However, it wasn't until he truly arrived in Fire Oil City that Lin realized how absurd his previous thoughts had been. The wizards of the kingdom had not only crafted many incredibly powerful alchemical creations, but had also repelled the church's crusading armies on numerous occasions. They even possessed terrifying magic capable of erasing tens of thousands of troops and creating vast swathes of the land of death in a single strike. What was most important was that within the boundaries of the kingdom, wizards no longer had to hide in the shadows like rodents, their hearts in their throats, fearing the witch hunter's pursuit and the fearful and strange gazes of the common folk. In Fire Oil City, they could not only freely practice magic, but they were also revered and adored by nearly all civilians, an experience Lin had never had before. What surprised Lin even more was that he possessed such high talent in the study of magic. His previous environment in the Empire must have been too poor for magic, preventing him from displaying his true level. Lean talked confidently, imagining the future when the Council would completely pacify the Empire. The wizards could shape the continent into anything they desired, and perhaps he might even become the second eternal star. Lean, who had almost crashed into a high wall, shifted his attention back and quickly parked the alchemy car at the entrance of the mansion. Their time alone on the road came to a quiet end. Lean regretted driving so fast, but didn't delay the main event. He directly led Cynthia into the Grand Wizard's mansion. Farrell was a man who espoused minimalism, which was evident from the decor and layout of the estate. If he didn't say so, no one would ever guess that this was the residence of a Grand Wizard. The two crossed a long corridor and stepped into the foyer, where they soon saw the object of their visit, Grand Wizard Farrell. "Thank you for waiting especially for us, Master Farrell," Lean said with a deep, respectful bow. "It's no trouble. I've had some free time lately." Farrell gestured for them to be seated, wincing slightly as his arm, injured, throbbed with pain. He was still in the healing stage from a fight a few days ago with a beast named Mutuo. "I've had someone deliver your thesis to Chairwoman Aurora. She has the deepest understanding of astronomy, and it will be up to her to judge the quality of these 3 papers," Farrell said with a smile. Suppressing his excitement, Lean humbly replied, "You flatter me. It's not just a simple supplement," Farrell said with satisfaction. Lean's 3 papers boldly connected the ocean's tidal, changes with the lunar gravitational effects, positing that in celestial mechanics, the moon wasn't merely influenced by the gravity of the land beneath them, but that it was a mutual interaction. The correlation between ocean tides and the phases of the moon was one piece of evidence. Furthermore, the moon's gravity could even affect the rotation of the eternal star itself. These novel and bold arguments aligned well with Master Lin's law of universal gravitation, and the explanation of tidal phenomena in the papers was so compelling that Farrell was extremely impressed. Just this discovery alone merited a Morning Star Medal. However, the awarding of the medal may need to wait a bit longer, as the council members have been preoccupied with highly important matters lately and probably won't have the time to review your papers," Farrell added with a touch of regret. Without an academic conference, the council would only award a medal when a piece of research received the recognition of a chairperson. "Then we'll have to wait a bit longer." Lean didn't dare to bother the esteemed council members. As long as he could secure a Morning Star Medal, waiting a few more days was acceptable. Farrell nodded, then turned his gaze to the unassuming young girl by Lean's side. Farrell spoke in a neutral tone, not showing any special treatment despite her notable appearance. Chapter 519, 474 Monroe. "This must be the Great Lord." _2 In recent days, I've created an interesting alchemy creation, so I wanted to invite you to appraise it. Cynthia's voice was pleasant to the ear, but the words she spoke made Farrell's eyebrows furrow deeply. He certainly didn't believe the witch before him had the ability to produce anything worth his appraisal, and from the moment she entered, she hadn't shown any respect for him as a great wizard. Even Lean seemed uneasy, frequently shooting Cynthia telling glances, which she completely ignored. Out of consideration for Lean, who was a genius in magic, Farrell temporarily suppressed his displeasure and spoke in a cold voice. Alchemy wasn't his strongest suit, but guiding a formal wizard wouldn't be a problem. A smile played on Cynthia's lips as she brought out a palm-sized cube. "This is—" Farrell's face suddenly changed to one of intense surprise as he hurriedly took it to examine. It was a diamond-shaped crystal cube surrounded by complex and intricate runes, and the strong fluctuations of magic power coming from it set his heart racing. Farrell might not be considered an alchemy master, but he could see that each face of the cube had a powerful and unique spell inscribed on it. When combined, they would unleash an even more formidable force. Farrell asked excitedly. The idea of alchemy materializing 6 powerful spells onto a palm-sized creation without conflict seemed unheard of. Perhaps only Vittorio, the head of the Wizard Council, could accomplish such a feat? Could it be that there was another legendary alchemist hidden within the Empire? Of course, this is my creation, Cynthia replied offhandedly. Anger tinged Farrell's face with dissatisfaction. Lean hurriedly interjected, Cynthia, now is not the time for jokes. Cynthia suddenly reached out and brushed the cube in Farrell's palm. A mighty and terrifying aura emerged from the crystal, and the rune inscribed on one of its facets suddenly lit up, turning the mansion they were in into a void in the blink of an eye. Farrell sensed something was wrong the moment the cube was activated, but countless threads of magical power had already sprung from another facets inside, binding him tightly before he could react. Farrell's face looked extremely unpleasant, as the young woman before him was certainly not as simple as a formal witch. What terrified him even more was that his own domain had been suppressed. Those threads of magical power, twisting like maggots, burrowed into his flesh, devouring his blood, magic power, and even his soul. Lean exclaimed in horror. The sudden turn of events had exceeded his understanding, and in that moment, he even wondered if he were still in a dream. After completely restraining Farrell, Cynthia then turned to look at Lean. Her violet eyes were filled with a cold indifference, like a bucket of cold water thrown over his head, extinguishing the lust that had clouded his judgment. You've actually sided with the church, infiltrating Fire Oil City to get close to seduce me, all for the sake of obtaining council information. Lean, with his lucidity restored, felt a chill creep up from the soles of his feet as he pieced together the truth. But in this void, where even Farrell, a great wizard, had part of his power suppressed, Lean, merely a formal wizard, found it incredibly difficult to even twitch a finger. Resisting was beyond his wildest hopes. Cynthia's brows frowned slightly. Then her gaze turned ice-cold as she spoke. Lean's pupils constricted, but before he could reply, he felt the air around him turn into a myriad of steel blades. The next moment, his confusion, unwillingness, and dreams were turned into a heap of minced flesh by the rampaging elements and finally burnt to ashes by the starfire. Cynthia's expression returned to calm, as if she had merely crushed an ant without a second thought. Lean's speculation was nothing but idle fantasy. She ventured to Fire Oil City to investigate the cause of death of her last incarnation, but unexpectedly, Lean had approached her with insistent cordiality. An opportunity presented itself on a silver platter, and naturally, Cynthia would not refuse to use it. By comparison, Lean, whose background was clean and could withstand the scrutiny of the Wizard Council, was more suitable to be placed in the open. As for his so-called magical genius, it was the result of her using the Enlightenment technique to forcefully instill a portion of astronomical knowledge and inspiration in him. Otherwise, how could he have suddenly written a paper startling enough to perturb the council? In the short time it took to deal with Lean, Farrell, bound by threads of magic power, had been drained into a withered corpse. Despite being a grand wizard with a powerful soul body, Farrell still retained a faint consciousness, but that only intensified his torment. He could only watch helplessly as Cynthia drew closer, a mix of fear, anger, and despair coloring his heart. Soul retrieval, Cynthia stepped forward, placing her hand on top of Farrell's head, and with her other hand, she held Cube. As she activated the spell, fragments of memories rapidly surfaced in her mind. As a grand wizard and a core member of the Wizard Council, Farrell was privy to much information. For instance, wizards had recently discovered many new elements, and the Council was experimenting with electromagnetic waves for communication. Another piece was that several judgment chiefs were lately engrossed in an extremely important matter, for which nearly all the Council's power was mobilized. Unfortunately, Farrell's proficiency in alchemy wasn't remarkable among grand wizards, so he was assigned other tasks and wasn't involved in that matter. As she continued her search, Cynthia soon found what she wanted: the location where Judgment Chief Joshua was detained. It was beneath the headquarters of the Wizard Council, normally guarded by a grand wizard in rotation. Farrell had once secretly served as a guard for a time. Having acquired ample information, Cynthia then completely extracted Farrell's soul. The entire process went smoothly, with no disturbances from others. After all, when she eliminated Farrell, she had used alchemic means to cast her spells and had not used divine arts. So naturally, the citywide detection barrier did not pick up any trace of her. A Grand Wizard's residence manifesting strong magic power fluctuations was quite normal. Whether for experimenting with magic or researching and crafting various implements, the extensive use of magic power was necessary. After silently dealing with the attendants and guards within the manor, Cynthia quietly left Farrell's residence. At the same time, the believers of God who had infiltrated Fire Oil City all received a divine revelation at the same moment. Monroe was so agitated he was nearly inarticulate. Monroe was so excited he was close to tears. He had not expected that after 2 consecutive misjudgments that had severely damaged the church's influence in the kingdom, he could still receive a revelation from the divine. This was undoubtedly salvation in the face of despair. So it turned out the great Lord had not forsaken him. In that moment, all of Monroe's regret and guilt transformed into a strong sense of mission. He must repay this trust with his actions, no matter the cost. While Monroe was caught up in his fervent state, Ivina beside him looked worried, vaguely recalling the news of the calamity of the evil god that broke out on the kingdom north border during the evening. How could it be such a coincidence? Chapter 520, 52475, The Cracked Electromagnetic. Chapter 520. Chapter 475, The Cracked Electromagnetic Communication and the Supreme Command. Chapter 520. Chapter 475, The Cracked Electromagnetic Communication and the Supreme Command. Late at night, Fire Oil City. Monroe and Ivina, following divine guidance, secretly arrived at the courtyard of a civilian residence, prepared to coordinate with the Holy Maiden's actions to rescue Judgment Chief Joshua and to internally sabotage this city of magic. Like them, covert operatives from the church had gathered here, totaling 115 people. Monroe recognized the Holy Maiden at a glance. At the Wizard College, he had seen Cynthia several times, but had never imagined that she would be the newly appointed Holy Maiden of the church. Cynthia's voice was not loud, but it accurately reached everyone's ears present. Those wizards, the minions of demons, have occupied the Empire's territory, wantonly slaughtering noblemen, causing the royal family to turn on each other, using powerful witchcraft to annihilate the church's crusading forces, proclaiming the devil's knowledge here, corrupting the civilians' faith with money and desire. And you are the backbone of the empire, the most devout believers of the Lord. The fate of this continent now rests upon you and me. Cynthia didn't give a lengthy pre-battle speech, but after a brief morale boost, she assigned everyone their tasks. The task was simply to create as much chaos throughout Fire Oil City as possible, a straightforward yet extremely dangerous task. Monroe and the others were well aware that most of the Wizard Council's forces were concentrated inside Fire Oil City, so it could only be described as a slim chance of survival. However, from the moment they were summoned to the kingdom, everyone present had prepared themselves for sacrifice. Death held no fear for them. It was merely a return to the Lord's heavenly kingdom, where they would enjoy eternal peace and glory. Cynthia's gaze swept over the crowd and finally focused on Monroe. He was the only zealot among them all, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Cynthia extended her hand, and a diamond-shaped cube left her palm and landed in Monroe's hand. Cynthia slightly parted her lips and explained the method of using the crystal stone and the task at hand once more, before letting everyone start their mission. Obligingly, the 100-plus people gathered in the courtyard promptly dispersed, while Cynthia's form began to flow like water. The elements constituting her body were scattered and recombined, eventually transforming into the form of Farrell. This was not merely a disguise. She could also draw upon the other's soul power to simulate Farrell's magic power fluctuations. In some ways, she was now Farrell. Having adjusted to the new form for a bit, Cynthia raised her fingers and sent out several electromagnetic wave communications. It's an emergency electromagnetic communication. The Empire's armies from the west and south have invaded the kingdom in large numbers, around 50,000, and Steel City Welsel. They report a sudden appearance of the church's large army below the city. How is that possible? The church's army crossed over the surveillance of the airships, appearing within the kingdom's interior. Continuous electromagnetic wave signals shocked the male witches responsible for receiving communications. In an instant, it seemed as if all the border cities of the kingdom were under attack, including Steel City Welsel at the heart of the kingdom's eastern border, reporting an attack by the church's army. Pierce, who had just become a communication officer, was somewhat panicked. He knew all too well that Fire Oil City had only a little over 30,000 troops, and according to the information, the number of invading forces from the Empire potentially exceeded 300,000, spread across the entire kingdom's border, making it impossible for them to provide support everywhere. An experienced communication officer immediately reacted, but before they could send someone to communicate, a voice rang through. The few wizards present turned around and saw Lin entering the door, exclaiming with surprise. Seeing the arrival of this star of magic, Pierce and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the crisis was not yet over, they still felt immensely reassured. The Master's new magic sky vaulting they had all witnessed. No matter how many enemies came, under such terrifying power, they were meaningless. Aurora emerged slowly from one side, having sensed the high-frequency electromagnetic wave signals within Fire Oil City, along with Herav. They both hurried over to confirm. Lin confidently said, though the speed of electromagnetic waves is equivalent to the speed of light, due to the range of transmission, they use airships as relay base stations for communication. This would result in varying speeds of arrival. Assuming that the Empire's various legions attacked at the same moment, the communication would arrive sequentially from nearest to farthest, with intervals of about 10 to 15 seconds between them, based on the communication officer's decoding and reporting speed. Yet, they had received all the distress messages within just 2 to 3 seconds. Chapter 521, 475, The Cracked Electromagnetic. _2 The only possibility was that all the messages were sent by one person, who knew they were communicating through electromagnetic waves, but didn't understand the composition of the communication base station, leaving such a loophole. Moreover, Lin had just demonstrated a hydrogen explosion magic capable of wiping out an entire city, so how could the Empire dare to launch a war of such scale? Under Lin's explanation, Aurora nodded, quickly accepting this speculation, but the worry in her heart did not diminish by the slightest, because the messages carried by the electromagnetic waves might have already spread throughout the kingdom, and some might have already set out to provide support. About this, Lin was quite helpless, since electromagnetic communication magic was only recently researched, utilizing the most basic encryption method, designed based on binary Morse code, with a cipher book rotated weekly. Normally, it should not have been deciphered. After all, although the church's cardinals and legendary clergy wield very powerful forces, their level of scientific and cultural knowledge is limited. They may not even be able to comprehend what electromagnetic waves are. The problem might lie with the communications officers who had the knowledge to decrypt the codes. The ability to extract memories from the brain was not only the expertise of spiritual energy wizards. A few cardinals also possessed similar abilities. Besides that, all the high wizards were also aware of the method to decrypt and send messages, so that they could make urgent contacts when necessary. Fortunately, he still had some emergency measures. Lin closed his eyes, his index finger and middle finger trembling slightly, and a unique electromagnetic wave was emitted. All alchemy devices receiving electromagnetic waves were set up with a magic, which would automatically copy and relay upon detecting this unique electromagnetic wave, without the need for manual operation, and would spread across the entire kingdom in an extremely short time. Compared to other commands, the priority of the highest command was unmatched, which was a safety measure Lin had put in place to prevent unexpected situations, and he was the only one who knew the frequency of this electromagnetic wave. Just at that moment, A burst of flames and explosion sounds emerged from outside the window. Lynn concentrated and looked out the window. As expected, the enemy had sent these calls for help to disrupt their formation and, ideally, to force them to divide their forces. "It seems the church is more eager than we imagined," Aurora said with a grave expression. She had thought that if the other side were to make a move, they would delay it by a few days, especially since the news of the evil god's chaos in the Northern Territory had just reached Fire Oil City today. Logically, the council would need at least a day or two to prepare before they could mobilize troops to support. This was a deliberate time difference they played upon, waiting until the other side thought they were about to send troops for support, but in reality, Vittorio had already resolved the matter. Only, they had not expected the church not to wait even a day, taking direct action today. Aurora suddenly asked, with the church making such a big move and releasing an evil god in the north of the kingdom, they must have an objective. Lynn replied thoughtfully. With the identity of the High Wizard Farrell, Cynthia entered the Wizard Council's residence very smoothly. The place where Joshua was detained was set up in a secluded, spacious underground room, with the entrance located inside a very ordinary warehouse. This was originally a storeroom specially built by the Lord of Fire Oil City to preserve his own wealth, but now it had become a prison. Had it not been for extracting some information from Farrell's memory, one would hardly imagine that there was a secret room here. The wizard guarding this place quickly bowed in respect when he saw Cynthia. "Lord Farrell, what brings you here?" "It's those Imperial spies causing chaos in the city," Cynthia explained in the tone Farrell often used. "Chairman Vittorio sent me to help with the defense, to prevent those church personnel from taking advantage of the confusion to rescue the church's judgment chief." The reason Cynthia gave had no obvious cause for suspicion. Moreover, since Farrell had previously served as the prison warden for a few days, she was allowed entry into the underground chamber after her identity was verified. Cynthia asked, "Master Sanchez is on duty. You should be in the laboratory right now. You may have to wait for a moment. We have already sent someone to notify him." The wizard replied succinctly. This underground chamber was quite spacious, considering that it wouldn't do to have a great wizard stay here for several days with nothing to do. A magic research room had been specifically expanded for this purpose. During the conversation, a thick steel door appeared before the two of them. Cynthia halted her steps and suddenly spoke, then lifted her hand. A resplendent starlight emerged around her, and then under the horrified and incredulous gaze of the wizard, she fiercely blasted the door in front of her. Accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed through heaven and earth, the sturdy, heavily protected steel door, enchanted with numerous defense magics, shattered explosively under the pressure of legendary might. The scattering fragments fell all around, and the ground itself seemed to tremble slightly. "Lord Farrell? What are you doing?" a wizard managed to say, swallowing hard, his voice trembling. Cynthia looked at him indifferently, and with a surge of powerful spiritual energy, the guiding wizard was lifelessly dispatched in an instant, and she then stepped straight into the prison. Behind that door was a space of roughly 100 square meters, and right at the center was Judgment Chief Joshua, who had been imprisoned for several months. Both of his arms had been severed, and the blood that slowly oozed from the wounds was draining his vitality drop by drop. His entire body was tightly bound by glowing alchemy chains, and he hung his head as if he had no consciousness left. A strong fury surfaced on Cynthia's face. Joshua was the god's messenger she had personally selected, and after completing the ritual, he was, in a certain sense, a part of her power, yet he had been subjected to such treatment by those wizards. Joshua seemed to sense something and slowly lifted his head and opened his eyes. Although Cynthia had entered in the guise of Farrell, he, who possessed a portion of divine power, immediately recognized the person before him as the Lord's avatar. However, there was not a trace of joy on Joshua's face. Instead, he urgently warned her. "This is a trap." Before Joshua could finish his sentence, fierce flames of the undying flame burst forth from his body and the cracks between the floor tiles beneath his feet. At the same moment, the walls surrounding the prison were blasted open, and crisscrossing laser beams sliced through, forming a large net that encompassed the entire prison. With no angle of death and no space to dodge, the surging flames and laser beams immediately enveloped Cynthia. Hera and Aurora had just arrived at the prison and were confronted with the sight of the intense fire gushing out from the inside, causing them to look at Lynn with confusion. "Someone has triggered the trap," Lynn said with a grave expression. After finding the path to ascend to legendary status through the research of magic power and the energy body, this church's judgment chief naturally lost his value. The reason he was still being held was because the Imperial spies recently captured seemed to be investigating the location of Joshua's imprisonment. After discussions with Vittorio, they both felt it might be useful to utilize the situation, so they turned this prison into a trap, with Joshua inside as the bait. Even the great wizards assigned to guard duty were not permitted to pass through this door unless Vittorio personally escorted someone inside. Otherwise, they would have to thoroughly enjoy the gift they had specially prepared. Chapter 522, 476. Chapter 522, 476. Chapter 522, 476. The furious, undying flame surged continuously in the secret chamber, separating Lynn and the others with crisscrossing laser beams. It was then that Sanchez hurried over. Lynn glanced at Sanchez and then recounted what he had learned from the guards about someone impersonating Farrell to break into the prison. Sanchez was quite embarrassed. He had been engrossed in his critical moment of magical research until he heard the violent noise of the iron door being smashed, which prompted him to rush out. Lynn did not intend to blame Sanchez. Since Vittorio had been promoted to legend and had turned this place into a trap, the prison's defense had become strict on the outside but lax on the inside, allowing the person to easily enter under the guise of Farrell. Moreover, if the intruder could silently kill Farrell, then killing a great wizard was probably not a problem either. In some ways, Sanchez had also narrowly escaped disaster. In a moment, the surging, undying flame in the secret chamber showed signs of subsiding. What slightly unsettled everyone present was the silence inside the prison. There were no painful moans or screams, only the roaring of the flames as they burned. Herav asked with a solemn expression, covered by laser beams all over the prison and with such intense, undying flame, he estimated that if he were to enter, the likelihood of coming out alive was slim to none. That depends on which high-ranking church official has come. Lynn did not have complete confidence either. It must be said, the church had blazed new trails in spiritual energy and magic studies, and no one knew how many peculiar divine arts they had mastered. Although they had already killed Edwell and captured Judgment Chief Joshua, taking down 2 legendary religious figures in a row, the church publicly still had 4 legends. Lynn felt that the one disguised as Farrell was, most likely, Gustav, since he had long infiltrated the kingdom's territory. Just as he was contemplating, the furious, undying flame inside the prison suddenly vanished without a trace, replaced by a bone-chilling, icy coldness. The very brick of the ground and the muzzles of the laser beams instantly froze over, and the iron door, melted by the flames, turned into a sculpture of molten lava ice, with even the tiniest elements in the air fixed in place. That power, which seemed able to freeze time and space, was rapidly spreading outwards. Lynn's complexion changed drastically as he quickly stepped backward, guessing who the incoming person was. Only that individual could survive under such a trap and cast a spell that could be termed absolute zero. However, Lynn quickly noticed that as the frozen area expanded, its power weakened. Once it spread more than 100 meters from the prison, the temperature had already risen to around minus 200 degrees Celsius. Ordinary people could not possibly survive under such ghastly low temperatures, but for a great wizard, opposing with their domain, they would still be barely endurable. After the undying flame was extinguished, the interior view of the prison quickly became visible to everyone. Or rather, the prison had disappeared, now transformed into an icy cavern with deep grooves cut by the lasers clearly visible on the ground and walls. Saintess Cynthia, forced to remove her divine art's disguise, looked bizarre, her body segmented into dozens of parts by the fine laser beams with not a drop of blood spilling, as if glued together. As for Judgment Chief Joshua, he had long been consumed by the undying flame. Even with Cynthia's power, there was no chance to rescue him, and she could only watch as Joshua's body was devoured to nothing. It was because the spell that triggered the flame had been cunningly set by Lin inside Joshua's body, and his energy body was the best fuel. Aurora's face was very solemn, and her tone was decidedly low. Hera's face also looked terrible, not showing any contempt. Despite their previous victory against the former Holy Maiden, both were aware of how lucky their victory was last time, and more importantly, they were now within Fire Oil City, where the Council's core forces were concentrated, and unless it came to an absolutely dire moment, they could not possibly deploy Sky vaulting within the city. That would only kill everyone, including themselves. Stepping into the trap and witnessing God's apostle Joshua die before her, Saintess Cynthia was now incensed to the extreme. Majestic hymns immediately began to echo throughout the vast underground space, and the projection of the divine kingdom instantly burst forth. With verdant blades of grass piercing through the floor tiles, Cynthia's eyes blazed like stars, her rage surging and taking the form of 6 robust divine kingdom guards shimmering with divine arts, their towering forms almost breaking through the ceiling. Anger is powerful, and for the strong, it's especially true. Lin and his companions exchanged looks, understanding the peril of the battle ahead, but they had no choice but to fight. They had already communicated through electromagnetic waves to inform Vittorio of their situation here. Now, what they needed to do was to delay as much as possible. In the midst of these thoughts, 6 divine kingdom guards began to move with heavy steps, charging forward. Chapter 523, 476, going all out battling the incarnation. Underscript to Saintess Cynthia, who was at the rear, had her hands clasped together, apparently preparing some kind of spell. The crisscrossing wounds on her body were also healing slowly. Clearly, breaking through the carefully laid traps inside the prison was not as effortless as it had seemed. Lin wasn't sure what kind of magic the church's Holy Maiden was casting, but he knew he had to stop her actions at all costs. Laser beams were undoubtedly the fastest, most direct way to break through. Intense and powerful beams swept across, severing the bodies of the divine guards in half. Yet their bodies, composed entirely of divine energy, quickly regenerated the severed parts. Fortunately, Lin's target from the start was not these puppets, but Saintess Cynthia at the back. The beam, finer than a strand of hair, could easily slice through steel, even alloys. Having been outdone by the laser technique time and again, Cynthia was naturally not unprepared, her body enveloped by layers of nearly invisible, transparent diamond-shaped lenses. Facing the powerful 5th-level laser beams that could tear mirrors apart, Cynthia's countermeasure was simple: reduce and divert the strength of the spell through layers of reflection. At that moment, Hera made his move. After Vittorio's enhancements, the great decomposition technique could almost deconstruct, peel away any known element. Though Hera, who had not yet ascended to legend, couldn't unleash the full power of the spell, it was sufficient to cope with Cynthia's protective divine arts. The diamond-shaped lenses blocking and diverting the laser beams were instantaneously shattered. Simultaneously, Aurora had already dealt with all the onslaught of divine guards. All of this happened within a mere second. Saintess Cynthia, who was in the midst of gathering divine arts, instantly lost all her defenses, but she did not intend to interrupt her spell. After all, the laser magic was of minimal effect on her energy body. But Cynthia soon realized she had miscalculated. Lin daring to use it meant he had full confidence in his approach. The hair-thin beam of light shot straight into Cynthia's shoulder and then suddenly expanded rapidly, its range increasing by hundreds, even thousands of times, similar to a flashlight being turned on, expanding from a fine thread to a light column 10 centimeters in diameter. Cynthia's shoulder, arm, and even half of her face were vaporized by the sudden explosion and expansion of the beam, and thus the spell she was accumulating was also interrupted. Before the beam expanded to her lips, the young woman spoke. A low, eerie sound wave that seemed to resonate with the soul swept through the underground space. The enclosed environment greatly amplified the power of the spell manifold. Lynn, Aurora, Herav, and Sanchez were all frozen in place at the same moment, assaulted by a strong sense of pain from all over their bodies, their brains trembling as if every blood and flesh cell were crying out in agony. Sanchez, the weakest in strength, and without the aid of a smart brain for magic power and computing power, didn't even have the qualifications to participate in, let alone influence the battle. The shattered remnants on the ground quickly gathered, merging into a taller, larger divine guard. The legendary spell, Voice of the Dead, Hell's Echo, was only effective against targets with flesh and blood. Divine guards, formed by divine radiance, naturally moved with ease within it. The towering divine guard strode forward, swinging its energy blade towards Lynn, but a spatial blade, rushing from the distance, swiftly cleaved it in two before it could strike. But it was Herav who stepped in to rescue them once more. With more combat experience and a more ruthless approach than Lynn, he seized the moment when he still had a bit of resistance power and shattered his eardrums, gaining a slight ability to move. However, casting a time-space blade had already pushed him to his limits, because such powerful spiritual energy and sonic spells attack the cells of the entire body and can even affect the soul body. Mere blocking of hearing was not enough to immunize against it. The boundless starlight ignited around Cynthia. Then, like the celestial Milky Way, it rushed towards Lynn. Legendary divine arts, Chroma of the Stars. Each speck of starlight was filled with the will and power of the divine. The terrifyingly vast river of stardust swept over, nearly covering a large part of the underground space, enveloping everyone present within it. The entire divine kingdom space was suffused with a stifling oppression. Both Aurora and Herav had already sensed the approach of death at this moment. Just then, a giant azure beast emerged from Lynn's domain and positioned itself in front of everyone. The energy-formed maw enlarged to several times the size of its body in an instant and devoured the incoming river of stars whole. As a consequence, the entire energy form of the beast was almost stretched into a sphere by the terrifying energy, the will-filled starlight, simply indigestible. But Mutuo had no intention of absorbing it. Instead, he directly spewed it out. Energy. Breath. The high-intensity wave of energy bounced right back, obliterating the guards of the divine kingdom, who were still in recovery. Cynthia never anticipated that her attack would be reflected back, forcing her to halt the release of Voice of the Dead and divert the energy to defense. A golden wall inscribed with mysterious divine patterns emerged to collide directly with the high-intensity energy wave. Accompanied by a terrifying blast that could rupture eardrums, the entire divine domain began to violently shake and collapse. The dark, spacious prison reappeared before everyone. However, even the slightest remnants of energy from the clash of legendary-level spells were enough to cause cataclysmic destruction to this underground space. The specially reinforced walls and ceilings were slowly peeling away. The stones on the floor were shattered, and the earth was littered with a crisscross of cracks. Lynn and the others, blown away by the shockwave, finally regained enough control to move. Herav, who was closest to the blast center, clutched his chest and coughed violently. The aftermath of that blast had nearly cost him his life. After a brush with death, everyone's hearts were filled only with lingering fear and anxiety. In that brief exchange, they had given their all, although it seemed they had managed to injure Saintess Cynthia, with Lynn even vaporizing her shoulder, arm, and half her head using the laser technique. Everyone knew that they were incapable of dealing a lethal blow to this incarnation of a deity. Mutuo, the only one with an energy body akin to their own, had successfully repelled the legendary divine arts, chroma of the stars. Now, the entire creature had completely deflated, flopping on the ground like a deflated dough. Clearly, it would be difficult for him to be of help in the short term. If things continued like this, waiting for Vittorio's reinforcements would be out of the question. In just a few minutes, if Cynthia cast Voice of the Dead again, they would all die here. So, it seemed they had to take a gamble. Lin's mind churned, and he quickly made a decision. Then, with a high leap, he dodged the approaching starlight and channeled all his remaining magic power into his palm, condensing a massive fireball in his hand before he slammed it down. Another roar of explosion erupted, and the ground, already shattered, exploded anew. The violent tremors caused the entire prison to fully collapse, with large chunks of rock falling from gaps in the loft. Chapter 524, 524-477, The Shocked Ivina, the Magical Sun. Chapter 524, Chapter 477, The Shocked Ivina, the Magical Sun Beneath the City. Chapter 524, Chapter 477, The Shocked Ivina, the Magical Sun Beneath the City. Fire Oil City, located within the corner of the Duke's estate. Machine guns spat tongues of fire, pouring furious bullets into the bodies of tall, twisted-faced monsters. Where's the ammunition for the machine guns? Screams and roars of rage erupted continuously. No one knew where these grotesque, twisted monsters came from. It was as if they had suddenly appeared within Fire Oil City, creating chaos everywhere and purposefully converging to attack the Duke's mansion. Him clutched a machine gun, continuously firing, turning two approaching monsters into sieves, yet he did not notice that the flesh of the blasted corpses was slowly writhing. With some sort of magic power, even just remnants were determinately moving on the ground. Using the cover of night, they quickly and silently moved under the feet of several guards. A tentacle shot out from a chunk of flesh, piercing into one of the guard's ankles and instantly dragged him to the ground. The guard kicked his legs in severe pain, but was utterly powerless to resist and was dragged into the darkness, only able to cry out in a howl. The surrounding three comrades immediately rushed forward to pull the guard back. However, what awaited them was more fleshy tentacles, piercing straight through their chests, shoulders, and even necks. Ham cursed, immediately turned the machine gun around and swept over, turning the chunks of flesh into a pile of bloody debris. But it was still a step too late. Those musketeers had already fallen completely silent. The remaining corpses on the ground also ripped off their disguises, as hideous tentacles stretched out and coiled towards Ham and the musketeers who were reloading. While Ham frantically issued warnings, he threw his incendiary bottle out. In the explosion and firelight, the extending tentacles were blasted apart. But this could only provide a brief respite, for there were too many corpses on the ground, and they gradually formed a giant mass of flesh. A dozen guards who were wizards immediately noticed the chaos here. A multitude of fireballs streaked through the void, blasting the large clumps of flesh into bits. However, this only made things worse. Every piece of debris began to fly spontaneously towards the nearest guards, burrowing into their exposed skin and absorbing the nutrients they needed to revive. A wave of agonizing cries suddenly echoed within the estate. What had been a comparatively stable formation almost collapsed in an instant. More monsters surged forward, and casualties began to mount. Fortunately, at that moment, the much-awaited reinforcements finally arrived. A fierce tongue of fire swept over. This was no ordinary flame, but a plasma-state fire of tens of thousands of degrees Celsius, capable of thoroughly obliterating any flesh and blood. Its name was Eternal Flame. Adela walked out from the estate, asking with a grave expression. Ham and the others shouted with surprise. Their morale, which had been low, immediately surged again. The power of a great wizard went without saying. Without an equally powerful opponent, one could dominate the outcome of a war single-handedly. A guard covered in blood staggered as he dragged his brother to Adela's feet, pleading with a look of desperation. Alade glanced down at the man's right hand and saw tentacles extending from the wound, looking extremely terrifying. "If you want to live, bear with the pain," Alade reminded him before suddenly acting, grasping the man's arm. As the latter shrieked, Alade performed the material decompilation skill, completely annihilating the arm and the parasitic monster flesh within the body from the atomic level. The blood-soaked guard said excitedly his brother had lost an arm, but at least his life was saved. Alade didn't look at the two again, but swept a glance at the pile of broken monster bodies outside. The estate and the wounded men suffering from the living flesh parasites on the ground. Damn it! Where did these monsters come from? Alade cursed angrily in his heart. He and Raphael had originally been guarding the sun furnace beneath the city, but the messages from the guards kept coming, and the situation had reached the point where they had no choice but to take action. It's much better to fight off enemies from outside than to be attacked from within. Meanwhile, Monroe and Ivina, sheltered by the illusion realm, took advantage of the chaos and entered the estate. The suddenly appeared monsters were naturally summoned by Monroe using the powers of the artifact from hell. It must be said, this artifact was too powerful. The cube with its 6 sides represented 6 divine arts: illusion realm, life drain, hell summoning, memory retrieval, unbreakable shield, and holy strike. The 6 spells were incredibly versatile, encompassing attack, protection, and reconnaissance. Monroe even felt that he was more powerful than the Cardinal, capable of doing much more, like killing the guards in front of him. Chapter 525, 525, 477, The Astonished Ivina, the Magical Sun. _2 Monroe turned his head and aimed the cube at Alade, who was clearing the magic beast corpses. If he could eliminate this great wizard, their defensive line would instantly collapse. Ivina suddenly interjected. Monroe paused, surprised, and looked at his colleague. It was the best time to strike. The guards were all focused on the magic beasts, and from within the illusion realm, he had a perfectly concealed opportunity to act. Once he killed the great wizard Alade, he could instantly break the morale of the guards, allowing the magic beasts to charge straight into the underground of the mansion. As for what lay underground, Monroe didn't know, but that was the task given to him by the Holy Maiden. It had to be completed, Ivina began to explain. Most of the Wizard Council's power lies within Fire Oil City. We just caught them off guard, using the lives of other colleagues to delay their reinforcements. Yet even so, it won't be long before more wizards are mobilized for support. Ivina suddenly looked up and pointed at the sky. Monroe followed the direction Ivina was pointing to and glanced upward. Something seemed to be moving quickly in the vast night sky. It was a fleet of skyships, numerous. Though not visible clearly, Monroe immediately realized this, and his previously good mood was utterly ruined. He knew all too well that each skyship was equipped with that bizarre inferno that severely countered the powerful regenerative ability of the magic beasts. Besides, the wizards coming to assist were surely elite. This meant that even if he killed Alade and defeated the guards here, the magic beast he summoned would be swiftly dealt with. The magic beasts you summoned have already drawn out most of the underground guards. Now is the perfect time to infiltrate, Ivina reminded him once again. Monroe helplessly nodded, retracted the relic, accepted the young woman's suggestion, spared the guards, and quickly stepped into the mansion. Ivina then turned back to look at the guards still resisting, clearing the magic beasts, and at the flames rising in the distance. Before tonight, this city was filled with peace and tranquility, unlike any other major city within the empire. Here, every citizen had a job. They did not starve or freeze. Here, the wizards built skyscrapers, expanded roads, and filled the entire city with vitality. Here, administrators were not hereditary, but selected through exams, and civilians, nobles, and wizards could all participate in the process. This city had many differences. Ivina faintly recalled what Lord Gustav had once told her, that the empire keeps expanding, and its lord's greatness is meant to turn the human world into heaven. But the wizards, on the contrary, aimed to turn the human world into hell. That was their reason for hunting wizards. But is this really right? Ivina fell into confusion. In the northern reaches of the Empire, all the wizards she had seen were mad and morbid. Yet, in the months she spent in Fire Oil City, everything she saw was completely contrary to the teaching she had received before. If this was all an act, then those wizards were indeed acting too well. Ivina cast her gaze toward the deeper parts of the mansion, where the guards of Fire Oil City were the most stringent. If there was any so-called truth, then it must be hidden here. Let me see it then, the reality beneath the illusion. Ivina turned her head thoughtfully and stepped forward with Monroe towards the castle deep within the estate, invisible to the guards within the manor, protected by the domain of the relics. In fact, not only were they invisible to sight, but their sounds and smells were also undetectable thanks to the isolation of magic power, a result of the illusion realm's effect. Still, Monroe was very cautious because no one knew what kind of detection magic the wizards possessed. As they entered the hall, both were startled by the sight before them, for the ground beneath the entire castle was hollow, presenting a spiraling path that led into the unknown. The further they followed the path downward, the more Monroe and Ivina were alarmed. With such a massive scale of work, they even suspected that the wizards might have hollowed out the entire city below. Monroe speculated. Ivina pursed her lips, reluctant to believe Monroe's speculation. But beyond that, she could think of no reason why they would hollow out an entire city. In the silence that followed, the deeper they ventured, the more the place resembled a grand underground city, with all facilities intact. Two giant excavators were constantly expanding the subterranean space, later reinforced by the elemental wizards. The ongoing flow of workers was endless, many of whom were anxious about the riots in Fire Oil City, while others discussed the construction of this underground city. Monroe and Ivina pricked up their ears, carefully maintaining a distance while covertly gathering intelligence. But the more they listened, the more baffled their expressions became, as the topics discussed by these wizards seemed to revolve around the son. Monroe even overheard a witch boasting to a companion that she had recently witnessed Master Lin and the members of the council using magic to create a sun underground to power the entire city. What a joke! That's just absurd. A mocking expression appeared on Monroe's face. The council must be using such ludicrous statements to deceive the personnel stationed here, surely to cover up some unspeakable deeds. Monroe became even more convinced of his earlier speculation. Ivina was also perplexed, but quickly discarded the chaotic thoughts. Whatever the wizards were concealing, she would soon see with her own eyes. The girl suddenly turned to Monroe, asking. Ivina spoke slowly. Honestly, I cannot trust your judgment, nor do I understand why the Holy Maiden would assign such an important task to you. That's obviously because of my unquestionable devotion to the Lord. Monroe was annoyed inside, yet he couldn't refute the girl's words, as his consecutive misjudgments had indeed had disastrous consequences. However, slightly hesitant, Monroe wore a trace of wariness on his face, as he always harbored some suspicions towards his colleague. After all, Ivina's inexplicable enthusiasm for learning wizard knowledge was deeply unsettling to him. Seeing Monroe hesitate, Ivina questioned again. Monroe frowned. Though he didn't believe he would encounter any mishaps, he indeed needed to consider this possibility. With this thought, Monroe couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Compared to Ivina, who learned some wizard knowledge and occasionally provided him cover at the academy, he, who had delivered inaccurate intelligence twice, might indeed seem more like a traitor. Monroe sighed, quickly making a decision, and began to explain to the girl. Ivina listened intently. Using the relic was not especially difficult. It only required saying a specific command and infusing it with magic power. While explaining to the girl, Monroe suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with shock and horror, as if he saw something incredible. His lips trembled slightly, clearly speaking. The Sun. Chapter 526, 478 Lin, Second Thermonuclear Fusion. This. Chapter 526, Chapter 478 Lin, Second Thermonuclear Fusion. This is the burial ground prepared especially for you. Chapter 526. Chapter 478 Lin. Second thermonuclear fusion. This is the burial ground prepared especially for you. Seeing Monroe suddenly standing still like a madman, Ivina also looked up incredulously. Then she too was stunned in place. In the distance, within a vast underground square, stood a towering altar, above which was a huge plasma sphere that was constantly churning and rotating. Around the sphere, numerous golden alchemy runes circled greedily, drawing the light and heat pouring from the plasma sphere. It was like a sun bound by magic. Beyond shock, nothing could describe Ivina's emotions at that moment. She had been wondering why this subterranean space was as bright as day without magical lamps. Now she understood. The guards had not lied earlier. The wizards had created a star with magic and imprisoned it beneath the city. Monroe couldn't believe the miraculous scene before him was real. He hurriedly stepped forward, wanting to dispel the illusion, but he didn't notice that the alchemy runes inscribed on the tiles he stepped on faintly lit up. Ivina suddenly snapped out of her shock and urgently warned him. But even so, it was a step too late. Numerous rune chains, shimmering with golden light, abruptly burrowed out from the ground, entwining and firmly trapping Monroe's legs. The next moment, Raphael's voice resonated throughout the vast underground square, and countless sharp iron thorns appeared in the void. Under the force of a strong electromagnetic field, they sped down like locusts or arrows, targeting Monroe and Ivina. Each thorn was like a small railgun. Though less powerful, their numbers compensated for everything. Luckily, Monroe reacted in time, gripping the cube in his hand. His lips moved slightly as he quickly and accurately recited the protective spell. An invisible shield immediately appeared before him, forming a semicircle that sheltered both Monroe and Ivina. This was the protective divine art, unbreakable shield. Bang, bang, bang. Countless iron thorns driven by electromagnetic force continuously struck the shield, emitting a series of muffled sounds that were grating to the ears, and the divine arts protecting them also dispelled the illusion realm. Inside the shield, Monroe was sweating profusely. The sharp thorns speeding towards him were mere centimeters from his head. The invisible shield rippled like water, seemingly on the verge of shattering at any moment. Monroe couldn't feel any joy, for numerous wizards and guards had already gathered around, forming a looming siege while his legs were still tightly trapped by the rune chains. The power of the sanctified artifacts was undeniable, but their weakness was evident. They required human manipulation to exert their force. "Where's Alade? Where did he run off to?" Raphael pushed past a few guards in annoyance and demanded. The importance of the fusion reactor was self-evident, typically guarded by 2 senior wizards, while external protection was Alade's responsibility. A male wizard hurriedly reported. Raphael frowned, very dissatisfied with Alade's dereliction of duty. This was clearly the enemy's strategy of misdirection. But after calming down, Raphael also understood that even if Alade stayed outside, it would be hard to catch the intruders. All the detection magic they set up had failed to notice any signs of intrusion. Only here, in the core area of the sun furnace, protected by magic fortified personally by Vittorio after ascending to legend, had they managed to pinpoint the intruders. Only the power of a legend could counter another legend. No wonder they were able to sneak in here. It looks like they are both traitors. Raphael turned and recognized Monroe and Ivina at a glance. Though he had not met them before, he had seen their civil service exam papers, especially Ivina's exposition on kingdom laws, which had made a deep impression on him. Raphael hadn't expected that they would betray their wizard identities, or perhaps they had been church spies from the start, even capable of using a unique alchemical artifact to easily block his full-force strike. Raphael sneered, not believing that their turtle shell protection could last forever. Surrounded by everyone, Monroe's expression was quite ugly, the only consolation being that there was only one senior wizard present, so defeating him might not be impossible. Ivina also drew her longsword, trusting more in the blade in her hand than the magic she had just learned. Raphael held nothing back, instantly using a fifth ring spell. The elements in the void, as if guided by something, collided violently and rolled towards the two. At the same moment, one face of the cube in Monroe's hand radiated an exceptionally dazzling light as he prepared to strike back with all his might, casting Holy Strike. Chapter 527, 527, 478 Lin, second, thermonuclear fusion. This underscore two powerful spells intertwined and collided, unleashing a massive shockwave. A burst of explosive roaring suddenly erupted within the subterranean space. But it wasn't from the collision of spells. It was shockingly coming from above their heads. The next moment, under everyone's astonished and puzzled gazes, the ceiling above violently exploded open. Massive amounts of rubble, bricks, and steel rebar cascaded down from above. Raphael shouted, then looked at Monroe with disbelief. The entire underground space had been specifically reinforced, even capable of withstanding the impact of six-circle magic and still maintaining structural integrity. It should not have collapsed from the recent magic's residual effects. Raphael soon understood why. Along with the falling debris, several all-too-familiar figures also descended. The wizards present exclaimed excitedly. Monroe also seemed to have seen a savior, exclaiming excitedly. However, they soon realized that the appearance of the descending group could only be described as miserable. Whether it was Herav, Aurora, or Lin, they had all unavoidably suffered severe injuries from the aftermath of the legendary spell's collision. Of course, Cynthia on the opposite side wasn't faring any better, her half-face scattered by the beam, not yet completely repaired, her wound continuously patched by the conversion of massive amounts of energy into flesh and blood, looking particularly horrifying. In fact, it was not only Raphael and others who were bemused. Herav and Aurora were also taken aback by Lin suddenly breaking through the underground layers. They all knew what lay beneath Fire Oil City, but couldn't understand why Lin would lure the enemy here. The most shocked of those who fell was undoubtedly Cynthia. The small sun suspended in the air was too dazzling to ignore. The massive energy emanating from it instilled in her a strong sense of unease. It also triggered her deepest fears. Months ago, just like today, she fell into a trap set by the wizards while in pursuit, and the scene in front of her now seemed like a replay of that past encounter. At this critical moment, while everyone was distracted, surprised, and confused, Lin quickly took position at the center of the array, lifted his hand to activate the fusion reactor, and pronounced in an unequivocal tone, "Receive your judgment, Ella." The moment his voice fell, the hovering plasma ball, under the influence of a powerful magnetic field, violently contracted inwards, followed by dozens of horrifying laser beams shooting out from the sky, the depths of the earth, and the surrounding walls, targeting the small sun and the hovering reactor. Or rather, targeting its interior, composed of helium elements formed by the fusion of tritium and deuterium elements, and existing in a plasma state. The plasma, previously reduced to one-third its size under the constraints of the strong magnetic field, suddenly expanded violently again. Its intense heat seemed to cleave the void, and the brilliant light that burst forth obscured the vision of everyone present. Ripples spread downward in circles, the powerful energy waves visibly expanding outward at a visible rate, quickly activating the entire underground array. Wall of size, Cynthia, without hesitation, triggered the strongest protection technique her body could muster. A golden wall radiant with divine radiance stood horizontally within the underground space. Even so, Cynthia still felt insecure, continuously bolstering herself with various powerful divine protections without pause. Having witnessed the power of a hydrogen explosion firsthand, she dared not underestimate the might of the mighty sun above. Tens of thousands of energy-storing runes were filled within just 3 seconds, after which tremendous amounts of light and heat energy were released together through the guide, aiming not at Cynthia, but at Lin at the center of the array. Almost within a second, Lin's body disintegrated and decayed under the wash of energy. The group of wizards, their eyes streaming with tears because of the intense light, were suddenly dumbfounded. Had Master Lin just committed suicide? Monroe and Ivina were also stunned, unclear about what was actually happening. Only the alchemists who had witnessed Vittorio's ascension to legend had a faint guess about what Lin was doing. Herav and Aurora's eyes widened as well. They could certainly see Lin's intent. The power of this holy maiden was too overwhelming to use sky vaulting within Fire Oil City, so only a legend could confront a legend. But where was this ascension energy coming from? Hadn't they said that there was no longer enough of the hydrogen isotopes? Had someone hidden a large amount of nuclear fuel behind their backs, planning to ascend a legend first privately? But where could such large quantities of tritium and deuterium be hidden? Herav did not know that the fusion occurring this time was not of hydrogen isotopes, but of helium elements produced by their fusion. First, fuse hydrogen into helium, then through extremely high pressure and temperatures in the hundreds of millions, combine 3 helium nuclei into a single carbon nucleus, which is the secondary fusion that often occurs inside stars. As early as when Vittorio completed his ascension ceremony last time, Lin had already noticed this new energy gradually gathering inside the fusion furnace. But due to the difficulty and risk of secondary fusion, he had not easily spoken out. Now, however, it was a time they had no choice but to give it their all. With his words and the fusion furnace acting as a threat, Lin successfully bought time to activate the ascension ceremony. An endless stream of energy was extracted from the violent plasma sphere, and if Vittorio hadn't reinforced the core formation after his ascension to legend, the guiding runes would probably have burst open long ago. Lin's body had completely vanished from the platform, leaving only his soul body straddling the border between illusion and reality, receiving the energy tides surging from all directions. Shaping, shell reconstruction. At the moment his body was completely destroyed, Lin launched this magic, drawing massive amounts of magic power from tens of thousands of demon crystals buried beneath the ground. A heart slowly emerged in the void, followed immediately by connecting blood vessels. Having experienced Vittorio's ascension, Lin clearly knew the correct order to reconstruct his body. However, under the terrifying baptism of energy tides, the process was not so easy. To complete this ceremony, soul power permeation, energy integration, and magic shaping were all indispensable. This required immensely vast and precise computing power, and neither the soul strength of a mage of the 5 rings nor the formidable enemy in front would allow him to complete his ascension slowly. Lin could only rely on the support of the magic network's computing power, multitasking diligently and quickly constructing a body of magic and energy. Streams of rune chains rose from the ground, enveloping both Lin and the entire core formation. This was a formation specifically laid out by Vittorio. Without this legendary level of protection, he would not have had the courage to complete the ascension ceremony publicly. By the time Cynthia realized she had been tricked, several seconds had already passed. Unlike Monroe and Ivina, she could naturally discern that this was a different kind of legendary ascension method distinct from the spiritual ceremony. And the fact that the opponent was ascended right in front of her was nothing short of a blatant provocation. Cynthia's eyes flickered with unspeakable fury, her entire body bursting into brilliant starlight as she merged into the light and turned into a radiant streak, shooting toward the center of the platform in an attempt to disrupt the ascension ceremony. Herav shouted desperately, well aware that their only chance of victory was to hold out until someone successfully ascended. The wizards present quickly reacted, unleashing their magic towards Cynthia, trying to knock her down. Chapter 528, 479, Physical Body Breaks the Sound Barrier. Chapter 528, Chapter 479, Physical Body Breaks the Sound Barrier. Only legends can confront legends. Chapter 528, Chapter 479, Physical Body Breaks the Sound Barrier. only legends can confront legends. Flame burst skill, chain lightning, frostblade. Myriad low-tier magic spells fell like a torrential downpour. But unfortunately, the tactic of quantity over quality was obviously infeasible here. The gap between those of legend and great wizards could not be bridged, let alone by these ordinary official wizards. Saintess Cynthia moved across the platform like a swift storm, leaving trails of afterimages in everyone's sight. Merely by the unusual swiftness of her energy form, she had already dodged more than 90% of the spells. As for the rest, Cynthia was too lazy to even avoid them. They were often dispersed by the elements within her domain before reaching her. Fortunately, Herav had never counted on these wizards to be of much help. He just wanted to slightly distract Cynthia. With the advantage of distance, Aurora had already stepped ahead to guard the front of the array, and palm-sized crystal stones appeared in the void, soon flying towards the streak of light that was shooting towards them. Such an obvious attack was clearly unable to hit Cynthia, who was moving at high speed. Aurora stretched out her hand, and flickers of lightning emerged within the numerous, speeding crystal stones. Each crystal stone acted like a node, connecting the wild electric arcs emanating from the stones, instantly covering a large area and forming a vast electromagnetic net. Cynthia's energy form could almost ignore most spells, but still, she couldn't escape the confinement of the magnetic field. The Saintess nearly transformed into a streak of light, was like diving into mud, her speed dramatically reduced from extremely fast to extremely slow, and her glowing figure became visible once again. Space-time blade / years of teamwork allowed Herav to deliver the strike at just the right moment without any communication. An invisible spatial ripple swept across, directly bisecting Cynthia's body. Then, Aurora reactivated the lightning, shattering the severed body with powerful electromagnetic force within just 2 seconds. How could this be? As Cynthia's body was completely submerged in the lightning, Aurora herself paused, but then realized that a legend could not possibly die so easily unless it was a decoy. A strong premonition flickered through Aurora's mind. Instinctively, she shifted her body slightly, and then a splash of blood flew, her right arm severed cleanly. Aurora's left hand tightly covered the wound, letting the blood freeze into solid ice to block the gushing blood flow. She had suffered greatly in her specialty, the art of visual magic. Clearly, the starlight technique released by Cynthia just now was merely a diversion. The real body had already concealed its form under the star's cover, launching that lethal strike. Aurora's eyes swept in front of her, horrified to find that she could not perceive the opponent's movements at all. Fortunately, just then, several rune chains drilled out from the ground, striking towards an empty area. Accompanied by a cringe-inducing muffled sound, Cynthia's form emerged from the void, the exploding starlight smashing the approaching rune chains to smithereens. But these things were seemingly endless. Destroying one only caused more chains to coil towards her, whether it was the many magic stones piled under the ground or the fusion furnaces floating in the sky. Both were continuously providing energy. The rune barrier set up behind managed to easily block the barrage of starlight. This layer of protection was specially set up by Vittorio to ensure uninterrupted ascension, nearly covering all possibilities. Before destruction, whether it was space, force field, electromagnetic, or sound waves, none could affect anyone within the array, as if magic had split them into 2 different worlds. Naturally, Cynthia also noticed this, and after testing the strength of this thing with the starlight technique, she once again invoked the divine kingdom. Cynthia's voice echoed in the underground space. The continuous use of legendary divine arts had also been a significant drain on her, such that she needed to use divine words to communicate with her true form to bring down the divine kingdom again. In an instant, the entire underground domain was encompassed within the divine kingdom, except for the sun furnace protected by the legendary array. Cynthia spread her hands wide, and the elements tainted by divine magic immediately gathered together, forming a giant hand that fiercely clenched towards the half-enclosed rune barrier, resembling an eggshell. Herav exerted his force field magic with all his might, trying to pull Cynthia down from midair. As the battle on the field grew more intense, Monroe, bound immobile by the rune chains, had a thought. Clutching the cubic relic in his hand, he began to build up power, ready to activate the most powerful legendary divine art stored within the relic, Light of Annihilation. The diamond-shaped cube rotated continuously in the palm, with divine runes on all 6 faces now linked together, emitting an exceptionally dazzling light. Monroe understood that now was his chance to make a significant contribution. As long as he assisted the Saintess in killing all these wizards, he could use this merit to cleanse his past stains and humiliation. While almost everyone's attention was drawn to the frighteningly powerful Saintess Cynthia, Raphael was the exception. Having just engaged Monroe in combat, he was very aware that the opponent was not someone to be overlooked. Chapter 529, 529, 479. Chapter 529, 479. Chapter 529, 479. Dozens of thorns imbued with electromagnetic force arrived in an instant. To unleash the light of annihilation, the majority of the holy artifact's power had been drawn away. This time, under the successive barges of many electromagnetic cannons, the unbreakable shield quickly shattered upon impact. Monroe, bound by rune chains, had no chance to dodge. He could only try to avoid vital points, as he helplessly watched thorn after thorn pierce his chest, thighs, and arms. One of the thorns even struck the floating cube. Raphael was well aware of what the key was. As Monroe's cries of despair echoed, the cube slipped from his grasp and was sent flying away. Before Raphael could launch another assault, a hand reached out and caught the cube precisely before it hit the ground. The holy artifact in his hand was poised. With just one more push, it would be unleashed. Although Ivina would inevitably take some of the credit, at that moment he no longer cared. Amidst Monroe's anticipation and the suddenly changing gazes of Raphael and the others, Ivina raised the cube in her hand, aiming it squarely at the sun furnace, and without hesitation, she initiated the attack. The dark light of annihilation shot out from the cube, its speed reaching the extreme. It was evidently a reference to someone's development of laser magic. Simultaneously, Cynthia managed to tear open a rift in Vittorio's legendary array. While there was an abundance of energy to sustain the array, how could a living legend not be able to break through a dead formation? Soon after, strands of dazzling starlight emerged behind Cynthia, spreading out in a display as resplendent as a peacock's tail. Just as Cynthia was ready to cast her spell and obliterate the entire ascension platform, a deadly, dark beam of destruction struck her from behind without warning. The speed of the light was unfathomable. By the time Cynthia sensed the danger, the light of annihilation had already pierced through half her body, shattering her carefully constructed spell as well. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence, as everyone present stared at Ivina, holding the cube, with surprise and disbelief on their faces. Monroe's eyes widened in shock. For a moment, he even suspected he was hallucinating, but he quickly came to his senses and yelled in despair. "Why? Are you mad?" Monroe refused to believe that Ivina had simply missed her target. It was unthinkable that she would accidentally strike the Holy Maiden. It had to be deliberate. Ivina ignored Monroe and, with the luminous cube pointed at Cynthia, asked solemnly, "Is the scripture accurate? Is the land we stand upon flat or spherical? Did God truly create this world? What exactly is a wizard? Do heaven and hell really exist?" After living and studying in Fire Oil City for several months, Ivina had too many unresolved questions. Although now might not be the best time for such inquiries, she knew she would never get answers at any other moment. Herav didn't wait for Cynthia to reply and took the lead, sneering as he spoke. "What holy maiden? The holy maiden you speak of is nothing more than a shell used to sustain her coming, replaced every few years. Claiming to be a divine being, she's actually just further along the path of magic than the rest of us," Aurora added without hesitation, revealing Cynthia's true nature. She did not understand why Ivina had suddenly attacked the holy maiden, but the cube in her hands held the power to influence the outcome of the battle. The words of the two caused Ivina to be utterly astonished, so much so that even Monroe, his face a picture of despair, stood there frozen. The holy maiden before them was the moon goddess, Ella. Cynthia did not respond to Ivina's words, nor did she deign to refute Hera's remarks. Ivina struggled to suppress the shock on her face, showing no consciousness of retreat. She was different from Monroe, as she only acted according to her own will, not caring whether it was divine arts or magic. However, Ivina clearly misunderstood what Cynthia meant. In the next moment, she felt the cube in her hand losing control, with countless threads of magic power shooting out from its crystalline surface. Cynthia wasn't just waiting. She was communicating with the divine energy within the cube, despite it being an alchemic creation. This didn't mean she hadn't left a backup plan within the holy artifact she had crafted with her own hands. At such close range, Ivina had no possibility to evade. Her body was quickly penetrated by the surging threads of magic power, one of which tightly wound around her neck like a hangman's noose. An intense feeling of suffocation immediately took hold of her entire brain. Not only that, Ivina also felt her physical strength and magic power being drained nonstop. Her mind grew hazy, and memories of the past flashed by like phantoms, finally freezing at the image of that harbor town ablaze with fire. Perhaps she should have died that night, the girl thought to herself regretfully. It's just a pity she still hadn't figured out what the truth was, nor had she found any trace of Loth. The struggling expression on Ivina's face gradually settled into calm. Although somewhat unwilling, she still serenely accepted her own death. A loud voice suddenly filled the entire underground space, reaching Ivina's ears, followed by the sound of something bursting and shattering. When Ivina's eyes opened again, she saw that what had exploded was the self-floating cube in front of her. It seemed to have been shattered by a powerful force, with large chunks of crystal stone scattering into countless shimmering fragments on the ground. The magic power threads connecting to her body had also snapped apart. Ivina crashed heavily to the ground, turning her gaze, regardless of the pain from her body, toward the sun furnace. The flickering lightning inside had completely dissipated, and the alchemy runes that had been sparkling on the ground had dimmed. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, a figure in dazzling blue emerged from the sun furnace. In the instant of body reshaping, Lin had crafted an appropriate atomic outfit for himself using magic power. He had no choice. His robe could not withstand such an intense energy wash and had been destroyed along with his body. He didn't have a habit of fighting without clothes. Lin looked around the underground space that had turned into a projection of the divine kingdom, Ariel with a severed arm, the gravely injured Herav, and the official wizards who were oppressed by the divine realm to the point of being unable to move, all came into his view. He understood that he had made some mistakes in his judgment. Lin had thought that with the obstruction of Herav and Aurora, and with the alchemy array laid by Vittorio, he could just barely hold out until his ascension was successful. After all, his intelligent brain had recorded every step of constructing a magic power and energy body, and Lin was confident he could complete it within a minute. But he hadn't expected that he still underestimated Cynthia's power. The hand of elements deployed with the power of the divine kingdom was strong enough to tear through the protective array laid by Vittorio. Seeing Lin walk out of the fusion furnace, Hera was exceedingly overjoyed. He understood that for now on the tide of battle had turned, but he still asked cautiously. Although both he and Aurora were gravely injured, they still had some fighting power left. "Leave it to me," Lin reassured them, then turned to look at Cynthia, who had regained her body, and spoke again with a cold voice. The moment his words fell, Lin's body moved, extreme speed causing an intense sonic boom that repelled everything around him. Mach cones, which normally only appeared on supersonic jets, now formed around the energy body. Relying solely on the power of his flesh, Lin broke the sound barrier, sending Cynthia flying with a direct punch. Chapter 530, 534, 80 The Power to Break Through the... Chapter 530, Chapter 480, The Power to Break Through the Troposphere. Finale atomique brise. Chapter 530, Chapter 480, The Power to Break Through the Troposphere. Finale atomique brise. Breaking the sound barrier with his physical body was an idea Lin had contemplated before. Since they were no longer weak carbon-based life forms, speed and strength shouldn't be so greatly limited. It was only after ascending to legend that Lin realized the issue indeed lay with acceleration. Previously, great wizards used force field magic to fly, which is a very advanced anti-gravity method. But it's also true that it's slow, so Lin had the brilliant idea to use magnetic fields to increase his speed. It was like launching an electromagnetic cannon, projecting himself out in an instant. This method of speeding up was undeniably crude, but its velocity was unquestionably extreme. A mere second of electromagnetic acceleration increased Lin's speed to 1.5 times the speed of sound, and his energy body transformed into an iron body midair. The mass, weighing several tons, combined with the unprecedented speed, delivered a punch with the force of a thermobaric bomb, and accompanied by a massive sonic boom. It sent Cynthia flying hundreds of meters away, deeply embedding her into the ground. Harrow's pupils shrank as he had heard someone mention the idea of breaking the sound barrier with their body before. But at the time, he thought it was nothing more than a fantasy. He never expected that Lin, who had just stepped in a legend, could achieve such an unbelievable feat. As a fully-fledged wizard, Yoland and others could only see faint afterimages and the sonic booms left in the wake. As the targeted victim, Cynthia was directly stunned by this unusually heavy hit, her energy body nearly shattering as if she had collided head-on with a rapidly approaching meteorite. However, before she could recover, Lin's figure was before her again. Cynthia's expression changed drastically, and she raised her right hand, attempting to use divine arts. But Lin was evidently faster with a blade that constantly flowed with magical luminescence and extended several meters in his hand, sweeping down in a horizontal slash. One divine barrier after another appeared in front of her, but they broke as easily as paper, and in an instant, the blade fell, severing Cynthia's right arm. This was the high-frequency vibration particle blade. With a legendary wizard's powerful control over mimic elements, Lin used atoms vibrating and circulating hundreds of thousands of times per second to form the blade edge, achieving atomic-level cutting. After the strike, Lin retracted the blade. Cutting wounds had limited destructive power on an energy body, and then his fist, bigger than a sandbag, the true iron fist, hammered directly towards Cynthia's head. The heavy punch connected with Cynthia's face, and, amid a violent, booming sound, the ground collapsed, with dense cracks spreading outwards like a spider web. Harov and Aurora, who were watching from the sidelines, naturally heard Lin shout. They were amused, yet also moved deep down, grateful that they had risked their lives to stall Cynthia just now. Cynthia had been struck several times in rapid succession, humiliated to the extreme. It wasn't difficult for her to see through Lin's actions or react in time, but the difference in their speeds was just too great. Ever since the end of the war over faith, she had never been so pressed in direct combat, nor been so humiliatingly suppressed to the ground and beaten. Even if this was just an incarnation, just before that huge iron fist could smash down again, Cynthia harshly pronounced the words. The elements within the divine domain projection, saturated by divine power, seemed to have received an order and froze in place, and a terrible coldness began to spread rapidly in all directions. Intent on using the ultimate physical assault to smash this incarnation of a god into pieces until she ran. Out of energy, Lin was forced to halt his actions. Because this chilling cold was spreading in his domain, though its expansion speed was quite slow, only about 1% of that in the outside world. In the earlier battle against this holy maiden of the church, an important reason for their defeat was that the divine domain projection easily suppressed the domains of great wizards. But fortunately, he had stepped into the realm of legend and possessed certain resistance and counter abilities. Absolute Zero invading his domain would take at least 5 seconds to reach inside his body, enough for him to deliver 30 punches, potentially enough to burst the opponent or force her to stop the spell. So he punched. Lin's actions didn't pause for a moment. He threw punch after punch, each striking precisely on Cynthia's head. At this moment, Lin resembled more of a berserker than a wizard, with his fists and speed as his best weapons. Cynthia's angry voice came from beneath him, threads of starlight shining around her, then suddenly exploded. This nearly suicidal move finally succeeded in driving Lin back. Lin remained very cautious against this unknown divine art. Slow barrier. After escaping from being pinned down and brutally beaten, Cynthia immediately adjusted the elemental composition of her divine domain. All the wizards present immediately felt as if the air around them had become a viscous liquid. Slowing down the speed by increasing resistance, cutting off his advantage, Lin immediately guessed Cynthia's plan, which indeed was a method. But what truly troubled him was that within this divine domain, it seemed she could receive a continuous supply of energy. Chapter 531. 531, 480 The Power to Pierce the Troposphere. Chapter 531. Chapter 480. The Power to Pierce the Troposphere. _2 Chapter 531. Chapter 480. The Power to Pierce the Troposphere. _2 Just now, he had already inflicted serious damage on his opponent more than once, and combined with the previous fierce battle, the consumption of magic power and energy was not a small figure. However, Cynthia showed no signs of energy depletion whatsoever. It seemed that he would have to completely destroy his opponent's physical body in one strike. In a moment of contemplation, most of Cynthia's battered body had already healed, and she floated in the underground space, with brilliant starlight emerging around her, gathering behind her like the spread of a peacock's tail. It was the divine art, Star's Fury, that Ivina had just interrupted with her sudden counterattack. The instant the spell was cast, Lin also discerned some clues about this peculiar starlight technique. Under the legendary wizard's unique elemental vision, each strand of starlight gleamed with the light of soul power. If the legend of a wizard is about converting matter into energy, then Cynthia was using soul power as her energy source. He must not take it head-on. This thought flashed through Lin's mind, realizing that this technique could possibly directly harm the soul body, which explained why it was her preferred method of attack. Cynthia slowly spoke, and the starlight that hovered behind her like a peacock's tail shot out at high speed, not aimed at Lin, but at Aurora, who was seriously wounded on the right. Lin's expression changed slightly. He had not expected Cynthia to suddenly turn her attack to someone else. His figure energized once again, forcibly breaking through the elemental sea that was impeding his movements, and before the starfire could envelop the entire area, he grabbed Aurora and flew out. Behind them, a series of loud booms resounded, each explosion of starlight signifying the extinguishing of a soul spirit, with the burning starfire spreading throughout the underground space. Following that, a grand prayer echoed throughout the space. Cynthia hung high above the divine domain, her expression solemn, as a holy and immense force vibrated through the void. A bronze door began to slowly emerge in the divine kingdom. This time, Cynthia had not intended to use the divine descent technique. Before the ritual of collecting the souls of 1 million devout believers was complete, her true body could not risk appearing lightly. According to her previous forecast, tonight's battle would end either with her slaughtering all these wizards or with the enemies casting sky vaulting within the city. In exchange for this avatar, eliminating the council's most elite forces. What Cynthia hadn't anticipated was that these wizards had mastered the method of ascending to legend status and had even defeated this avatar in a frontal confrontation. This made her feel a genuine threat. After being violently thrashed, her anger reached an extreme. Now, there was only one thought left in her heart: to completely eliminate these wizards. Aurora didn't even have a chance to thank Lynn for his help when she looked in horror at the bronze door. They had nearly been wiped out by just one finger from the true body of Alade just a few months earlier. Lynn's gaze also became grave. Although he had now ascended to legend status, he had no intention of facing the pseudo-god of the church with hundreds of years of accumulated faith and unfathomable strength at this time. If Vittorio was here, and both Herav and Aurora had completed their ascension with the power of several seventh ring wizards, they might just have a fighting chance. Lynn extended his hand, and an abundance of uranium elements emerged in his palm, first as scattered particles and then aggregated together to form a solid sphere. As a legendary wizard, like Vittorio, he also possessed the ability to mimic and analyze all elements. Most importantly, after a bout of venting, Lynn also suddenly remembered. He was a mage, not a warrior. What does he want to do? Herav had just snapped out of the shock from the divine descent, and then turned to look at Lynn with a chill rising in his heart. Herav was very aware that if such a force were to erupt in this subterranean space, everyone present would die here. Lynn paid no attention to the thoughts of others, focusing all his energy on the uranium elements at his palms, which were about to reach the critical point, the space held by his cupped hands showing clear ripples. The horror of nuclear explosion magic was self-evident, and even though he had ascended to legend, Lynn had no confidence in surviving at the center of a nuclear explosion. However, not being able to resist it head-on didn't mean he couldn't wield this power. The key lay in guidance, such as using twisted space and a strong magnetic field to channel the energy of the nuclear explosion in the same direction. Just as they had contained the fusion reactor before, only that the difficulty had increased more than tenfold. At this moment, Cynthia too sensed the incoming danger, but she was unable to interrupt Lynn's technique as she was busy guiding the divine descent and could only speed up her casting. The originally ethereal bronze gate had become incredibly solid and emerged completely from the void, its doors already slightly ajar, the projection of the divine kingdom becoming even stronger than before. Herav, Aurora, and the others felt their domains being completely suppressed, and Raphael and his group couldn't move at all. Even Lynn was no exception. His domain was almost compressed to half its original size. Fortunately, Lynn's build-up had also reached its peak. All the energy and magic power he had absorbed during the ascension ceremony had been converted into more uranium-235. Upon reaching the critical point, a heart-palpitating strong light suddenly appeared at the center of his hands. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the scattering flame streams, the terrifying energy waves, and temperatures of over 100 million degrees erupted all at once. I call it. Lynn spoke slowly, as just the escaping fringe energy caused his hands to vaporize and disappear, and even half his body was gone. But fortunately, the technique to contain the nuclear explosion had formed. Under the combined effect of the twisted space and the magnetic field, the unimaginable energy wave of the nuclear explosion surged and spun, bursting forth from the front of Lynn in a conical shape. The high-density energy wave was less than 50 centimeters in diameter at the moment of activation, but by the time it neared the bronze gate, it had swelled into a massive light pillar over 100 meters across, colliding with the mythic bronze gate. Under the terrifying blast of radiation energy and countless neutrons traveling at 20 kilometers per second, the force field around the bronze gate was breached in an instant. Series of intense, eardrum-shattering booms echoed through the underground space. The ancient bronze gate and Cynthia behind it were engulfed in the searing fire streams simultaneously. Cynthia sharply felt her energy body disintegrating at a microscopic level, invisible neutrons constantly piercing through, scattering, and shattering the elements that composed her form. In the last millisecond, Cynthia only had the time to firmly imprint Lynn, the caster, in her memory, preventing the memory from being forgotten, and then this incarnation was extinguished under the high-density energy column. After shattering the bronze gate and Cynthia, the colossal energy pillar didn't pause for a moment. It directly pierced through the underground, completely erasing the entire castle above, then continued to expand and extend, shooting through the atmosphere towards the night sky, with a momentum to pierce it through. The widest point even reached over 3 kilometers across, resembling a giant inverted light cone from afar, like a stairway to Heaven's Gate. Alade, who had just dealt with the demon creatures, also sensed this mighty energy. He turned his head and saw the light pillar surging from below the ground, as if to penetrate heaven and earth, and he was left utterly stunned on the spot. In fact, not just him, but the entire kingdom and a good portion of the empire saw that energy column roaring through the troposphere. Amid shock and panic, many believers excitedly knelt on the ground, proclaiming loudly the sacred name of the moon goddess. Chapter 532. 532, 481 The Great Master has lost again. Chapter 532. Chapter 481. The Great Master has lost again. Chapter 532. Chapter 481. The Great Master has lost again. Within the holy city, countless believers who had witnessed the miracle were shouting loudly, firmly believing that it must be the great moon goddess punishing the wicked. Yet atop the Sky Dome Tower, Pope Alvis, who was watching the same scene, looked unsightly, with increasing unease in his heart, because this was not any form of divine arts he knew. Most importantly, the divine power within him had gradually quieted down. Alvis turned his head and commanded in a deep voice. The cardinals, who had similarly seen the miracle, had just recovered from their shock and heard Alvis's words, were instantly dumbfounded, almost doubting if they had heard wrong. But they remembered, hadn't a holy maiden just been selected? Why select another? Yet under Pope Alvis's icy gaze, no bishop dared to voice objections. Thinking back to the strange spectacle of the light beam reaching toward the heavens, some had already begun to guess what was happening. Several cardinals immediately received the order and left the Sky Dome Tower, all feeling quite uneasy. Cardinal Cirid lowered his voice, his tone trembling slightly. Although he did not yet know what had happened, from the Pope's decision to stop the actions, it must have been a serious problem. Moreover, changing 2 holy maidens within just over 3 months was unprecedented in the history of the Church. Cirid even suspected that both holinesses had already died at the hands of the wizards. Murmured one of the cardinals, bewildered. These bishops were the Lord's shepherds on earth, and the embodiment of the Lord's will. In the past, no matter how formidable the enemy, they eventually fell before the Church's crusade. After all, the Lord's majesty cannot be violated, his power unmatched. Cirid always believed firmly in this. Yet the group of wizards, the minions of the evil god, had defeated the Church's crusade several times, and even once penetrated the empire's borders, with holy maidens now continuously falling within the kingdom. For a moment, Cirid even felt as if the empire's downfall was imminent, and his firm faith inevitably began to waver. A solemn voice resounded within the Sky Dome Tower, also waking Cirid from his doubts about the Lord's might. The other cardinals looked towards the newcomer and quickly bowed in greeting. "It seems there are some doubts in your hearts," Randall said coolly, eyeing them. "My lord, I want to know why our great and merciful Lord doesn't send down his grace to stop those minions of the evil god from ravaging the empire and slaughtering the Lord's people," Cirid said, greatly perplexed. Randall said sorrowfully. Upon hearing this, Cirid and the others showed a look of shame. Although they were the most devout believers, strictly adhering to doctrine, they sometimes inevitably harbored some dark thoughts. The advent of doom was a responsibility that none of them could shirk. After pausing for a moment, Randall continued, "Of course, the Lord is merciful. As long as we sincerely repent and pray, the darkness will eventually dissipate, and the Lord's glory will, as always, spread across the land, bringing vitality and hope. May the merciful Lord soon send down his grace to dissolve the disaster of doom, and may the Lord's glory endure forever. Cirid and the others' momentary confusion vanished as they devoutly prayed. Randall waved his hand, and after the cardinals respectfully left the Sky Dome Tower, he turned to look out the window at that beam of light which seemed to pierce through heaven and earth. After concentrating for several minutes, the terrifying surge of radiant energy seemed to reach its limit, dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Such terrifying power! Randall's expression was extremely solemn. Unlike Cirid and the other ignorant bishops, he was very aware of what this meant. The Lord's incarnation on earth had been defeated again. If the last time could be explained by the wizards using some underhanded methods, all excuses this time seemed insubstantial, and Randall had to admit that the Wizard Council's power far exceeded his expectations. According to reports from Imperial spies, the Council was recently preparing for war, manufacturing a large amount of new weaponry. He had a premonition that it wouldn't be long before the kingdom would launch a large-scale attack. Randall murmured to himself. Over the past few months, he had been roaming the Empire, creating panic and unrest, then using miracles to quell it. Yet, even with this kind of draining tactics, there was still a significant gap from the 1 million devout believers needed. Chapter 533, 481, The Great Mistress has been defeated. Guión bajo dos no. Randall suddenly realized that if they were included, they probably had enough. In Fire Oil City, beside the fusion furnace, Herav, who had witnessed firsthand the immense power of the atomic breath, was completely immersed in shock and horror, and even the dispirited Mutuo had his eyes wide open. The technique resembled his energy breath, but the power was worlds apart. In the moments while everyone was still stupefied, Lin had slowly descended from midair. His hands, vaporized by the residual energy, were regenerating at a slow pace, and there were marks of high-temperature burns on his chest and shoulders. He looked quite miserable, but no one there dared to underestimate him. Just now, under their watchful eyes, Lin had blasted the church's holy maiden, who had seemed powerful enough to drive them, and even several counselors to despair, into dust. That terrifying power had many of the guards' attendants, and even wizards wetting their pants, as if the Grim Reaper had swung down its scythe the moment the technique was triggered. The ceiling above now had a huge hole several hundred meters in diameter. Looking up, one could clearly see the night skies, twinkling stars, and the bright moon. But they distinctly remembered that there should have been an imposing fortress above, and now it was completely eradicated. You really are always concocting some incredibly powerful magic. Herav didn't know what to say, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Lin. When Vittorio was first elevated to legend, it took him quite some time to get accustomed to this power. Aside from refining his alchemy, he was unable to develop any legendary-level techniques. While still a great wizard, Lin had already devised the big nuclear explosion technique and proposed the concept of a sun furnace. Now, he had combined the advantages of both, using the forces of magnetic fields and space to guide the nuclear explosion energy. This not only resolved the issue of collateral damage, but also concentrated most of the destructive force, increasing its lethality by more than 100-fold. Herav understood every step of the spellcasting, but he knew that even as a legendary wizard himself, possessing the same power, he probably wouldn't have thought of such a reckless attempt to control a nuclear explosion technique. Lin simply chuckled without responding. The idea for atomic breath had come to him long ago, but due to his limited capabilities at the time, he hadn't dared to try it. In fact, just now he had almost faltered, but fortunately he was cautious and used a fission bomb, which he could barely control. Had it been a fusion bomb, it might have gone out of control. Then no one would have survived. Aurora mused with a sigh. Lin chuckled and shook his head. The limits of magic far exceed your and my expectations. Nuclear fission and fusion, in essence, are merely basic applications of elemental core power. 0.007%. Minuscule to describe. At this level, if he were to return to his former life and oppose the Earth Federation, he'd definitely be captured for study. There was no second possibility. Weak, Herav and Aurora were left speechless. To them, whether it was sky vaulting or the recent light cone that pierced the heavens, both had exceeded the concept of magic, especially the latter, which seemed to break the sky. Even a heavenly disaster couldn't describe it. It seems that legend is a whole new realm, and we cannot view it with the same eyes as before. Herav broadened his thoughts, deciding that his perspective needed to be much higher, no longer startled at every turn. However, after experiencing the baptism of many nuclear explosion techniques, nothing was shocking anymore. The power of legendary realms was formidable. No wonder Aura arrogantly claimed to be a god, enslaving beings as easily as herding sheep with a whip. Suddenly, Lin paused, frowning as he gazed up towards the penetrated opening above. Aurora hurriedly asked, could it be that the church had sent other legendary clerics to Fire Oil City? Lin did not respond immediately, sensing for a while before a bittersweet expression appeared on his face. Support? The people present were momentarily stunned, including Herav and Aurora, and shortly after, a trail of azure light streaked down from the sky, landing on the platform with a crash that left a large crater. The somewhat ethereal figure quickly solidified into a flesh-and-blood body, holding a middle-aged man who was half dead and wrapped in rune chains. The newcomer was Vittorio. What happened? What was that pillar of light just now? Just after landing, Vittorio anxiously inquired. He had rushed back at top speed after receiving the transmission of electromagnetic waves and had prepared for the worst upon seeing the light pillar that shot out from Fire Oil City and pierced the skies. But upon actually arriving, Vittorio discovered that things seemed different from what he had imagined. Everyone appeared to be all right. Well, except for Aurora. However, for a wizard, a severed arm was not a significant injury. Herav said rather exasperatedly. Vittorio paused, his face filled with astonishment. What was that pillar of light then? Aurora began to explain the situation briefly, and Vittorio then understood just how critical the situation had been. The church's holy maiden, the earthly incarnation of a false god, had actually risked infiltrating Fire Oil City, even attempting to perform the divine descent technique. And that beam of radiant energy shooting into the sky was Lin's doing. From a fifth circle great wizard directly to a legend. That truly is unbelievable, Vittorio remarked, looking at Lin and clicking his tongue. No one knew better than he did. Lin shrugged his shoulders. In fact, without the computing power of the brain and Vittorio's experience in advancement, he would not have dared to undertake such a risky action. Of course, the most crucial factor was the urgency of the situation, as they had no way of dealing with Cynthia. By the way, what about the upheaval caused by the evil god at the kingdom's north border? Lin suddenly remembered the purpose of Vittorio's trip and asked, focusing on the man Vittorio was holding in his right hand. Vittorio nodded, beginning to recount his experience in the north. To avoid alarming the enemy, he had not appeared rashly. He secretly captured a few cult leaders releasing the evil god, used memory retrieval to gather intelligence, and first dealt with Gustav, who was hiding in the shadows. The latter probably had not expected him to arrive so quickly and also to have completed his legendary advancement. Under Vittorio's righteous sneak attack, Gustav, unable to project the divine kingdom, was thoroughly beaten up. The remaining evil god, whose thoughts were chaotic and powers not yet recovered, was nothing more than a large punching bag. So, in less than half a day, the matter was satisfactorily resolved, and the subsequent quelling and governance were handed over to Ryder and others. Vittorio almost never stopped as he hurried back. He had already been on his way during the electromagnetic transmission, which was why he could arrive here so swiftly. Lin nodded slightly, feeling that even with Ella's centuries of empire rule, such a severe blow was indeed a heavy one. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 534, 534, 482 Quantum State and the Plan 2. Chapter 534, Chapter 482, Quantum State and the Plan to Counterattack the Empire. Chapter 534, Chapter 482, Quantum State and the Plan to Counterattack the Empire. Having heard that Vittorio had very successfully resolved the unrest at the kingdom north border, Hera and Aurora both breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the situation tonight is indeed critical, but the gains were not insignificant. Offsetting each other, their power was now very close to that of the Empire and the Church. The resolution of the evil god's calamity also meant that the Council could act without worrying about rear-end troubles. Lin glanced at the shattered underground square and ordered the wizards who still had some strength to handle the aftermath, especially to rescue the injured. The mere aftermath of the battle had caused considerable casualties, and that was only because Cynthia simply did not take these official wizards seriously and could not be bothered to disperse her computing power to deal with them. Otherwise, at least half would have died or been wounded. Chairman Vittorio, please go up and have a look. The attack wasn't limited to this place. Fire Oil City's other areas also suffered attacks by Imperial spies, and they might need our support, Lin said earnestly. The Church had really invested heavily this time, mobilizing all the forces it could for the assault. Lin was not worried about Fire Oil City falling, considering this number of people couldn't cause any significant chaos, but it was good to minimize casualties and destruction. The roads, houses, and even the grass and trees of Fire Oil City were built on the toil and sweat of its workers. This was also an opportunity to carry out a purge within. Fine, but I need to find a place to settle this guy down first, Vittorio said with a shake of his hand, lifting Gustav and speaking with a headache. It was not easy to confine a legendary cleric. The effort it took to build the cell to imprison Joshua was now wasted since it had been completely destroyed as a trap, and a new location had to be found. The whole point of taking the trouble to keep Gustav was naturally to interrogate him for information. Having ascended to legendary status, Vittorio had some new ideas about interrogation and only hoped Gustav would not be as tough-mouthed as Joshua was. Hera volunteered. Although he too was lightly wounded, it fortunately did not hinder his movement. As for Aurora, she couldn't get involved. Her right arm had been severed at the root and needed immediate treatment. Raphael approached with a few wizards in good condition, nodding toward the bound Monroe and the unconscious Ivina. His tone lost its casualness and carried more respect. Nowadays, this magic star had become a legendary wizard. Naturally, his status was incomparable to before. Thinking back on the great battle he had just witnessed, Raphael felt a surge of passion and resolved to push himself even harder to ascend to a six-ring wizard soon and perhaps one day step into the mysterious and unpredictable legendary realm. Lin shifted his gaze. Bound, Monroe looked utterly dispirited, mumbling, "This is impossible, this can't be." Whether it was because Hera had exposed Cynthia's true face and he was deeply shocked, or he simply refused to believe that the Holy City's holy maiden could die by his hand. Ivina, on the other hand, lay with her eyes tightly shut, her complexion deathly pale, clearly drained of much blood and vitality by that strange cube. Memory retrieval. Lin extended a hand over their heads to scan their memories. Fragments from Ivina's thoughts quickly surged into his mind, while Monroe began to howl in agony, and after 2 or 3 seconds, passed out in pain. Lin frowned. He encountered significant resistance while searching Monroe's memories, obtaining only very fragmented information. Was it because of the level of devotion to faith? Lin pondered internally. They had noticed this before. During several confrontations with the Church's expeditionary force, the Council had captured many clergy, and the higher the rank of the bishop, the harder it was to search their memories. It could be that their souls were to some extent protected by the fake god. Sometimes direct interrogation was more effective. Could he too, through his wisdom brain, develop some kind of magic to protect those wizards connected to the magic net? This might be a way to prevent leakage of intelligence. Lin thought to himself, but did not forget the matter at hand, instructing Raphael to lock the two up separately. Have the herbalist treat her wounds, and let me know when she wakes up," Lin ordered, having seen some interesting information in Ivina's memories that he needed to verify. "And send a few war machines to check on the Empire, especially the Holy City," Lin added finally. Raphael immediately took the unconscious Monroe and Ivina away upon receiving the order. Lin did not involve himself in the cleanup operations that followed. His spiritual power was severely depleted, as the powerful strike he had just made had exhausted almost all of his energy and magic power. Lin silently commanded in his mind. With the sound of a notification, an invisible light screen materialized before him. Chapter 535, 535, 482 Quantum State and a Plan 2. Chapter 535, Chapter 482. Quantum State and the Plan to Counterattack the Empire _2 Chapter 535. Chapter 482. Quantum State and the Plan to Counterattack the Empire _2 Lin raised an eyebrow, for throughout the entire process, relying on his perception, he hadn't noticed the slightest hint. In fact, from the moment he transmigrated, Lin had always been extremely curious about what form the brain chip actually took inside his body. You see, he had transmigrated at the soul level, and, theoretically, the brain chip that existed within his body should not have been brought along, let alone during the promotion ceremony where his physical body had been utterly destroyed. Yet the brain chip remained unaffected by any of this. Perhaps it was the influence of the transmigration that changed its form of existence. And the only thing that Lin could think of that could evade the exploration of a legendary wizard was the quantum state. Only a more microscopic force could achieve such an inconceivable feat with the power of a legendary wizard. One could easily manipulate the mimicry of any element, and to a certain extent, exert control over space and magnetic fields. But that control was limited to strong manipulation at the atomic level. As for inside the atom, that was beyond reach, such as the inability to directly control neutrons or influence the strong nuclear force. Since for the time being he couldn't access this realm, Lin temporarily set aside these doubts and looked at the various data assessed by the brain chip. Contract objective: Lin's pseudocarbon-based life form, unknown energy entity spiritual power rating, 7th ring legendary wizard, weakened, spell slots, frowny face deflection field, space oscillation, electromagnetic railgun, high-frequency vibration particle blade. Legendary spells: frowny face sky vaulting, finale, atomic breath, number of magic net connections, 357. Scanning briefly, Lin found that the data page had become much more complex and markedly different from before. Firstly, the label pseudo-carbon-based life form wasn't surprising. He had reconstructed his body through magic mimicry, virtually no different from before, possessing auditory, gustatory, olfactory senses, and functions of various organs. However, the so-called physical strength had completely disappeared, perhaps because it was not possible to assess accurately. After all, he could freely change the structure of his body. Just now, during his fight with Cynthia, Lin had transformed the elements composing his body into iron, which facilitated rapid movement through electromagnetic fields. His heavy and hard body also provided higher attack and defense capabilities. Although nature has elements much heavier and stronger than iron, in the periodic table, iron is a sort of boundary. Generally, fusion within stars also stops at iron, because fusing elements beyond iron requires the absorption of energy rather than the release of energy. For instance, to use finale, atomic breath, he created approximately twice the critical mass of uranium, 235, depleting most of his magic power and energy. In contrast, a steel body is both energy efficient and practical. Compared to the physical changes, Lin was more concerned with the changes at the spiritual level. Of course, he also noticed the word weakened marked behind the 7th ring legendary wizard. Even without this reminder, he could feel that after the withdrawal of computing power from the brain chip, his control over the domain and this body had significantly weakened. This change might be related to the fact that his soul had not reached its limit at the time of his ascension. Fortunately, his magic power and energy body were constantly nourishing his soul body. Lin estimated that it would take about 1 to 2 months to reach the peak level. Before that, if he wanted to exert his greatest combat power, he would have to rely on the boost from the magic net. It seems I'll need to lift some restrictions and incorporate more wizards into the magic net system, thought Lin. Currently, the number of people linked to the magic net was only around 250. He had not recruited people on a large scale before, because the maximum limit of computing power the brain could withstand was quite low. The computing power of over 200 official wizards, plus a few great wizards, had already exceeded this limit. If he called upon all of it, his brain would swell with pain, and he might even have to face the risk of brain death. But now, that concern was no longer present. He could summon all the computing power within the magic net system without any headaches. That's because he essentially didn't have a thing called a brain. His entire being was fundamentally a congregation of magic power and energy, existing merely in the form of a mimicked physical body. Lin figured that what would next limit the capacity of computing power would most likely be the soul's capacity to endure it. When the first light of dawn fell upon Fire Oil City, all the chaos had already subsided. For the townsfolk, it was an extraordinarily unforgettable night. Months of peace and development had made many forget the war and turmoil, but last night, their deepest fears had resurfaced. To calm the townspeople's panic, the council quickly sent people to widely publicize that they had thwarted the church conspiracy once again, and the massive pillar of light that shot into the sky the night before was a new spell developed by the magic star, Wizard Lin. With just one strike, he vanquished the invading Holy Maiden and a large number of the church's elite forces. Rumors even suggested that Saintess Cynthia had performed the divine descent technique and had been sent back as well. In fact, discussions about the huge pillar of light had already spread among the common folk before the council's propaganda. The thing was so enormous, shooting straight out from the ground and seemingly piercing the sky, that no one could miss it. This astonishing spectacle completely overturned their understanding and could only be described as a miracle. Upon hearing that this was a new spell developed by Master Lin, many linked it to the similarly shocking spell, sky vaulting, they had witnessed before. A male glassblower, taking advantage of a break, shared his speculation with a few co-workers. He believed that Master Lin must have used this technique to bring down the sun, and when it hit the ground, it exploded, creating the land of death. That doesn't seem right. A tall, thin female worker couldn't help but interject, noting she had seen the sun rise from the horizon just that morning. That's what you don't know, the man asserted with complete certainty. The workers surrounding them couldn't grasp why the sun would be associated with wheat and were about to continue the discussion when they saw the wizard in charge of the workshop walking their way. They all clammed up and quickly returned to their work. Being able to work in the workshop was a rare opportunity, the pay and treatment were good, and there were plenty of people outside wanting to squeeze in. They didn't want to be kicked out for slacking off. The passing wizard naturally heard the workers' discussion, and a mocking smile played across his face. Although the council had taken over Fire Oil City and replaced theology with mage education, as well as promoted basic knowledge, the townspeople's level in magic studies was still pitifully low after several months. How could they possibly understand the greatness of magic? He didn't understand why Master Lin would even bother opening an academy for commoners, teaching those without magical talent the laws of the world's operation. It was simply a waste of resources. To him, these commoners were only capable of simple jobs like glass blowing or loading ammunition. One couldn't expect them to comprehend matters that were too profound. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, all the scout jets returned and brought back an extremely crucial piece of intelligence. Having received the council's notice, Lin immediately rushed to the meeting place that was still under repair. After his promotional legend, they also needed to consider how to counterattack the Empire and destroy the church. When everyone had arrived, the pilots hurriedly reported their findings. According to their recon, the Holy City was now enveloped by an invisible force that prevented easy approach and even obscured the view of the interior. Perhaps it's the divine projection of the divine kingdom. Harif speculated. He was well aware that the holy city was the foundation of the church and must be gathering its most powerful forces. A divine domain capable of covering the entire holy city was likely a direct intervention by the false god himself. Chapter 536, 483, The War Plan of the Nuclear Empire. Chapter 536, Chapter 483, The War Plan of the Nuclear Empire. Chapter 536, Chapter 483, The War Plan of the Nuclear Empire. Harif's words set off a flurry of discussion among those present, as they speculated about the current state of the Holy City. Ever since the wizard had occupied the kingdom, the council had not ceased to place spies within the empire's borders. Thanks to the powerful disguising abilities of the wizards from the Shaping Science School, even though the church's priests and bishops were constantly hunting spellcasters, they had still managed to establish a firm footing in key cities and brought back many critical pieces of intelligence. But the Holy City was an exception. It was protected by powerful divine arts, which could detect magic power reactions and only allowed the followers of that false god to enter, making for a high level of security. It must be said that in this respect, the church had a significant advantage over them, or perhaps it was easier to detect on the opponent's side. According to Lin's speculation, the so-called divine energy was likely a special kind of magic power, bearing the mark of the false god. As for assessing faith, he hadn't completely figured it out yet, but if it were similar to the magic web, the detection was not difficult. For example, he could easily sense which wizard had a spiritual connection with the magic web. However, it wasn't so easy for the council to catch the church's spies. The personnel entering and leaving Fire Oil City were a mixed bunch, including traders, poor refugees from the Empire, daily supply caravans of raw ore, and wizards newly joining the council. It was impossible to search the memories of every individual. In addition, the magic frequency of each wizard was different, so they could only establish a magic barrier within Fire Oil City to detect divine arts as a second-best solution. It looks like the church wants to avoid long-range nuclear strikes with this, Vittorio said thoughtfully after hearing the description from several pilots. A special force field divine arts had been set up on the outskirts of the Holy City. This meant they couldn't use electromagnetic projection technology to deliver Lin's developed magic sky vaulting directly into the core of the Holy City and obliterate the entire city. Aurora, still pale, couldn't help asking. In terms of the scope of destruction, atomic breath was far less than 1% of sky vaulting, but its concentrated power was relatively greater. Their numerous encounters with the avatars of Alade had already proven with facts that as long as sufficient energy was released, they could break through the projection of the divine kingdom. Whether it's a sure thing or not, that's something we can only find out when we get there. Lin didn't boast, nor did he blindly believe that the power of a nuclear explosion could destroy everything. If it were divine arts from the Holy Maiden or some high-level church official, he could break it with no problem. But if a later self had cast the spell, then the outcome was unknown. Harif suddenly said with a laugh, and with just one sentence, the atmosphere in the council rose. In the past, it was always the church's various organized crusades that went to subjugate the magic kingdom. Although they had consistently achieved great victories with the various new weapons developed by Lin, the Star of Magic, and even organized a counterattack that penetrated deep into the Empire's heartland, capturing Fire Oil City, they still couldn't conceal the fact that the Council had always been on the defensive. But now it was different. According to reports from pilots and spies from various regions, the Empire had begun to contract its forces, and the Church's core strength was even hiding within the shell of the Holy City. This precisely showed the enemy's fear. The dynamics of attack and defense were changing today. Since that place is under the protection of a false god, we might as well start with the other key cities of the Empire to dismantle the Church's faith, Alade proposed, quickly drawing agreement from the other council members. There was even an extremist wizard who suggested using the big nuclear explosion technique to cleanse the Empire's major cities, in retaliation for their attacks on Fire Oil City. Do you know how many people are under the Church's rule? There are 30 duchies and over 80 earldoms in the empire, with over 100 cities, each having populations of over 100,000, not to mention the innumerable villages and towns. It's simply impossible for the council alone to carry out a blood purge of the entire empire. Lin directly refused the proposal to nuke the empire. It was a bit unrealistic. Even after months of mining and extracting uranium, they had only accumulated around 200 kilograms of uranium, 235, enough for 13 critical mass nuclear explosions when delivered by warplanes. As for tritium and deuterium, those elements were required as an energy source for ascending to the ranks of legends and couldn't be used casually. If it were any ancient dynasty, just surviving 13 nuclear explosions would cause a direct collapse, but the church would never surrender. This would only further solidify what the bishops propagated, that wizards were the harbingers of doomsday. Don't forget that the church once actively released an evil god within the empire's territory. Lin reminded them once more. The greater the fear of doomsday, the stronger the faith of some would become. After all, facing an unstoppable force, all that ordinary poor folk could do was pray for divine salvation. Not to mention, this would also provoke hatred. The reputation of wizards within the empire had long been tainted by the church's propaganda. Lin had no intention of ruling through fear. In his view, it was better to use these resources to deal with that false god. Once Alade was dead, the entire divine arts system she had created would crumble. As he spoke, Lin suddenly changed his tone. However, Master Alade does have a point. Chapter 537. 537-483 The War Plan of the Nuclear Empire _2. Harov said contemplatively. The church had ruled the empire for hundreds of years, and shaking the foundation of Alade's faith in a short time was no easy task. The council had also spent several months in various parts of the kingdom along with tangible benefits to change the opinions of the majority of the poor. They could not possibly wait for several more months. Lin asked in return. Harov couldn't help raising an eyebrow. Lin nodded. The ones who had come to trade in Fire Oil City were far-sighted, had low levels of faith, and yearned for wealth. Empire merchants. Previously, under his deliberate allowance, the goods of Fire Oil City had enough profit margin, and every caravan could easily earn thousands of Empire gold coins through this route. Now that the church had cut off this route that could earn tenfold profits, one could imagine the dissatisfaction accumulated in the hearts of the Empire merchants. Lin was very clear that for the merchant group, things like country, faith, ethnicity, customs, and even the safety of life all had to step aside in the face of tenfold profits. Whoever stopped them from making money was the merchant class's mortal enemy. With just a little manipulation, these people would be the first blade to stab at the empire. In addition, we can also use new fighters to drop leaflets over all the major cities of the empire, pointing out the errors in the Holy Scripture and revealing the true face of the church. Lin spoke eloquently. Since the church wanted to deepen the faith of the empire's citizens, they would do the opposite, destroy it. This should effectively weaken the power of that false deity. Regarding the true form of Alade, Lin was still very wary. The hundreds of years of accumulation by the church were formidable. The reserves of spiritual energy were astronomical. It's just unknown why she has always acted through incarnations. Lin found this very strange. Whether it was the previous Edwell or Saintess Cynthia, they had to rely on the divine descent technique to summon the false deity Alade. Why didn't the false deity fly over herself to fight them? Probably she fears your magic, Harov conjectured thoughtfully. Using incarnations that can be swapped at any time to probe their depth, gather intelligence on their spells, and find ways to counter them is an excellent strategy. It should be noted that before Lin ascended to legend and used Doomsday, atomic breath, the power of a nuclear explosion was simply uncontrollable, a type of magic that could easily result in mutual destruction with the enemy. Vittorio speculated. The church had also performed several divine descents throughout history. Each time lasted very briefly, and even required the sacrifice of a legendary cleric as the price. Vittorio hesitated a moment. However, the larger the range of the domain, the precision of its control would significantly decrease. I think Alaid's divine kingdom is probably not as simple as just a domain. Lin expressed his own opinion after pondering. The development of corresponding spells must also be put on the agenda. Otherwise, they could easily be at a disadvantage in battle. Looking at this in the near term, they indeed had quite a lot they needed to do. It was crucial for Herav and Aurora to ascend to legend as quickly as possible. The task of dismantling Alaid's faith also had to be carried out simultaneously. Furthermore, the war to counterattack the Empire needed to be prepared for, and upon striking, it must be with the force of thunder to reach the Holy City. This is about the Sky Vaulting and Doomsday Atomic Breath spell models. Take a look when you have time. Lin handed over 3 rolls of paper filled with formulas and models to Herav, Aurora, and Vittorio. Now is not the time to be secretive. The stronger the other party's combat strength grew by even the slightest margin, the more chances they had to conquer Alaid. Moreover, Herav and the others were well aware that tritium, deuterium, and uranium elements could be used as nuclear fuel. With some research, they would eventually be able to replicate it, so hiding it was impossible. It was better to be generous with the information. In the meeting room, Alaid, Raphael, and a host of other great wizards looked on enviously. Who wouldn't want to learn such a city-destroying, powerful magic? Herav skimmed through the papers a few times, memorized their contents, and solemnly put away the spell model. Then he cleared his throat and spoke once more. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room turned their heads to look, yet no one seemed surprised. When it came to power, Lin had risen to become a legendary wizard, already having defeated that false god's incarnation twice before. Regarding achievements, the wizards were able to leave the island and establish a brand new magic kingdom on this continent, with Lin's contributions being nothing short of monumental. Therefore, the subsequent vote was merely a formality. Over 100 council members voted unanimously. Whether they supported from the heart or not, no one dared to cross paths with this star of magic. The addition of a new speaker was a matter worth celebrating, and according to the council's tradition, there had to be an especially grand ceremony. However, with the war against the Empire imminent, they could not afford to waste a day or two at such a critical juncture, so the ceremony would have to be postponed until after the war celebrations. Lin naturally had no objections. He was not one to value formalism. After announcing this significant news, today's wizard meeting also came to an end. Yet the meeting room grew livelier, with various council members gathering around the newly appointed speaker, Lin, their praises and accolades never ceasing. Raphael said with a touch of emotion, recalling the first time he met the Star of Magic, when Lin was still an official wizard who had just arrived at Yaida Harbor and had made a name for himself by proposing the law of free fall. In the blink of an eye, Lin had become a legendary wizard, one of the high and mighty speakers of the council. Lin also responded with a smile. Master Raphael, aren't you also close to becoming a 6th ring wizard? I hope everything goes smoothly. Raphael's smile widened. In last night's battle, his spiritual power had been tempered under the press of the divine kingdom, edging closer to his promotion. He had not expected Lin to see through this with just a glance. As the two exchanged compliments, an attendant walked in, whispering a message into Lin's ear. The imprisoned Ivina was showing signs of awakening. Lin's expression turned serious, and he no longer had the inclination to chat idly. After bidding farewell to the others, he followed the attendant to the place where Ivina was incarcerated. In Fire Oil City, inside a solitary confinement cell, Ivina lay on the hard stone bed, pale-faced, with her eyes closed and her brow repeatedly furrowing as if she were having a nightmare. All her past memories rushed back, finally freezing in her mind on the dazzling light beam that pierced the sky. What a powerful light it was! With such a thought, Ivina slowly opened her eyes, and a look of surprise appeared on her face as she realized she was still alive. She remembered being on the verge of death due to the backlash of the holy artifact. Ivina did not expect those wizards to rescue her. Just as she thought this, a voice suddenly rang in her ear. You've finally awakened. Chapter 538. 484 We are but playthings of the gods. The crumbling faith of Ivina. Chapter 538. Chapter 484 We are but playthings of the gods. The crumbling faith of Ivina. The sudden voice startled Ivina, and the young girl quickly turned her head to look, where she saw a male wizard who looked to be in his 20s leaning against the wall next to the stone bed. Ivina naturally recognized him at first glance. In the past several months, within the Wizard College of Fire Oil City, Ivina had heard many legendary tales about him, and in fact, investigating this star of magic was one of the tasks Gustav had assigned to her. However, due to Lynn's high standing within the Wizard Council, she and Monroe had no chance to approach him. One could say that it wasn't until last night that they formally met this star of magic for the first time. Ivina had a vague sense of familiarity towards the male wizard in front of her, perhaps because his hair color was somewhat similar to her brother Loth's. As the girl thought this, Lynn, on the other hand, nodded and then spoke up. Speaking of which, I'm curious. Both you and Monroe are undercover agents from the church in Fire Oil City, right? Lynn continued to inquire. Although he had already gleaned some information from the girl's mind, he still wanted to hear what she thought. Ivina did not respond, but instead took a deep breath, her gaze intently fixed on Lynn as she countered with a question. I want to know what a wizard is, Ivina murmured to herself. For example, what is wind? What is water? Why do apples fall to the ground? Why can eagles soar in the sky? Why do the sun and the moon move as they do? Ivina's mind echoed every word Lynn said. In fact, after entering the Wizard College, she had asked several professors similar questions and had received many different answers. Wizards were described as those with exceptional magical talents, capable of mastering magic. Wizards are the elite chosen from thousands, the divinely gifted ones who use magic to transform a world. Only Philip, who taught elemental studies, had said something similar to Lynn. Wizards are those who seek the truth and derive their power from it. Then what about divine arts? Ivina pondered for a while before asking again. Lynn responded lightly. Ivina paused noticeably, then furrowed her brow. But you just said that magic is the summarizing and application of the laws of the world's operation. From what I understand, the bishops and priests of the empire need only pray and study the holy texts every day. Like the kingdom, the empire's major cities also had their schools, but they didn't need to study chemistry, physics, elements, or magic potions. Instead, the most basic literacy, arithmetic, and most importantly prayer rituals and understanding of the Holy Scriptures were necessary. Lynn smiled, and without giving a long-winded explanation, stepped forward 2 paces. The girl shrank her neck slightly, somewhat uncomfortable with Lynn's somewhat intimate action, but still she forcibly calmed herself and sat motionless on the stone bed. Having witnessed Lynn's power, Ivina was very clear that if he intended to do something, she had no room to resist. About 2 or 3 seconds later, a mild pain surged in her heart as if something had been poured into her brain. In a daze, Lynn lifted his right hand from her head, and his gentle voice echoed within the confinement chamber. Try what? Ivina looked at Lynn as if lost, but soon she noticed a mysterious rune had been added to her mind. With a thought, the mysterious rune lit up within her sea of consciousness. Then, a flickering ball of lightning appeared in front of her, buzzing with crackling noises. A look of astonishment immediately crossed Ivina's face. She naturally knew of thunder magic, a very dangerous and powerful form of magic. Most importantly, she had never learned it, yet she was able to mobilize magic power to release it. For a legendary wizard, this is not a difficult feat, Lynn said succinctly. In this other world, magic, power is the root of all that is extraordinary. The divine arts the church often uses are just a form of energy application. Of course, some spells are related to spiritual energy. For example, the spell Song of Courage that bishops often use to inspire troops can make thousands of people become immensely spirited and fanatical, even forgetting pain and fear, ready to fight with their lives on the line. Chapter 539. 484 We are but playthings of the gods. The crumbling faith of Ivina _2. Chapter 539. Chapter 484. We are but playthings of the gods. The crumbling faith of Ivina _2. Ivina spoke with difficulty. Last night, in the underground of the Duke's mansion, Hera and Aurora had mentioned this to her, but at the time, she did not take it seriously. The moon goddess Alia created the continent beneath their feet and all things within it. This was the truth she had heard throughout her life. Of course, Alia was once a wizard, and not just any wizard, but the most outstanding and powerful one among them. With her invincible strength, she defeated her competitors and then began to oppress and slaughter her former peers, deliriously aspiring to become the god who ruled the entire continent. Lin said concisely, then continued to rant. Being the creator of the world, yet making mistakes about how the stars orbit, or whether the continent is flat or spherical, can only be described as ridiculous. However, Lin was also clear about the other party's predicament. It was evident that the scriptures were written during the religious wars hundreds of years ago, when the church's understanding of the world was perhaps just that. Lin believed that in these hundreds of years, the much improved Alia must have also noticed these flaws, but once the scriptures were set, they must not be changed arbitrarily. After all, in Alia's self-imposed narrative, she was the existence from which all things in this world came into being. And the supreme God could not possibly make a mistake. The divine words and creation account in the scriptures, whether right or wrong, must be taken as the world's truth. Any alterations would be like slapping her own face, exposing to all the believers and bishops that she was not as omniscient and grand as they imagined. Subsequently, more and more people would start to question the contents of the scriptures, and their belief would begin to waver. This is the trouble with maintaining too high a facade. All that Lin spoke of, Ivina naturally understood as well. On their first day joining the Wizard College, they had visited the magic exhibition room together. Inside were placed various novel and intricate experiments. Laws of free fall with dual spheres, mirror reflection for calculating gravitational constants, pendulum experiments to verify the Coriolis effect, and so on. Some of these experiments did not even require magic. With some simple tools, even an average pauper could replicate them. Just as the words Lin personally inscribed in the exhibition room suggested. Truth lies there, open for anyone to explore, question, and practice. It was because of this that Ivina first began to doubt all the common knowledge she had understood in the past. Seeing the girl's already shaken and somewhat incredulous expression, Lin spoke again to add more. One of the high echelons of the church, your superior Gustav, released an evil god at the kingdom north border, causing tens of thousands of casualties. Ivina's eyes widened in disbelief as she instinctively rejected the idea. Gustav was the very person who sent her on a mission to Fire Oil City and was also her mentor, the commander of the entire Divine Punishment Army. After joining the Divine Punishment Army, she spent most of her time hunting those disciples of the evil god, thwarting their blood sacrifices to maintain the peace of the Empire's citizens. Nothing is impossible, Lin said with an amused tone. Vittorio interrogated Gustav all night long, and like Joshua, the man was extremely stubborn, showing no inclination to speak, but it's been said his spirit is already very weak. According to Vittorio's claims, within 3 days, he should be able to make him talk. Lin was very skeptical of this. Anyone chosen for a high position in the church was essentially a zealot or even a saint. Expecting him to betray was rather unrealistic. However, Vittorio was very confident. He had slightly improved the magic of spiritual ability retrieval, combining it with alchemy, capable of reading some surface thoughts when the subject experiences strong emotional turmoil and his mental defenses are down. Ivina might be a good breakthrough to really stimulate Gustav. Previously, in the girl's memories, he had found some things worth noting, but Ivina's level of knowledge was too low. Perhaps only Gustav, the leader of the god-punishing army, could give him the answers he wanted. 5 minutes later, Lin led Ivina into the secret chamber where Gustav was detained. This place was set up underground in an ordinary residential house, excavated by Vittorio on his own. There were no decorations inside, just rune chains flickering with luminescence in the darkness. Gustav, right? I'm Lynn, the so-called harbinger of doom you speak of. This should be our first meeting, if I'm not wrong, Lynn said casually as he walked in the dim chamber, his voice slightly elevated, echoing inside. The mentally exhausted Gustav slowly lifted his head. Yet he didn't look at Lynn, but instead fixed his gaze on the girl standing behind, his eyes suddenly becoming incredibly sharp, like two blades revealing their edges. Ivina didn't dodge or show fear, but instead stepped past Lynn and stood in front of Gustav. As their eyes met, Gustav's face showed anger, looking at the girl with a gaze full of disappointment and disdain. I was wrong about you, Ivina. Last night, during the interrogation, Vittorio used the death of the new holy maiden to stimulate and affect his emotions, and Gustav also learned some insider information. If it weren't for Ivina's sudden rebellion, which allowed Lynn's immediate promotion, perhaps the Lord's avatar would have dealt with these damn wizards by now. This was undoubtedly his fault. His own misjudgment had caused a slight deviation, leading to the church's complete loss. Gustav was filled with endless regret, and his spirit experienced violent fluctuations, the rune chains wrapped around him, emitting a brighter luminescence. Ivina took another step forward, her eyes locked on Gustav's, challenging him with her words. Gustav remained silent. Ivina's betrayal had become a fact, making it pointless to argue, especially since he had been captured by Vittorio from the kingdom north border. This prolonged silence eradicated the last bit of trust Ivina had in the church, and her faith in the moon goddess instantly shattered. The girl bit her lip, wondering if, as Lynn had said, the persistent presence of the evil god's chaos was the result of the church's deliberate indulgence. What then was the purpose of the ideals and persistence of the god-punishing army, who had fought valiantly against evil, sacrificing one after another? For what were her comrades who fought and died for this cause? Were their life-or-death struggles merely entertainment to fill Ella's leisure time? Tools to consolidate and catalyze faith? Ivina voiced all her doubts, her questions echoing repeatedly in the chamber. She wanted to know how Gustav, being part of the god-punishing army and knowing the whole truth, felt about directing the army to play out these ridiculous dramas. Gustav finally spoke, his face showing a mix of pity and zeal. Chapter 540-485. The old world turns people into ghosts. The new world turns ghosts into people. Chapter 540. Chapter 485. The old world turns people into ghosts. The new world turns ghosts into people. Gustav's words filled Ivina with an immense rage, and a chill involuntarily rose in her heart. What does it mean to become a part of the Lord? Lynn was pondering this question as well. Even more astonished by Gustav's unquestioning tone of voice, Joshua had said something similar before. It seemed like the church had been ruling the continent for hundreds of years with some ultimate purpose in mind. That false god, Elia, must be preparing to do something related to faith, and it had reached a critical moment. This was a question Lynn had always been very curious about. Why were there several space-time gates scattered across this planet? Where did they lead to? Were they naturally occurring or man-made? Lynn could only think of the Einstein-Rosen bridge when it came to such space-time wormholes. The Wizard Council had once sent a team to explore them and also used numerous spells for probing, but the result was silence. No one returned. In Ivina's memory, some elite members of the God's Punishment Army had entered them, but as to the outcome, the girl was unaware. But Gustav, as the leader of the God's Punishment Army, must know something, although the other party might not tell her. Lynn was prepared for Gustav to remain silent, but unexpectedly, Gustav's voice rang out. That is the origin of everything, the root of all evil. Gustav's words were sharp, with a tremble in his tone. Gustav did not answer. The emotions stirred by Ivina's appearance had calmed down once more. He bowed his head again, remaining silent as if he were already dead. Lynn did not press further. He believed that if there were any effective methods, Vittorio would have already tried them, and it was unnecessary for Lynn to waste his efforts. Now, it all depended on how much information Vittorio could extract from Gustav's fluctuating thoughts. After one last glance at Gustav, Lynn turned and left without hesitation. Ivina, still in a daze, came to her senses and followed Lynn out of the secret chamber. The warm noonday sun showered upon the girl, making her feel comfortable, yet Ivina's heart remained cold as ice. 2 years ago, after joining the God's Punishment Army, she thought she had found the meaning of life and that she would spend the rest of her life with like-minded comrades, fighting to the end against the followers of the evil god who endangered the Empire's citizens, spreading fear, plagues, and death. However, the truth told her that everything they did was utterly meaningless. Ivina took a deep breath, forcing herself to emerge from her anger at Gustav and her own confusion. She looked up at Lynn, who stood a head taller than her, and asked. Ivina wanted to defend the God's Punishment Army, but didn't know how to begin. After all, many in the God's Punishment Army were former witch hunters, and the animosity between the two sides was deep. Yet Ivina knew that the God's Punishment Army was diverse, with many who were purely manipulated by the church. Whether hunting witches or dealing with the followers of the evil god, they did it all for the sake of maintaining peace. There are a large number of Eliah's followers within the kingdom. Lynn asked in return. Ivina pursed her lips and did not reply. Dealing with enemies usually meant killing them, possibly with the addition of torture. Lynn, however, enlightened her on the kingdom's laws. As for the rest, we conduct thought reform and basic enlightenment. Lynn spoke confidently about the various decisions made by the council. Just like that, Ivina asked, astonished. Kill them? Lynn glanced at the girl. The entire empire had been under the church's control for hundreds of years, and faith had taken root in every person's heart. There were likely nearly 10 million lay believers and millions of ordinary believers. The council could not and did not need to kill everyone. Apart from the mad zealots who needed to be dealt with directly, the majority could be transformed to break free from the church's rule. At least in the kingdom, they had already achieved some success, proving that this approach was feasible. Even the wizards of the council in charge of this matter had discovered a peculiar phenomenon. The impoverished whose faith collapsed suddenly showed intense hatred towards the church. Initially, the council suspected it was feigned, but after scrutinizing their memories, they found it to be the individual's true thoughts, leaving the spiritual energy wizards puzzled. Chapter 541, 485. The old world turns people into ghosts. The new world turns ghosts into people. _2. _2 Only Lynn understood that this was the fervor of the betrayers. The deeper their faith, the more intense their hatred for the church and adoration for magic studies became after their beliefs wavered and collapsed. This was the psychological foundation for the transformation plan. At the same time, Lynn was also very curious about what kind of impact it would have on their god if those devout believers with close ties to Ella revolted. Also, I've heard a saying. Lynn suddenly spoke up. Ivina asked, puzzled. Lynn said very seriously. The girl with brown hair was completely stunned, muttering these words softly to herself. Compared to the commoners living in Fire Oil City, who had jobs, food, and hope, perhaps the subjects of the empire really weren't even considered human. Lynn didn't explain any further, but called over a male wizard stationed here to take the girl back to the confinement room. This was house arrest, but also a few days for Ivina to think, after which he needed her to do something. Lynn thought of Gustav's devout words, and feeling a hint of unease, he looked toward the male wizard and added this instruction. Ivina opened her mouth, intending to ask about her brother Loth, but before she could speak, Lynn had turned into a streak of light and disappeared from her view. By the time Lynn returned to the manor, it was already 1 in the afternoon. The council acted quickly. Though war preparations were still underway, they had managed to produce urgently printed propaganda flyers within a few months. One of the samples was delivered to his manor by an attendant. Lynn picked it up and looked at it, letting out a light exclamation of surprise, because on the flyer, there were actually a few black and white photographs. Lynn immediately thought of this. Nearly a year had passed since he measured the speed of light and developed the laser technique. Originally, It had sparked a surge in research on photonic magic, but due to the war, the council had not held a scientific conference, so various schools conducted their research in private, and no one knew how many new technologies had been produced. Regardless, this was a good thing. It seemed that the effect of distributing these flyers would be better than expected. After all, a picture is worth 1,000 words. As he considered this, Lin took off a ring from his hand and threw it out, his body splitting as if divided, and strands of azure light peeled away from within him. About 2 minutes later, another Lin appeared in the manor. Clearly, this was a magic power avatar bearing some of his strength. It had to be said that this magic was very useful, the only drawback being that the avatar's power was far inferior to the original, and it divided his computing power, meaning he couldn't create too many and required a specific object or person as a medium. The reason for creating this avatar was that Lin planned to see what the holy city looked like now, in order to formulate the next tactics. As for himself, he still needed to urgently research what exactly the Divine Kingdom was, as Lin had a premonition that this might be one of the key factors in defeating the false god Ella. At 4 in the afternoon, in Fire Oil City, inside the newly built airport, 30 fighter planes were neatly parked in a spacious area, their silver bodies gleaming in the sunlight. It seems that the workshop's production speed is quite fast, Lin said, somewhat surprised. He remembered that a few months ago, there were only about 5 fighters, but now that number had increased 6-fold. The craftsmanship of the fighters was very sophisticated and not something that just anyone could learn by training for a bit. Recruits had to be drawn from the wizard apprentices and civilian academies. Now Yoland understood why Lin insisted on establishing civilian academies, as knowledgeable personnel were in such short supply. Many workshops fought over them, and now even those students who hadn't graduated were booked in. Advance, with many attending classes during the day and working in various workshops at night. Some workshops were even not sparing children as young as 11 or 12 years old. As long as they had attended classes, they were all taken into work. Listening to Yoland's lament, Lin could not help but feel amused and sad, but he did not intervene. In these times, being able to eat one's fill was already good enough, let alone worrying about child labor. Moreover, the tuition for entering the academy was not cheap. Now the students could not only earn back their own tuition fees, but also make some money to help support their families. As the two talked, they had already arrived in front of the array of parked fighter planes, where 30 of the most outstanding pilots were already waiting, faces filled with excitement and anticipation. Aside from Lydia and a few others, it was the first time most of the pilots were executing a real flying mission. In the months that followed, everyone had trained exceedingly hard, undergoing over 100 hours of flight training, and now the time had come for them to show their skills. Looking at the spirited pilots beaming with pride, Lin nodded in satisfaction and spoke gravely. Chapter 542, 485. The old world turns people into ghosts. The new world turns ghosts into people. _3. _3, ladies and gentlemen, I believe you all have received the orders from the council. The mission assigned to you this time is extremely dangerous, requiring deep infiltration into the territory of the Empire, right into the belly of the enemy. Lydia suddenly raised her hand and asked. Glenn and the other pilots also thought it was very likely, especially since the church had instigated spies to incite riots in the city last night, causing quite a few casualties. Now was the time for retaliation. Lin shook his head and took out a bundle wrapped in paper. Lydia took it with curiosity, turning it over for a while, but couldn't discern anything special about it. Lin explained with a smile. This bundle was composed of page after page of flyers which, once the magic on them was activated, would burst open after a few seconds, scattering hundreds of propaganda leaflets. Just a dozen of these bundles could cover an entire city. With this in mind, Lin looked around at the pilots in attendance and spoke seriously. For hundreds of years now, the church has blinded everyone within the empire with cunning lies, making them willing to be the sheep herded by the church. Your mission is to liberate them from the ignorant lies, to fundamentally dismantle the church's foundations. From now on, unless there are signs of war, You will need to carry out this mission every day. Lin understood that to shake people's beliefs with propaganda, first, the quantity needed to be large. Second, it had to persist. And third, the messages had to be sensational. With enough propaganda, no matter what, it will leave some impression on people's minds. The empire's merchants would also mobilize their influence in support of their actions. He had noticed that the church was deliberately deepening the faith in people's hearts within the empire. And although he didn't yet know the purpose, no matter what the enemy intended to do, they just had to do the opposite. Additionally, with prior propaganda, when they took over the empire's cities in the future, they would face far less resistance. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. Lin paused for a moment before continuing with a reminder. Although this mission does not require combat, it is equally dangerous. If anyone is afraid or fearful, you can opt out now. The speed of the combat aircraft was indeed fast, and the advantage of high altitude would be enough to evade most harm, but the ammunition and fuel they carried were limited. The cardinals stationed in each of the grand cities might also possess some unknown divine arts, and the possibility of shooting down the aircraft couldn't be dismissed. However, not a single person chose to opt out. They were the ones who had gone through rigorous selection to earn the opportunity to pilot these powerful alchemical devices. Countless others outside were vying to take their place. Lin patted the shoulder of the pilot closest to him, who immediately felt a strong sense of mission burgeoning within. Receiving the orders, he put on the wind protection helmet and entered the combat aircraft. Lydia also climbed into her own combat aircraft, her piloting skills the best, undertaking the most dangerous of missions, heading to the Holy City. This incarnation of Lin would accompany her there. Chapter 543, 543. 486 chapter. The truth cannot be killed. Accompanied by the roaring of propellers, rows of majestic warplanes rapidly scurried across the wide runway and ascended into the azure sky. It must be said that today was clear with few clouds, truly a perfect day for flying. Below, Yoland watched the Silver Eagle sharply take off and head toward the horizon, filled with deep emotion. 3 years ago in Wizardland, flying was still a privilege of great wizards, with only a handful of third-ring sorcerers who mastered special magic being able to accomplish this feat nowadays. As long as one has undergone formal training, all pilots can operate airships and warplanes to conquer the vast skies. This would have been unimaginable in the past. At an altitude of 2,000 meters above, 30 warplanes briefly converged before scattering in a circular formation. The Empire was indeed too vast, their tasks formidable, each person responsible for a vast area, not stopping until all 200 batches of leaflets were completely distributed. Lydia maneuvered the warplane with incredible skill, performing a standard climbing maneuver, and reached the speed limits in just a few minutes. 360 kilometers per hour, even through the visor, both could hear the exceptionally fierce wind. Even Lydia had at one point surpassed the original speed limit. This was the latest result of the alchemist's work in modifying the warplanes over recent months. Master Alchemist Dennis had added a special device to the rear of the warplane, capable of releasing compressed air currents, enabling the warplane to briefly exceed the original speed limit. The initial jet propulsion, worthy of a master alchemist. This is indeed fast. Lin's face bore a smile. It was not surprising that Dennis thought of this, likely inspired by internal combustion and steam engines. It is said that an alchemist had the fanciful idea of using the airflow produced by explosions as a power source. But this suggestion was quickly vetoed by everyone, because the impact force generated by explosions was too uncontrollable, and the requirements for the materials of the warplanes were far too stringent. It's too fast. Lydia's heart raced with the acceleration, and though she shouted thus, her spirit became even more exhilarated. In fact, this was the first time she used this special mode. Let's save some fuel. We've got several cities to fly over. Just get used to it, and that'll be sufficient, Lin reminded her. Lydia then reluctantly ceased her actions. Lin shook his head helplessly. He found that the more dangerous the activity, the more excited this halfling girl became. Previously, he had thought about comforting Lydia to soothe her nerves, so she wouldn't be too tense during the mission, but now it seemed unnecessary. After flying like this for 20 minutes, Lynn suddenly turned his head and looked ahead. A city was already in view in the distance. Imperial Frontier City, Bada's territory, within a barn full of hay and dung. Old Marn was strenuously shoveling with the shovel in his hands, clearing the stinking dung clean. This was no easy task because within Bada's territory, roughly 1,000 warhorses were bred, but the demanding and greedy Earl chose to employ only 20 coachmen, meaning each had to take care of more than 50 warhorses. If this job hadn't offered 2 silver coins per month, Old Marn would have quit long ago. Yet the 2 silver coins were not entirely free earnings, as the head steward of Bada's territory always found various reasons to deduct at least 50 copper coins. Thinking about this, Old Marn felt heartache and couldn't help but curse inwardly. If it were 6 months ago, it still would have been okay, as even with deductions, the leftover amount was enough for him to buy black bread to get by. But now things had changed. Due to the approaching war, the price of food had risen quite a bit, and 1 silver and 50 copper was only enough for 20 days. Old Marn cursed inwardly while fiercely shoveling the horse dung on the ground, each time, with more force as if shoveling on some people's heads. But upon seeing the rather plump steward approaching from this direction, he quickly put on a smile and obsequiously reported the recent condition of the 50 or so warhorses under his care. The passing steward clearly had no intention of lingering long in the stinking stable, and after confirming there were no sick horses or slacking individuals, he promptly left the area. Once the plump steward was far enough away, Old Marn, taking advantage of the others being distracted, spat into the haystack and continued to curse in his heart a few more times. The other coachmen cleaning the stable also paused from their work. Having shoveled horse dung for over an hour, their hands were already painfully sore. The group of resting coachmen quickly gathered together, and one of them looked around before lowering his voice to speak. "Did you hear? Last night, Gadel tried to sneak out over the southern city wall, but the patrolling guards caught him." Gadel? Old Marn was taken aback. He certainly knew the boy. Gadel, despite frequently engaging in petty thefts, was not a particularly bad person, simply trying to earn a living and occasionally help them with some calculations. The other coachmen also discussed animatedly. Everyone knew that nowadays, the high priest had strictly ordered that no one was allowed to leave, and being caught by the guards meant unimaginable consequences. Chapter 544, 486, The Truth Cannot Be Killed. _2. Chapter 544, Chapter 486, The Truth Cannot Be Killed. _2. Old Man asked with a mix of curiosity and worry. What else could have happened? The coachman lowered his voice even further, speaking with a chill in his tone. What else would he do? Of course, he went to... The coachman began, then suddenly clamped his mouth shut, not daring to continue. Old Man and the others already understood. Gadel had taken such a great risk to leave the city for only one possible reason: to head for the Fire Oil City. In fact, Gadel was not the first to do so. Recently, the region of Badass had seen several occurrences of smuggling. Many brave and desperate people had fled to the Fire Oil City, the land of the wizards. Initially, Old Man could not comprehend why anyone would want to go to a place controlled by the demonic minions, but recently he had heard many unverifiable rumors. Some said that wizards were not as terrifying as the church had propagated. They had no connection with demons, nor were they harbingers of the apocalypse. Others claimed that after the wizards took over the Empire's cities, they didn't engage in wanton killing, but rather distributed food, repaired homes, and constructed many workshops, with each laborer earning at least 6 silver coins, a triple of their current wage. The always hungry Tracy, originally from the region of Badass, had not only enjoyed delicious white bread, but also obtained his own house after sneaking into the Fire Oil City. Old Man had even heard from passing merchants and taverns about more mysterious inventions, such as iron ships that sailed on the sea, flying vessels taller than buildings gliding through the sky, and immense trains that could carry thousands of people, even magic that could make bread. It was said that bread tasted like clouds and was incomparable to white bread. Old Man couldn't understand what eating clouds felt like, but it must be an exquisite delicacy. However, he hadn't heard such news lately, as the cardinal residing in the region of Badass had driven all the merchant caravans away and arrested many peddlers spreading the news, believing these people had been bewitched by demons. A coachman named Dolly suddenly asked, clearly tempted himself. This question was quickly met with scoffs. Do you believe that? Didn't the bishop say? Those are lies by the devil to tempt us into hell. Those fools who went to the Fire Oil City are probably dead already, another coachman said dreamily. Old Man nodded in agreement, recalling how the Bible states the devil often uses lies as temptations to deceive them into surrendering their souls. Even as he thought this, the incredible, dreamlike visions of the Fire Oil City still echoed in Old Man's mind. After all, it was too wonderful. Wait, what is that? An exclamation suddenly rang out beside Old Man, pulling him from his daydream, and he hurriedly looked up, spotting what seemed to be a huge eagle descending towards the city. It was incredibly large and beautifully shaped, captivating anyone who laid eyes on it. This must be one of the wizard's war machines. A coachman cried out in terror, not recognizing what it was, but having heard from the priest about them. The wizards had brought many powerful war machines from the abyss, one of which could fly high in the sky and drop hellfire upon ground. This strange flame could not be extinguished even by water, and those tainted by it would have their flesh burned to ashes, their souls dragged into hell. Fortunately, at that moment, streaks of light imbued with divine arts suddenly shot out from within the city. Old Man instantly realized it must be the work of the archbishop. A glimmer of hope rose in everyone's heart. However, the aircraft soaring through the sky was unbelievably agile, constantly shifting its body and deftly avoiding every attack of the divine arts. It even seemed to taunt them by decreasing altitude, once again heading straight towards them. The dozens of coachmen gathered here instantly became a mess. In a panic, they ran into the stables, which, while not very sturdy, could provide some shelter. But Old Man wasn't so lucky. Tripped by a frantic comrade, he tumbled to the ground like a rolling gourd, and by the time he struggled to his feet, he saw the silver beast diving low at an incredible speed. Old Man's expression was one of near despair, especially when he saw the wide-open bomb bay doors. The bottom chamber opened with a rumble, releasing clusters of bombs the size of human heads. One of them was plummeting straight down towards them. The massive aircraft roared over his head, the sound of its passing nearly bursting his eardrums. Old Man no longer cared, because as he watched in horror, that bomb exploded with a fierce burst. With no time to dodge, Old Man could only shut his eyes in desperation, curling up on the ground, waiting for death to come. Yet after a full half-minute, there was no pain whatsoever. Old Man opened his eyes in bewilderment. There was no explosion or flames, only countless pale pages falling in a not-so-large package. Before he could grasp what had happened, hundreds of propaganda leaflets had already fallen inside the stable. Some landed outside and on the roof, while others scattered on the open ground and over his body. Old Man shakily picked up a delicate leaflet that covered him. His eyes were immediately drawn to the prominent black and white photo on the paper. It was an interior view of Fire Oil City, with rows of neat, beautiful houses, wide and tidy streets, bustling alleys, smoke-billowing workshops, and a massive airship passing overhead. Old Man's cultural knowledge was limited, and he couldn't read many words, but anyone could understand pictures. And such pictures on the page weren't just one. There were various scenes, including trains leaving platforms, transformation of poor neighborhoods, and workers in workshops toiling diligently, each one as vivid as life. Even the Empire's best painters couldn't produce such exquisite work. It was as if reality had been printed onto the page. When the other coachmen realized that the strange silver beast had not come to kill them, they too walked out from the stables, with the braver ones picking up the leaflets to look at them, uttering exclamations of amazement. The boldest among them, Dolly, approached the package that had been dropped along with the leaflets, opening it to reveal several square bricks of bread. By appearance, they didn't seem like white bread, certainly not dark bread, and felt very soft to the touch. Dolly immediately thought of the rumors about the wizards. Could it be that all those rumors about Fire Oil City were true? Dolly, you're the most literate among us. One coachman passed a leaflet to him. Equally curious, Dolly took it. The headline on the front page was written in deliberately bold letters, which he could naturally recognize. He read them out loud with a trembling voice. Chapter 545, 487. This is the devil's temptation, a questioning of the Lord. Chapter 545, Chapter 487. This is the devil's temptation, a questioning of the Lord. In the domain of badass, atop the church, Cardinal Maud watched the enormous warplane soaring boastfully over the city, filled with raging anger. The priests and bishops inside the church also wore faces of indignation. This was akin to being slapped hard across the face, yet there was nothing they could do about it. Because this thing was simply too fast and unimaginably agile, none of the divine arts they mastered could bring it down from thousands of meters away. As Lydia piloted the warplane in a dive, Maud had thought the city was doomed, but contrary to everyone's expectations, the opponent seemed not to have come to launch an attack. A bishop said uncertainly, "Could it be tainted with some plague or curse magic?" Maud couldn't help but frown, a bad premonition already rising in his heart, and he immediately took one to read. The rest of the bishops did likewise, and upon discerning the content, a chill swept through their minds. The entire flyer was divided into two sides. The front was for the poor, proclaiming the various changes in Fire Oil City, aimed at debunking the church's rumors about wizards spreading doom. The back, however, was specifically for the local nobles, merchants, and clergy, detailing the results of several battles between the Magic Kingdom and the Empire. How is that possible? Lord Joshua and Lord Gustav have been captured by the wizards. 2 holy maidens have fallen in battle. Several crusades have been completely wiped out. It's all over. It's all over. The church suddenly exploded into chaos, the priests and bishops present bearing faces of fear and disbelief. To avoid panic, the church had greatly understated the losses of the wars, especially the captures of Joshua and Gustav and the deaths of the 2 holy maidens. And now it was all being revealed by these flyers. If it were just a few lines of text, it certainly wouldn't have caused such a huge uproar. But the compiler of the flyers, lower, thoughtfully included many photos. Numerous captured clergy undergoing transformation, battlefields full of artillery craters, and a crucial close-up of the Divine Punishment Army leader Gustav. The images were incredibly real, akin to a mirror of reality, which caused the priests and bishops present to waver. Maud's loud voice echoed continuously in the church, pulling the clergy back from their panic, but his wrist holding the flyer was trembling slightly. As a cardinal, Maud knew naturally more than the other bishops and priests, so he was acutely aware that the descriptions on it were likely true. Indeed, it's ridiculous. This also says that divine arts is a type of magic. A lean-looking bishop laughed mockingly. This statement quickly gained everyone's approval. The clergy present soon woke up to it, increasingly feeling it was all lies concocted by the wizards trying to shake their faith, their malevolent intent plainly obvious. Cursing and denouncing voices echoed incessantly in the church. Yet a portion of bishops refrained from joining in because they discovered the flyers even provided methods for verification, incredibly simple ones. According to Lin's theory, divine energy is a special type of magic power. Thus, if it's magic power, it means that the clergy can also perform magic. So in the last page of the flyers, Luoer directly gave out the 5 simplest one-ring basic magic patterns. Even a wizard apprentice could learn them. For the bishops, it merely meant having the hands to perform it. That is, if they wished, they could immediately verify whether divine arts is indeed magic, and could provide an answer on the spot. The truth stood right in front of them, yet the bishops hesitated, no one daring to try. Cardinal Maud had clearly seen this part too, his expression changing uncertainly, and couldn't help but recall the church's strict rule. That was never to touch, inspect, or observe the wizard's magic notebooks. It was said they contained the devil's knowledge. Many clergy who delved into the notebooks often ended up deranged, hysterical, or even renouncing their faith in the Lord. Even several cardinals couldn't escape this. In the past, Maud couldn't understand why. Feeling only that the devil's power was too strong, those devout followers of the Lord couldn't withstand its corrosion. But now, another notion unavoidably sprang up in his mind. Was there a possibility that those people had understood the study notes and then performed magic? This thought entwined in Maud's mind like a devil. He couldn't resist stretching out his hand, wanting to follow the magic pattern models given on the flyer to experiment whether he could use magic himself to prove it was all the wizard's lies. Chapter 546, 487. This is the Devil's Temptation, a questioning of the Lord. _2. _2. As a follower of the Lord, I could never possibly wield the power of the devil. Until the final moment, Maud suddenly came to his senses and halted his actions. No, this is the devil's temptation, a challenge to the Lord's authority. The staunch faith in the moon goddess allowed Maud to break free from confusion and doubt, his back drenched in cold sweat. I almost fell into the witch's trap. If these techniques were some kind of curse activation ritual, that would be the end of me. Maud's gaze swept coldly over everyone present. The priests and bishops also pressed down their doubts and quickly took their leave of the church to gather the flyers. They weren't fools and naturally understood the impact allowing these pages to spread throughout the town would have. But the flyers, with their bold and enlarged headlines, seemed to mock the futile efforts of the people. Because now it was too late. In the domain of badass, thousands had already picked up the flyers from the ground. Among them, there were illiterate paupers, noble merchants, and city guards. Either way, locking down the spread of information had become an impossible task, and scenes like this were playing out in almost every city of the kingdom. The truth can never be killed. Elsewhere, in the skies above the empire's border, Lydia had completed delivering the flyers to 3 cities and was now rapidly heading towards her final destination, the Holy City. This smooth journey gave Lynn some relief. No one understood more clearly than him the importance of controlling the public narrative, not to mention they were exposing the truth. Even if it were false, with repeated propaganda barrages, it could still shake the thoughts of some people, just wondering if any of the church's bishops might actually try out the methods he had suggested. Lynn's lips curved slightly, but the smile quickly dissipated, because ahead, the magnificent holy city was already in sight. Lynn's face showed a hint of surprise. Looking from afar, the walls of the holy city were about 30 meters high and cover an area of perhaps more than 100 kilometers. Just like the scouts reported before, the entire city was shrouded by the divine kingdom's projection, and only the vague outline of a huge statue in the city center could be seen, marked by various strange patterns, with a unique power circulating on it. A statue of Ella? Lydia nodded without asking why and immediately complied. The war machine soon tilted downward, and its speed increased to over 300 kilometers per hour, the fierce winds scraping against them like blades. As the distance closed in, the melodious hymns began to echo in their ears. Lynn took out a copper sphere he had prepared earlier from the war machine, aiming it at the huge statue, ready to test the holy city's defenses. Streaks of lightning quickly appeared around him, and after charging for about 3 seconds, the copper sphere shot out propelled by electromagnetic force. The speed was extreme. The colossal sonic boom made the entire warplane quiver involuntarily. Lydia gritted her teeth against the buzzing in her head, clutching the joystick fiercely to prevent the aircraft from capsizing. Under Lynn's watchful eye, the copper ball, traveling over 15 times the speed of sound, shot straight towards the holy city. To cover a distance of 1,500 meters took only 0.3 seconds. However, just around 300 meters from the holy city, the copper ball, streaking across the sky like a crimson comet, made an incredibly sharp turn without any deceleration. It was akin to the refraction of light entering water. But the difference was that the copper ball's flight path was curving. If left unhindered, it would have simply whizzed over the city from above. Lin knew this wasn't a sudden change in the direction of the copper ball, but rather that the space outside the holy city had been distorted, similar to his deflection field that redirected incoming attacks to another direction. Another test was absolutely necessary. The copper ball, speeding along at extreme velocity, immediately burst apart, with countless shards flying outwards in every direction. Their flight paths were bizarre, some even inverted, giving one the chills just by looking at it. The good news was that this deviation was not absolute. If one could calculate the curvature of space and had enough speed, a successful strike might still be possible. Like a skilled fisherman with a harpoon in hand, relying on adept skills to hit a fish under the water at an angle that seemed impossible. For instance, a few copper fragments from the explosion managed to breach the protective field and enter the range of the holy city, only to be annihilated in less than 0.1 second. If Lin hadn't had excellent vision and concentration, he might not have noticed them at all. Clearly, the deflection field covering the holy city was just the first line of defense. If the big nuclear explosion technique were used here, its power would be greatly diminished by the force field magic, and any remaining energy and shock waves would be whittled away layer by layer. The extent of its effectiveness was uncertain. It seemed that after enduring 2 different levels of nuclear explosions, Era had also come up with some countermeasures. Lin wasn't surprised by this. For a wizard, aside from the actual gap in realms, the levels of knowledge and information about magical techniques were crucial. Against enemies of the same level, often only the first use of a new technique could achieve the element of surprise. Lin frowned as he pondered possible solutions. The first was certainly to wield force field magic to break through the defense, or to restore the twisted space back to its original state. However, such widespread divine arts were most likely the work of Era herself, and it would be incredibly difficult for Lin alone to reverse engineer. If Herav and Aurora completed their promotions, they might try combining their powers. The second was to go for the miraculous, using a hydrogen explosion of 1 million or even 10 million equivalent megatons for direct bombardment. With such force, even if only 1,000th of the energy dissipated into the area, it could result in devastating destruction. Whether the close-range, doomsday, atomic breath was effective remained to be seen. Lin swiftly thought of several strategies, but before he could delve into the details, a sudden sense of danger washed over him. Almost instinctively, he jerked his arm sharply, slamming the fight stick of the warplane. The warplane, in a steep dive towards the holy city at maximum speed, immediately tilted almost 90 degrees out of balance. As the pilot, Lydia was so frightened that she was about to speak out in alarm. Before she could, however, an immensely intense laser beam shot out from within the holy city, aimed at the airborne fighter jet. It was originally supposed to hit the cockpit, but because the plane had swerved, it struck the tail instead. A deep scratch was left on the mithril layer of protection, penetrating the steel underneath. Lydia paled, her mouth agape, too shocked even to close it. Then Lin realized the source of the ominous premonition. A person below must have been using a focusing magic. So, she's learned laser technique too? It seems her time in Fire Oil City wasn't wasted, Lin muttered to himself. But it dawned on him that it was probably just a mimicry, an extreme version of focused reflection. Otherwise, even from such a distance, a 5th-level laser's power would have instantly severed the rear of the fighter jet, instead of merely cutting through the protective layer. Chapter 547, 488, Magic that can protect against nuclear explosions. Chapter 547, Chapter 488, Magic that can protect against nuclear explosions above the holy city. Inside a silver fighter jet, Lydia, who had just escaped from the previous peril, quickly demonstrated her excellent pilot training. She stabilized the flipped plane and pulled the lever with the utmost speed. The rear of the entire fighter jet immediately ejected a strong jet stream, further accelerating the entire craft, climbing upwards at top speed. Both Lydia and Lynn were well aware that the opponent's attack had not succeeded and that a subsequent attack was inevitable. A safe distance could only be ensured by ascending above 2,000 meters. However, the attackers within the Holy City clearly were not prepared to let them escape easily. Almost the moment the light beam disappeared, specks of starlight shot out from the Holy City, so numerous as to almost cover the entire airspace. Lynn's expression also grew more serious as he turned to Lydia and spoke rapidly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lynn didn't wait for the girl to reply. He directly grabbed the edge of the fighter jet and flipped out, bracing against the fierce wind caused by the aircraft, stabilizing his form in about 2 seconds. At this moment, the stars filling the entire airspace were almost upon him. Lynn, merely in his avatar form, had no intention of facing them head-on. He opened his right hand, and a vast magic torrent surrounded him, causing some distortion in the space around him. This was the deflection field. After Lynn had broken through to legendary status, his mastery of force field magic had increased by more than tenfold. The onrushing starlight, upon entering a few meters around him, was deflected in direction, encircling once before turning back, colliding with the starlight aimed at the fighter jet. As the starlights collided, fierce flames ignited in the void, flames that could burn a person's soul, but pointless if they missed. Twice the spells were easily guarded against, clearly igniting someone's fury. Unbeknownst to them, a striking purple stream had already appeared in their view. Another new holy maiden? The church seems to have an abundance of candidates. Lynn quickly made out the half-grown girl enveloped in the streamlight and couldn't help but complain inwardly, though his hands didn't stop moving, readying to cast a spell to intercept her, even if it just served as a momentary obstruction. His objective this time was to test the defenses of the Holy City and to assist Lydia in a successful escape. However, it was only at the moment Lynn prepared to act that he suddenly realized the air around him had become thick like viscous liquid, slowing his movements countless times, resembling an elderly man ready to turn into wood. Unknowingly, the projection of the divine kingdom had already expanded into this airspace. Lynn's relaxed expression instantly changed as he immediately realized that those exploding starlights contained divine energy, serving as nodes for casting, quickly and secretly expanding the domain. The next moment, within the projection of the divine kingdom, the elements contaminated by divine energy surged upward, forming a gigantic hand made of elements, which brutally clasped Lynn in its palm. The new holy maiden thus stood across the sky of Fire Oil City, her expression chillingly indifferent as she stared at Lynn, tightly grasped within the giant hand. It appears one can never let down their guard. Lynn sighed and spoke, trapped in his predicament. A mere moment of negligence had reversed the situation completely in less than a second. The strength possessed by this avatar alone was definitely insufficient to break free. The underlying reason was his underestimation of the opponent's methods and power. Otherwise, he should have been able to stall for more time. He could only hope that Lydia had managed to get far enough away with the fighter jet. In a moment of thought, the new holy maiden tightened her hand, the giant grip closing fiercely, accompanied by an unpleasant creaking sound as the magic-formed avatar displayed a peculiar sense of distortion. Yet, what truly endured the pressure was a specially crafted ring of secrets within. Cracks quickly appeared on it, and collapse was but a moment away. Lynn naturally didn't intend to be captured without a fight, nor did he want the remains of the ring of secrets to fall into the enemy's hands. The projection of the divine kingdom and the grip that nearly suppressed all possibilities of resistance from the avatar. But that was almost all. Threads of scorching flame emerged from the cracks in the ring, initially only the size of a spark, but they quickly enveloped and exploded upwards, using the whole magic-formed avatar as fuel. A fierce explosion echoed above the holy city, and the giant hand holding the magic-formed avatar was also engulfed by the inflating flames, shredding and burning it within seconds. The moment the new holy maiden sensed something amiss, she had already moved away from that airspace, casting a spell that stripped the elements out of the entire area. Having clashed with Lin several times, she naturally had mastered how to handle this special flame long ago. The simplest method was to create a vacuum and let it burn out on its own. There was no need to waste too much power on the undying flame. The girl, with eyes like stars, having dealt with Lin's magic-formed avatar, then turned her gaze toward the distant sky. Chapter 548, 488. Magic that can protect against nuclear explosions _2. Chapter 548, Chapter 488. Magic that can protect against nuclear explosions _2, just as both parties engaged in combat. Lydia, piloting the fighter jet, had already soared above the clouds, with a distance exceeding 5 kilometers. Pope Alvis also hurried over, staring at the rapidly fleeing silver fighter jet in the far distance, his tone grave yet filled with anger as he asked, "No, let's go back." The Holy Maiden shook her head. With such speed, she feared no one but herself could catch up. Moreover, she had just replaced her body not long ago and hadn't had the chance to adapt to it. If it were not for the ability to communicate and borrow the power of her true self within the Holy City, it might have taken her quite an effort to deal with Lin's magical incarnation. Besides, the Holy Maiden was more worried that this could be a trap. Having been hit by nuclear explosion magic twice in succession, she had become cautious and careful. "We must start the ceremony as soon as possible. We cannot wait any longer," said Ella, retracting her gaze from the distance, her voice cold. If the adversary was sending such an unusual flying machine to the Holy City, that indicated the Wizard Council was preparing to launch a large-scale offensive in the near future. A look of worry appeared on Pope Alvis's face, knowing they were still far short of their target of 1 million devout believers. But he also understood that the wizards might not give them such an opportunity. It seemed they would have to sacrifice some members of the clergy. Pope Alvis's expression soon returned to calmness. As shepherds of the Lord on earth, cultivated by the Church to be bishops and priests, to sacrifice for the Lord's ascension to divinity was a glory and duty of each member of the clergy, a repayment for the grace of the Lord. One priest could at least equal 10 devout believers, a bishop dozens, and a cardinal bishop thousands. And for the higher-ups in the Church, the saints of the Lord, each was worth 10,000. That should be enough, no matter what. At the moment, the magical incarnation self-destructed out in the land of death beyond Fire Oil City. Lin also received the news simultaneously. However, he didn't pay it much mind, and after sorting out the intelligence about Holy City's defenses and his speculations, he shifted his focus to developing the descent of the Divine Kingdom. After a few hours of experimenting, he had figured out some clues. Lin slowly closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the sea of consciousness. This was a vast space of darkness and void, vast yet empty. No, that wasn't quite right. In fact, the interior did contain things, invisible elements, and rays wandering every corner of the space. Moreover, this was not just a simple dark space. To be precise, it was a projection of cosmic space, except his power was still too weak to materialize at all. The so-called descent of the Divine Kingdom was to project the scene within the sea of consciousness in the form of a domain. By infusing elements with magic power, a space unique to oneself was created, lying between reality and illusion, which was why Ella was able to develop divine arts as powerful and unimaginable as word follows and time stop. As Lin pondered, a faint, ethereal humming arose behind him. The sound was otherworldly, like the sonorous songs of whales echoing in the deep sea, a murmur from a distant shore that sent shivers down one's spine. Curiously, Lin turned his head to look, his pupils constricting as a gigantic tentacle, bristling with fearsome suckers, had silently stretched out in front of him. It belonged to a colossal creature, so enormous that its bulk flickered in and out of visibility within the dark space, each of its tentacles seemingly stretching for thousands of kilometers, like a cosmic leviathan roaming the boundless sea of consciousness. Lin was startled, and in an instant, he flew hundreds of meters away. Fortunately, he soon discovered that this entity was not coming to attack him, but was instinctively drawing near. It likely had to do with the magic potion for advancement he had taken initially. The residual power of the Eye of Death's manifestation had now become a part of the space of consciousness. The only difference being that it had transformed from a terrifying being that once dominated the seas to an energy beast roaming the starry skies. The only question was whether he could project it through his domain and materialize it into the outside world. With this thought, Lin immediately tried to do so, and the moment he opened his eyes, a vast amount of magic power surged forth, with his domain beginning to expand in all directions. The darkness gradually tainted the entire land, completely covering the afterglow of the evening sunset. An area of several kilometers instantly turned into a boundless starry sky. Just as Lin had imagined, the Eye of Death was also projected as a physical entity, though its size had become much smaller, now measuring merely a few hundred meters in length. This majestic beast seemed to be part of the domain, perfectly merging with the infinite dark space. Even with legendary-level perception, it was very hard to detect its presence, ready to launch a deadly strike from an unexpected place at any moment. About half a minute later, the expanding domain gradually came to a halt, its range fixed at a radius of 2 kilometers. Lin could feel that as the domain expanded, his control over the internal elements sharply declined, and this growth quickly stalled. Lin couldn't help but frown. In comparison to the divine kingdom projection of Ella, his true form that covered the entire holy city, his own domain could only be described as pitiful. Fortunately, after this attempt, Lin realized there were roughly 2 factors limiting the range of his domain, the first being his computing power, and the second being the total amount of magic power. Ella had the energy provided by the Church's centuries of accumulation and millions of believers to enhance computing power. It was normal that her domain far exceeded his own. In the same vein, if he could utilize the computing power of a smart brain and draw upon a sufficient amount of energy, he should also be able to expand the range of his mind's projection several times over. It seemed he would have to arrange for as many people as possible to connect with the magic network. The entire Magic Kingdom now had over 15,000 formal wizards. If he could mobilize all of their power, perhaps he could contend with Ella's established church system. In fact, he had already been working on this for some time. For example, the wizards of the Aida school had been given a secret ring of spells. Besides, he had recruited a group of wizards under the guise of computing, lecturing, and researching spells. The population in his microcosm had already exceeded 2,000 people, 8 times the original number. Many wizards liked to discuss and research dangerous magic within the smart brain's microcosm because it allowed for deep simulation of various physical laws of the real world, without the need to worry about safety. It's just a pity that there's still too little time, Lin thought regretfully. If he had a few more months, he could completely master the power of the legendary realm and bring most of the wizards of the council into the magic network. Perhaps he could even promote a few more legends. Then defeating Ella's true form would become almost a certainty. But Lin was very clear that the church would not give them that much time. Their recent actions showed that the other party must be preparing something, likely something that could turn the tide of battle. Time had indeed become the most scarce resource at the moment. After calming his turbulent emotions, Lin temporarily stopped practicing the legendary spell, True Domain, and focused on another equally important area. That was the development of protective magic. Now, most of the legendary spells he knew were offensive in nature. For example, Doomsday, Atomic Breath, was the sharpest spear in his hand. Using magnetic and force field magic for protection was indeed a good measure, but that could only serve as assistance, guiding the attack in other directions instead of truly blocking it. So he still lacked a truly powerful means, one that could at least partially withstand nuclear explosion magic. Chapter 549, 489, Two-Dimensional Materials, Superconductor Graphene. Chapter 549. Chapter 489. Two-dimensional materials, superconductor graphene. If asked what the most solid material in the universe is, Lin couldn't answer, because even the previous life's Federation's exploration of the cosmos could only be described as insignificant. However, within the range of his knowledge, neutrons definitely counted as one among them. As the most critical part of the atomic nucleus, even nuclear explosions couldn't destroy them. One could imagine their level of solidity. A body solely composed of dense neutrons has a mass that is exaggerated to the point of disbelief, such as the celestial bodies known as neutron stars of the universe, which have a mass of over 100 million tons per cubic centimeter, making them the densest known celestial bodies outside of black holes. Their terrifying mass can distort space-time, which means they also come with an incredibly strong force field for protection, provided that oneself, located within, isn't torn apart by their gravitational pull. Even the power of a legendary wizard could not touch this level, and Lin had to settle for a more reliable plan, soon coming up with an idea after pondering for a moment. Lin silently recited in his mind. Graphene is an extremely special single-layer material composed of carbon atoms, with excellent optical, electrical, and mechanical properties. It is used in many high-tech instruments and is often required by the Federation when constructing stellar warships. 0 TPa, inherent tensile strength of 130 GPa, far surpassing other metal materials, over 100 times harder than steel. It is also one of the few substances that can be called a two-dimensional material. 335 nanometers, which is 1/200,000th of the thickness of a human hair, equivalent to the thickness of an atom. Of course, the two-dimensional here doesn't mean that graphene is a lower-dimensional creation. The Federation's technology hasn't reached that level of impressiveness. The so-called two-dimensional material refers to materials in which electrons can move freely only in 2 dimensions on the nanoscale, similar are nanofilms, superlattices, quantum wells, etc. Using two-dimensional is just a relatively vivid metaphor, while the basic atom making it up is the very common carbon. Speaking of graphene, one must mention another carbon element material, diamond, which is actual diamond. This item is so hard because of the special cubic crystal structure inside, where each carbon atom in the diamond is tightly bonded with 4 other carbon atoms, appearing like a regular tetrahedron, with strong covalent bond strength, thus high hardness. However, due to structural issues, it is also very brittle. Therefore, the Federation's scientific researchers propose a hypothesis as early as the 20th century, that improving material performance could be achieved by adjusting atomic arrangement density and material structure. And graphene is the perfect creation that fits this theory. Its internal carbon atoms are arranged in a dense and more perfect hexagonal honeycomb lattice structure, which gives it an extraordinary level of hardness as well as resilience, so much so that it can stretch like rubber. According to the experimental data recorded in the Smart Brain, a graphene only 100 nanometers thick could easily support more than 2 tons without breaking. What if the thickness was increased to 10 centimeters, which is 100 million nanometers? It's worth noting that this material was mass-manufactured, produced, and applied in large quantities by the end of the 21st century, and the cost per kilogram of single-layer structure graphene was still an astronomical figure. Fortunately, they were wizards capable of freely manipulating the elements themselves, so the cost of extracting and manufacturing graphene was greatly reduced. This is the convenience of magic. After carefully noting all the information, Lin began experimenting. With magic power surging, a large amount of carbon was produced. Under the control of powerful spiritual power, they combined closely together. In Lin's mind, he imagined the shape of a honeycomb. However, weaving a perfect hexagonal lattice structure atom by atom was not an easy task. After failing dozens of times, Lin barely managed to create a unit of graphene. Fortunately, with the experience gained, the speed of the following process was much faster. By the time midnight arrived, Lin had successfully created an entire circle of graphene protective shields around himself. Creating this thing consumed a substantial amount of magic power, nearly 1/5 of his magic power reserves. It is known that the more complex the simulated material is, the more intense the consumption, but this seemed a bit exaggerated. It was only creations of carbon. After all, Lin was somewhat puzzled, but he didn't spend much effort exploring the reason behind the increased consumption of magic power. Instead, he started to study the new type of magical protection he had developed. Graphene has excellent light transmittance, able to reach above 97%, paired with atomic-level thickness, making it very difficult to see directly with the naked eye. But through perception, it was exceedingly clear. Countless carbon atoms arranged neatly like a honeycomb, layer upon layer for several thousand layers, reaching a thickness of about 2,000 nanometers. This is truly a perfect creation. Lin couldn't help but marvel, also amazed at the intricate structure of graphene. Next, it was time to test its protective capacity. Chapter 550, 489, Two-Dimensional Materials, Superconductor Graphene. _2. _2 Lin extended his hand, and a sword blade measuring several meters long, continuously glowing with magic luminescence, appeared in his grasp. This was none other than the high-frequency vibration particle blade used earlier to confront Saint Cynthia. Lin showed no mercy, utilizing his maximum strength as he chopped down directly. The particle blade, vibrating hundreds of thousands of times per second, could cut at the atomic level. Its formidable power was evident as it effortlessly sliced through the divine protection that Cynthia had erected around herself, and even severed her arm with one strike. The mighty particle blade soon collided with the shield made of a hexagonal lattice structure. To grasp the concept of 2,000 nanometers, it is merely equivalent to 2/10,000ths of a centimeter, so small that it could take a while to locate, even under a microscope. However, this shield, 1,000 times thinner than paper, managed to withstand the powerful slash. At the microscopic level, the thickness of the graphene was only torn about 1/5 of the way through. Lin nodded in utmost satisfaction, knowing full well that he had not held back at all just now. Not to mention, this was not even the graphene shield's strongest defensive state, because this material possesses another significant feature: its conductivity, and it is one of the best conductors. For example, one of the Federation's electromagnetic technologies involves using graphene for its high energy storage and conductivity properties to form a powerful electromagnetic field on the surface of starships, shielding them from cosmic rays. Lin believed that if he could manufacture a sufficiently thick graphene shield, coupled with an electromagnetic barrier for magnetic defense, it should be possible to reduce the impact of a close-range nuclear explosion to a level just bearable by a legendary wizard. However, his previous experiments with the legendary spell True Domain had nearly exhausted his spiritual power and magic power. Considering the need to respond to unexpected situations, Lin did not continue his magical research and practice, but instead returned directly to Fire Oil City. With the war approaching, the entire city was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. The trains thundered incessantly, constantly transporting materials and personnel from all over the kingdom to Fire Oil City. Patrol guards armed with fire guns were visible everywhere on the streets, and even Lin was checked several times on his way to and entering the meeting room. This was clearly due to the council becoming vigilant following Cynthia's previous disguised infiltration, which caused their level of preparedness to skyrocket. Lin did not insist on special privileges due to his status and cooperated fully with the inspections. His mind, however, was preoccupied with the upcoming war preparations. Now, aside from how to conquer the Holy City and deal with the false god, the most critical and challenging issue they faced was management. The empire was simply too vast. Although they had selected many grassroots management personnel within the kingdom through civil service examinations, it was still far from sufficient. As for the progress of the war, Lin was very confident. After more than a year of preparations, the council was no longer in the dire state of lacking people and resources as when they first emerged from Wizard Land to capture the capital. The newly trained fire gun troop alone had already exceeded 70,000 men, and together with a portion of the kingdom's army they had incorporated, they had over 150,000 men at their disposal. This was far beyond what the kingdom could withstand. The implementation of large-scale, mechanized farming and the introduction of synthetic starch technology had virtually relieved the kingdom's subjects of basic food shortages. They might not have quality meals, but at least they could eat their fill. The number of civilians eager to enlist was countless, and if desired, they could increase the army's numbers to well over 300,000 at any moment. However, what Lin desired was a well-trained, disciplined professional army, not a bunch of cannon fodder and rogue bandits with no military discipline. Once he entered the meeting room, Lin immediately had someone summon Vittorio, who was engaged in array research and modification, to discuss the reserves of tritium and deuterium fuel and, most crucially, when the next promotion ceremony could commence at the earliest. It would likely be in about 3 days, Vittorio pondered as he spoke. Promoting a legendary wizard required an enormous amount of energy. Last time it took hundreds of wizards skilled in thunder magic to dry up half of Lake Hub just to gather enough energy. There's also the issue of magic power. All the council's reserves of magic stones were used for their 2 promotions. In order to quickly gather the necessary magic stones for promotion, Vittorio had sent the idle great wizards to the magic stone mines to dig 10 days ago. For this, he faced quite a bit of criticism. Few great wizards were willing to do such monotonous and strenuous work, but there were no better options. The hardness of the magic stones was high, and several mining drills had already been damaged. Before any improvements in mining methods, the great wizard's cutting magic was still more useful. Vittorio suddenly asked. Yes, you could think of it as a second nuclear fusion. Lin explained the main principle as succinctly as possible. Fusion of tritium and deuterium results in helium, and the fusion of helium leads to carbon. Logically, since carbon is the 6th element on the periodic table, it should be possible to continue with further fusion. If that were achievable, then they needn't work so hard to extract heavy hydrogen from water, and a single collection of fuel could promote several legendary wizards. Lin rolled his eyes. Managing 2 nuclear fusions in the reactor was already lucky. Carbon fusion was exceedingly demanding, only occurring within the cores of heavier stars, well beyond their power to achieve. After Lin's explanation, Vittorio had to abandon this wonderful idea, and instead, he dragged Lin to start working on improving alchemy. After promoting to legendary status, the increase in power inspired Vittorio with many new ideas. The sky vaulting and doomsday atomic breath spell models Lin had given him broadened his horizons even further. These 2 legendary magics might indeed be performed through alchemical means. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. As Lin practiced magic and discussed spell reformulation with Vittorio, preparations for war also progressed in an orderly fashion. Every day at 9 in the morning, war machines would take off on time to fly over the Empire's cities to drop leaflets, in coordination with spies within the Empire conducting anti-theological science outreach. Thousands of armored vehicles equipped with machine guns had already entered Fire Oil City. Airships and warplanes had been refueled, and over 100,000 well-trained regular troops were ready, waiting for the final moment to arrive. And that moment came soon. Herav and Aurora's promotions went more smoothly than Lin had anticipated. Both had been stuck at the Great Wizard Realm for over 100 years, with ample accumulation, and even utilized some mysterious method to break through the computing power limits of that realm. With the experience provided by Lin and Vittorio, both promotions went smoothly without much danger. Finally stepping out of the fusion furnace, Herav, not even having had the chance to relish the power and beauty of transcending life's levels, called for a new round of Wizard Council meetings. With the support of nearly 90% of the 153 council members, the council quickly declared the official commencement of the war to end the church's rule and disintegrate the empire. At the same time, news came from within the empire that tens of thousands of troops assembled by the church at the border had launched their attack simultaneously. Herav was quite surprised. But this time there was no need to defend the city. Even if the false god himself led the troops, they would not fear. Lin declared resolutely. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.